G'day guys, welcome to the last day of the round robin for the ANZ Pro League. My name is Dev Marta, and today, bringing you all of the action, joining me here is Cthulhu back in the studio.
Yes, and we got some very spicy matches coming up. Like, the whole final Playday is the big one. Like, everything led up to this. We got the battles of the Titans, we got massive rivalries, and actually today will be a massive decider for how tomorrow will run as well.
Exactly, tomorrow being the playoffs, today being the last day of the round robin. All the matches that we've had so far, they're nothing compared to what we have for you today. These are the best matches we've had in the entire Pro League. As you can see, the standings so far, 8 teams, and we've had an interesting way that these teams have played out. Only the top 4 make playoffs, and at the moment we've got 2 teams contending for that 4th spot.
Yes, so we have Taboo and Class of 2018 currently contesting for that 4th place, for that yummy, yummy spot. And then we have also Fnatic and Athletico, the 2 best teams considered so far throughout this season, still in a rivalry for that delicious 1st seed.
Exactly. I think we've been absolutely treated to see the fact that the 2 teams that are vying for 1st spot haven't played each other in this Pro League until tonight. The 2 teams vying for that 4th spot, that last remaining spot in the playoffs for a chance to go to LAN. Those 2 teams haven't played until tonight. This is, I can't contain my excitement right now because we have the best matches coming up to you tonight. Class of 2018, for those of you who don't know, formerly known as SYF, they're going to be playing against Taboo tonight. These are the 4 matches we've got for you tonight. 2 best of ones for 2 different sets of teams.
Yes. And so the first match will be pretty much a battle for the 1st place. Athletico have the higher ground. They just need to keep holding it, but are they going to underestimate the force, though?
I don't think Fnatic want... I don't think Fnatic are one to be underestimated. Currently, Atletico sitting at 33 points. They've got 11 wins on the board, only 1 loss, not a single draw to speak of, whereas Fnatic, 9 wins, 2 draws, and 1 loss, sitting at 29 points, just 4 points behind. And of course, for each win in each best of 1, you get 3 points. So Fnatic are going to have to win 2 best of 1s, both of their matches today, to get themselves in front of Atletico.
Yeah, and same actually applies to the 2nd set of the 2 matches that we will be seeing between Class of 2018 and Taboo, because Taboo actually needs both wins to move up to the 4th place and knock out the class down to the 5th.
They are 5 points behind Class of 2018 at the moment. They need all 6 points from both of those matches, and they'll only be marginally in front.
Yeah, and this is probably going to be way closer, in my opinion, than the Fnatic Athletico, because with Fnatic Athletico, you could say there's like a trend. There's it's either Fnatic just bulldozering the opponents or Athletico bulldozering the opponents and managing to emphasize on either like a cocky play or just some miscommunications that the other team has. So it's very much depending on one or the other team, how they can perform, how's their communication, how's their just the whole mentality for this matchup is. Whereas for Taboo and Class of 2018, they have equal skill, in my opinion. Like, they have a very good fragging potential as well as the strategy component, and it's pretty much just going to be, I reckon we just going to see maybe even 2 draws, or maybe... Yeah.
Anything's on the cards at the moment. Of these 2 bulldozers, we'll have to see who's got a full tank of diesel. Fnatic, the 1st team up on the board. The most famous team in the entire of ANZ, probably APAC to speak of. The biggest org to come to APAC, Rainbow Six, picking up what was then known as the Mind Freak roster. These guys, you know, you've seen them time and time again. They've been to many international lands, most recently the Paris events, where they performed admirably, improving between the 2 times they faced against NIP, losing both, but eventually, you know, coming out with a respectable finish. But you know, who are the standout players for this team?
I'd say, I mean, each one of them is an amazing player on their own, but I think for this one, I'd say I'd point out Aces and Rizraz. Rizraz just in general a great fragger. Ace is the big brains behind the team. He can also do just an amazing amount of frags, and still be able to lead the team and call the strats.
And Ace has really stepped up at the Paris event well. Some of the most clutches. He was listed best maestro at the event. Really stealing the trophy from Lusty, who was formerly known as best clutch player in ANZ. I'm really looking to see Lusty step back up again and reclaim that title, hopefully sometime soon. And of course, the player we can't forget to mention here, Neophyter, used to, until just this season, play for Athletico. In fact, Neophyter played against... played in, I think it was last season, for Athletico even after he'd kind of switched sides. So it's interesting to see how these teams, how these rivalries, I guess, these individual player rivalries. Neophyter was a player for Athletico for so long, as long as I can personally remember. And this rivalry, I think it's going to be incredibly exciting to see. So here's the Athletico lineup. Yeah,
talking about Athletico, Athletico has been probably one of the most longer running rosters within the ANZ just in general. And we have that as, well, nowadays it's a kind of the OG trio of Salix, Imarin, and Todd, even though Imarin used to be part of the old Taboo roster.
We've seen Athletico kind of go through gradual changes instead of drastic ones. It's been, a player added here and there.
Yeah, so it wasn't too big, but the roster was changing over the time, and I think they've changed for the better, because you have the great fragging potential from Imorin, who's considered to be one of the best, if not the best, fragger in ANZ. And we have Ethan and Derpy as well, two great fraggers. Yeah. And Athletico already has the great potential with strat making and executing. They were lacking behind with that fragging capability.
Yeah, so Athletico historically very strategic team in ANZ, one of the more long-standing strategic teams, but more recently they've evolved into a very aggressive play style. Todd was always the player on that team that was really aggressive, really a heavy fragger. They brought Imarin on, this star fragger from Taboo, and that just doubled their fragging ability. And then most recently Ethan, a player who's, as I like to say, plucked out of casual, plucked out of nowhere. No one had heard of him until he was rocking the Athletico tags.
True.
And that's now triplified what we did have back when it was Todd as the key fragger. We have 3 incredibly strong fraggers. And if one of them's not popping off, you better bet that the 2 others will be.
Oh yeah, and just in general, Ethan has been nearly stole the spotlight from Todd, as the big fragger of Athletico. He's been performing amazing for a person who, as you mentioned, was pretty much pulled out of casual and the ranked plays. He performs very well.
Yeah,
and I'm very much excited to actually see him play against Fnatic.
Yeah, and I mean, both of these teams, Athletico have been very consistent as of recent times. Fnatic a bit more inconsistent, but also I think most people would argue have had better, at their best, they have been better than Athletico at their best. Now, I think it's going to come down a lot to what maps we end up seeing. We're going to have the first Veto coming up for the first best of 1. And, well, we've got 7 maps in the map pool. 2 are going to be banned by default, depending on what these teams played last week. We're going to have 5 left over. The teams ban out until we've just got the 1.
Yeah. Now, I'd say Fnatic will probably need to ban out Clubhouse, because we did discuss this before the start of the stream. They had a very much of a shaky performance. They had some wins on Clubhouse, but at the same time, if they get overly confident on the map, they can easily lose it. We saw that in an example of them being beaten by X-Deadset.
Yeah, in fact, that's the only loss they've even netted this entire Pro League season.
And whereas they might also go for a ban on Oregon, because Oregon was another very much of a shaky map, because they managed to draw out against Control, who are very much of an underdog team.
And we've had Athletico play very well on Oregon. They did 6-0, I believe it was X-Deadset at the time. Both of these teams have had... Oh, and of course, Athletico played Oregon just last week and beat SYF 6-2. So, fairly consistent performance. Oregon, as that was the map that Athletico played last week, we're not going to be seeing that. Bank, we're not going to be seeing, because Fnatic did beat Taboo on it 6-4 last week. So, might to note, Taboo did take 6-4 against Fnatic, both of their matches last week. So Fnatic didn't manage to close that out decisively.
Yeah.
See the first bans coming out, Consulate being banned out by Fnatic. Fnatic did play Consulate last week, so perhaps that's a deal of hiding their... or maybe they've shown their strats, they've revealed their hand to Athletico, who then might counter-strat them. So Fnatic just don't want to be taken to that map. Atletico on the flip side banning Coastline. I don't believe we've seen a lot of Coastline from Atletico.
Funnily enough, we saw a whole lot of Coastline being played during the DreamHack in Montreal.
Yes. Well, it was one of the most previously in this Pro League up until recently. It was the most played map in the Pro League, and despite being other than Villa, the newest map added to the pool.
Yeah. But I feel that Villa will be gone from here as well, because both of the teams are very much kind of still shaky on it. Atletico lost to VSDS. There we go.
And Fnatic drew on Villa as well.
Yeah.
Atletico decide to get rid of Border. Interestingly, so I mean makes sense from Atletico's point of view because of course Fnatic having lost on Clubhouse to Dead Set, Atletico think we'd rather face Fnatic on Clubhouse
on the shaky ground.
On Fnatic's shaky ground, I guess you could say. Whereas Border is strong turf for both of these teams. Atletico maybe think they have the leg up on Clubhouse.
Yeah, it could be that. It could be that. But actually, we've been talking about that if they're going to pick something like Clubhouse, what will be the final score after the two matchups? You went for a kind of a potential realistic score, being 2-0 to Fnatic.
Well, I said that was what I thought was most expected.
Most expected, yeah.
But I don't know. Atletico could take this 2-0. Atletico only need to win one to secure their spot in first place.
I reckon this could be a 1-1. So both teams scoring a win each. And I feel that, Clubhouse will be Atletico's map. And we actually will be seeing Atletico going on defense. And with Clubhouse being, even after the change, Clubhouse, I feel, is still considered to be a defender heavy map, in my opinion. Yeah,
well, previously on Clubhouse, one of the big problems for defenders was trying to defend Bar. But now, straight up off the bat, Atletico, they're going to go for a big balls ban on the attacking side, getting rid of that Thermite. That's really reducing the amount of hard breach potential that Fnatic have available to them.
Banning Glass, though, that is a bit of an oddball, in my opinion, against Atletico, because maybe I'm missing something, but I don't really...
Imarin has been a very good Glass in the past. This is probably one of the most interesting bans, but also fairly expected. Clash only introduced into the Pro League just last week. In fact, she was only made available to all players without Season Pass just today.
Oh, yeah.
And we've already seen, even at the high-level play, she can be very in-your-face, quite literally.
Oh, yeah.
And very dominating, so no surprise Fnatic don't want to play against that.
I'm curious what will Atletico ban. Ban actually on Mira, but... I'm kind of questioning that, because Mira is still a very much of a valuable asset, to be honest, on defense on Clubhouse, because you can still set up some of the crossfires. Massive props, though, to ban Thermite, because Thermite is one of those big operators on Clubhouse that is able to open up those big crossfire holes.
Yeah.
And Pick of Capital kind of brings me back a couple seasons back to Mind Freak days.
Look, let's not touch on what happens on Oregon stays on Oregon, all right?
Shout out to Mind Freak.
As for these bans, I do find it interesting. Like you mentioned, the Thermite ban, that's a big play ban.
Yeah.
Of course, we do have now an extra hard breach available on the table now that with Grimsky we have Maverick available, but it's quite, and Magnet is going to bring the Maverick, so Maverick and Hibana, so a decent amount of hard breach available. That said, very difficult to make entrance level holes with the Maverick. However, you will be able to get into the dirt tunnel with only expending one canister, so
actually,
nice job from them.
You can pop open a crouch hole,
but
with
not like Thermite level holes.
Oh yeah, no, not at all. But you have Hibana, who would probably be mostly on that. I'd say I'm very much interested to see what will Fnatic do with the Maverick, because from what I've been seeing so far and the way I've seen people play it, he is even deadlier. Like Hibana is, yes, she has a very balanced package. She has a Bearing 9 that you could say got recently nerfed.
It's still a good gun.
It's still a good gun. You have her assault rifle, and even her gadget is very versatile.
Yeah. In fact, I think versatility is really the name of the game for Fnatic. I'd like to point out, though, that Rizraz playing the Lion. In the previous week, Fnatic have been banning Lion. constantly. But no, this time they've decided to, they're getting rid of the Glaz, and they're going to be bringing that Lion for some execute potential. Atletico going to take us to the gym and bedroom bomb site first up with the new Clubhouse. There aren't really any clear-cut preferred sites. All the three of gym, bedroom, cache, and the basement are pretty equally defendable.
Oh yeah, definitely. And Magnet will be straight away just using his breaching torch to just pop open the hatch and maybe open a slight peek hole.
Only a little hole.
This should be something spicy. But to be honest, I'm still kind of dubious about how they're going to approach this, because Hibana has a very much of a limited amount of X-Kairos pellets, so they will be able to breach through only a singular wall and then have Maverick maybe open a crouch hole in from another side. But that is the only way I see how Fnatic's push can go.
One of the things I see the Maverick helping out a lot with is opening up this jacuzzi wall now where Lusty has taken himself. Magnet looks to be joining him. And yeah, of course, we have seen many a time this jacuzzi wall be an integral component of this defense, and Bandit tricking it or Impact Grenade tricking it has really been a focal point for the defenders. But of course, those really aren't effective counters to a Maverick. So Magnet's going to be allowed to create just ankle-level holes all the way along this jacuzzi wall.
I'm a bit unsure about the kind of the validity of those holes, because yeah, Lusty could have picked at a very long angle onto the stairs, but at the same time, yeah, I'm just not too sure about the plan just yet. But it seems that attackers are already on the case, are already getting very much close, and Silex is just about to prepare for that push. He already used 2 of his gas grenades, so this could be quite big. And Derpy with his Echo drones is doing some work at stopping that push.
A very meta hold for Atletico inside of the cash room, and a lot of utility invested. Of course, Fnatic are receiving that pressure with their own, and Ethan's going to find the first kill. Rizraz, due to that gas, he can't really push in there, so the first engagement goes the way of Atletico. Neofighter off the board with no refrag, and still Atletico have control over cash room. All of the utility being wasted of Fnatic right now.
And with the way how Silex has everything set up, he has a shotgun ready for this close quarters combat, and he's still hidden behind the small chunk of the soft wall. So I reckon this is a very effective spot.
It's a last desperate attempt for Fnatic as they push in. They find 1 kill, but it's met with 2 more, 3 more. It's all up to Lusty, the clutch master, but can he even get inside the building? He can't. And there you go. Unfortunately, Lusty attempts to get through a hole which doesn't quite fit through, and just like that, Atletico take round number 1 on the gym side.
I mean, that was a very well thought out hole. They managed to expand onto the cash room, which was pretty much the big choke point for Fnatic to attempt to pass through. And outing Zafir, I'd say, was a very much of a stepping stone for the start of the win for Atletico on this round.
I must admit, I was very disappointed in the way that Fnatic decided to handle that. They took a lot of time. They wasted a lot of time. And by the end of it, they decided just to brute force themselves down one doorway when you have 2 defenders in there, stacked up with ADSs, stacked up with smoke babes, ready to be utilized from Silex there. Silex did a great job at delaying for as long as he possibly could. Fnatic never, in that entire round, got control over cash room. And cash room is only step 1.
Yeah, cash room is only step 1. And we also saw a 1-man hold, I believe, on in the master bedroom.
Yeah, exactly.
Which was held by Mute. And that shouldn't have happened. Like, if they would have droned out very thoroughly and knew that there's only 1 man holding the actual site, push through the gym, push through the opened wall on the west side where they had initially Maverick open the bottom half, the jacuzzi wall, and push from there. That's it. There's your win for Fnatic.
And it's very easy to cut off the rotations through construction, and of course from the jacuzzi wall you can cut off the rotations from the stairs and logistics. So I think a bad read and a bad overall call from Fnatic is the responsibility for them losing that round. But nonetheless, Atletico are going to pick the basement. Silex prepping, I believe, some holes for an impact grenade trick onto this hatch. Yeah, I love this. So if you're not quite aware of this, you can create some holes that give you some sight lines onto some of the benches inside of the kitchen, just right next to that hatch. And using an impact grenade, you can, as we can see, Silex does have impact grenades on smoke. You can throw them up to hit that little metal bench, and it will explode, create an explosion that will typically destroy X-Kairos pellets on the hatch. And of course now, Hibana requires 4 X-Kairos pellets to completely destroy a hatch.
Yeah. Now, with Neofighter straight away already pushing up ahead, he might be able to catch maybe some late rotations but no, it doesn't look like it's going to be the case. But I'm very much interested to see how will Athletico play it out, because yes, they could just play it the old Clubhouse way and just all have a 5-man hunker down. At this, but they could also have maybe something like a late roam, but it looks like, no, this will be a 5-man hole.
A lot of opportunities in new Clubhouse for those late flanks now. You don't just have to rely on the main stairs and the ladder, of course, now with the blue stairs, but nonetheless, oh wow, Ethan's actually peeking out of this. Oh! He finds Magnet right in the face. Magnet was not prepared, and that's one of the big weaknesses of Maverick. You always have to be prepared for someone to be facing you with their primary weapon.
That was very well played, and like a very aggressive play from Ethan. Like that's what we were talking about. Ethan, like the big aggressive fragger for Athletico. Like he just did pretty much his work.
And speaking of aggression, we did just see Tode did indeed go for that late flank. So Fnatic may believe they have cleared these roamers, but Todd's decided he's going for a late one. So Fnatic not only taking a lot of time, not taking a lot of ground. Athletico are in incredibly strong positions to deny this. And as we can see, there are 4 impact grenades in the hands of Athletico. Lusty is going to have a lot of trouble popping open that hatch, especially since all of the alternative hard breach from Magnet's Maverick has been deleted by Ethan. This hatch is not going to get opened.
Yeah, I'm very much highly dubious about that. Only if Lusty will decide to bait it out somehow.
He's so worried. He's going to try and flash. Oh, no. Lusty. He's going to give it another shot. I don't think it's going to have much success. There are so many impact grenades. Silex gets all of them and he gets an injure. Ethan finishes that one off, and oh my god, what are Fnatic doing right now?
I'm not too sure, because so far losing already a Lion and a Maverick, that is going to be an issue. Neofighter is once again getting flashbacks from the previous round of him getting gassed by that smoke. Todd with a nice double kill on Lusty and Neofighter, all up to aces now as he just stepped into a goo mine, tries to get a fire arrow kill, and manages to actually catch Todd off guard, but Ethan will be shutting it all down. And just like that, Athletico take a 2-round lead so far over Fnatic. What a play! And I'd like to point out once again, Ethan. The big plays by Ethan and Todd.
The man to always push, isn't he? He's always that. He's the man who was always peeking that every single time Fnatic decided, okay, this is where we're going to push. We're going to push dirt with Maverick. Ethan says, hello there. hello there. And when it came to Lusty sitting near the hatch, Rizraz sitting near the hatch, Ethan says, hello there. And when it comes to a last-ditch attempt by Aces to clutch, Ethan says, hello there.
Stop. But nonetheless, talking about hello there, we will be moving on to the CCTV room and cash room once again. This time, Athletico will need to defend this side particularly. Ethan actually swapping over to Maestro, with Rizraz swapping over to an IQ from Lion, which is
in fact, I do want to point out there, so the Ethan had been picked a Pulse. The best, typically the best operator to bring if you intend to do vertical plant denial with a C4. So for example, from playing inside a lounge, you can deny a plant inside of the security room. And Fnatic decided, oh, okay, so they're bringing a Pulse, they're bringing a Bandit, they're bringing an Echo, we should bring an IQ.
But do you reckon the bait has worked?
I don't know, it's hard to say, because the IQ will not go to waste, because those Echo drones from Derper will be able to be destroyed, and of course the Bandit batteries as well, a high value
Pretty
target.
much all 5 of Athletico players can be actually, their gadgets can be counted, or at least seen by Rizrazes.
It's true, I think it matters most for the Bandit and the Echo, not so much for the other 3, but of course that's still going to have an effect. Love this. A Maestro device inside of Garage is really going to be gaining a lot of intel even into the late round and assisting anyone playing at the top of Garage. Really quite like this hold from Athletico, extending themselves into Garage with a very strong weapon and a bit of utility.
The issue I see right now is that I do think that Athletico did not reinforce enough of the construction. So if Fnatic will emphasize their push on the construction, or at least drop down into logistics and go from there, they can cause a whole lot of damage to Athletico, and I don't think any flex tape will help with that damage.
Oh no, this is not going well at all for Fnatic at the moment. Aces tries to cook up himself some Ethan, and Ethan just sprays through with that head. Alder 556 is an amazing gun, one of the best guns on defense, and Ethan on top of all that has an ACOG to his name. He's going to keep on using that ACOG for his own business. Maestro, a utility powerhouse and a fragging powerhouse, and you put a player like Ethan on it and he's sure going to make a party out of it.
Yeah, and it looks like Neofighter might have some issues as well with trying to push there, because he already used up all of his, nearly all of his stun grenades. He has the last one for potentially the last push, but so far Ethan has been pretty much just the untouchable.
Yeah, well, what are you going to do, Neo? You can concuss him, and then what? He's going to keep holding that angle. If you peek him, you're going to die.
Yeah, you need
Ethan is going to win this fight.
No, he needs a perfect pre-fire, which
not possible.
I highly doubt that it can be made as well in this very current situation with all of the pressure happening right now.
There's no way that Neo can land that shot. Oh, but Magnet can. Where did that come from?
That came from just the subroof, and very intricate angle as well. And but could it be that the frag came a bit too late?
It really did. I mean, Fnatic have been wasting time this entire match. There's 2 minutes gone, only 45 seconds now remaining. Imorin is going to add to the kill feed for Athletico, so only 2 players left for Fnatic, Magnet and Lusty. Magnet, not sure if he can actually get through this wall, and Lusty's worried about this flank as he pushes up through Garage. I believe there's an angle he's dueling with Silex upstairs. Imorin decides it's a good time to push, getting pinged out now. Lusty is feeling the pressure. 25 seconds on the clock. Todd finds Lusty, and now it's all up to Magnet, the Maverick, and the captain of the team. He finds Silex, but there's so many more to find, and they have all of the intel that they need.
Yeah, they have all the intel, they have the flanks, they have the man advantage, and only 8 seconds left.
No diffuser.
Magnet doesn't have any diffuser. He needs to go for the kills, but I don't think this might happen. And just at the wrong moment, he turns away, letting Imorin just get that juicy headshot onto him. And that is 3-0 so far. Athletico just pulling the big dubs for now for themselves against what considered as the big powerhouse of ANZ.
Not a single defense dropped for Athletico. They've won 3 separate sites. They started off Gym, then they went Armory, then they went Cash, and it was just win, win, win. And now that they've won the primary, secondary, and tertiary site, they have an opportunity to go back to a site they've already won. Fnatic get to retry Gym and Bedroom, which they did not have any success with last time. I'd argue it was probably the most convincing of their losses. This time, I do wonder how they're going to be deciding to attack this. Are they going to flush out Cash Room? Are they going to ignore Cash Room? There are so many strategies they could be employing. What are they going to go with?
I very much like how Athletico on a consistent basis keep on baiting with a Caveira.
Yeah, they've picked Caveira every single round, and 6 picked off of it.
Every round. And Derpy now will be swapping over to Echo, who has been playing for, I believe, all 3 rounds.
He's been doing very well with it as well, getting a lot of intel for his team. For example, that last clutch situation there, it was solidified into Atletico's hands based on the fact that Derpy knew exactly where he was, and even if Magnet did have Diffuser, it would be an easy denial for the
Oh yeah, this would have been an easy denial indeed. And I'm very much, it feels odd to me seeing Emo playing on a mute. I'm so used to seeing Emo play on the big kind of aggressive defense operators like Bandit, like Jaeger, like just all the 3 speeds.
So yeah, Mute's not a 3-speed, only a 2-speed, but he has an 800 round per minute weapon. Yeah, the MP5K is a nuts submachine gun.
Oh yeah,
I love it.
It's an amazing, like very
low recoil, very high fire rate.
Yeah. And it's very good for even the starting players as well. Like
oh yeah, well it was actually I was a mute main when I started playing the game, and I love the MP5K.
I'd say actually I'd recommend people usually to go for Rook. So for the big boy weapon. MP5 with the ACOG capability, this is a very good starting weapon. But I
think that Imorin has the ability to be aggressive with that mute. As we saw, he was being aggressive with Bandit last time. It's very similar.
And looking at Todd, where he's playing right now. Todd is very much up close and personal right now, right by the window, so he waits for that push, for that attempt at peeking. And just like that, ooh, Ethan actually nearly manages to find the body of Magnet, who was just rappelling up and was looking the very much a wrong direction.
So I find it interesting the way that Magnet decides to open up this wall. He opens up only at the bottom, which allows one of his teammates to stay prone and try and get a peek in here, but it also makes it very exposed. And I don't understand. This is incredibly easy to impact trick. Fnatic are just opening up a hole for Athletico to throw impact grenades through to disrupt those Hibanas, but they're not taking advantage of that.
I can tell you even more. The holes that the Maverick can make, even if you pluck the C4 through it, it deals a whole lot of damage. So if anyone is close by that hole, they'll still get instantly destroyed.
Half a round gone for Fnatic, but they have made some progress. This is where they were in the previous round. Difference is this time they have Rizraz pushing from the stairs, and Magnet is going to be delivering them all of the intel. Derpe really needs to be aware of this, and oh, that could be the telling point now that Rizraz has exposed his position by shooting that camera. The question is, did Athletico hear it?
They could have heard it. I mean, I would imagine they would have heard it. That gun didn't have any suppressor on it as well.
I don't think there was anyone in a position to hear it. And now, on the back of this Lion charge, it's got... What? Silex should not win that fight. He's not meant to win that fight. And Emorin takes down Magnet. Rizraz still in his position on the stairs. Emorin takes down... What is happening?
How did Emo manage to get out of the sights of that Hibana? Can you explain to me, Dev, what is happening?
Oh.
Rizraz finally picks up a kill, but straight away being traded out by Emorin. All up to Lusty and Aces. Lusty picks up a kill onto Emorin, but Aces is already downed with the from the firefight with Ethan. Ethan, the big player, the big guy, and a pistol kill onto Lusty.
No.
Ethan, what are you doing, mate? That is just absolute nutty plays. Juking out Lusty at the very last moment. Look at those plays.
Insane shot.
Just right plays. What Doctor has prescribed, and just like that, a 4-0.
What is the Bearing 9?
What is happening?
Where is the Bearing 9? Why was there a P229 there, Lusty? Look, I know that some people think the Bearing 9 has been nerfed into oblivion, and that a mediocre pistol is better than the Bearing 9. But I cannot imagine Lusty losing with the Bearing 9 in that engagement where he could have just pre-fired and kept pushing around that corner. Nonetheless, I'm not going to dwell too much on that because we have something bigger to dwell on, and that is the big 0 next to the Fnatic name.
I'm just shocked. I'm just shocked, Dev, because look at this also. Athletico keeping Caveira for their Church and Arsenal room hold and bringing a Vigil. So
I love this.
We will be definitely seeing once again the big roam. We will be seeing the potential late flank. And if Todd, if that's a very big if, manages to pull off an interrogation, this would be the death of Fnatic.
And sometimes a Caveira isn't just about getting the interrogation. It's about the fact that you have the ability to, 1, avoid Jackal's detection by hiding your footprints with the silent step. 2, move very fast, very quietly. And that's really the core of Caveira. The interrogation is nice, but it doesn't mean everything.
Yeah, it's a nice bonus.
It's a nice bonus on top of all that.
But yeah, with what I'm seeing from Fnatic is an interesting pick on Buck, because Neofighter playing on Buck is not something that I would have imagined, to be honest.
It's a comfort pick for him. He's played it quite a lot. It's a comfort pick. It's not something that, in my eyes, I don't see Fnatic saying, oh, we need a Buck for this specifically. I feel like it's more likely it's just a comfort pick.
Yeah, and this time Magnet decides to bring an Aces on a Blackbeard, this time to peek into the escape tunnel, because after last time wreckage that we witnessed, I don't think Magnet would have been okay with all of this.
And I don't think I would be too happy about peeking the end of the dirt tunnel when there is a tiny pixel opened by Maverick and there's a Blackbeard with a 61 damage DMR and a shield in front of his face staring at me. It looks like Fnatic have changed up their strategy, though, which is looking promising. I think this is going to be good for them. One of the big weaknesses of Fnatic is the fact that they have been taking so long on their pushes so far.
Yeah, it's rather not them taking too long. It's rather the ability of Athletico to hold them back very nicely, because this is pretty much that strategy point of Atletico that I've been talking about. Like they have been excelling very well on emphasizing on the small mistakes that the attackers make. And Todd straight away already making a kill onto Lusty, outing Hibana without even being able to breach the hatches, I believe.
No, he did breach the dirt tunnel and I believe perhaps one of the walls, but that's a big pick, and Todd still left alive, just sneaking around the corner. Magnet has no idea. No doubt a lot of the drone utility is gone from Fnatic, and they really don't have the time or the resources to focus on searching for Todd.
No, they have breached the kitchen hatch, which could have been a stepping stone in their push. And right now, Magnet just having his attention taken away to guard the bathroom is actually a very big asset right now. And him turning away at this very point is very much a big leverage for Atletico, because Todd on the flank with a silent step is very much deadly. But Neofighter and Rizraz pick up a kill each on Silex and Emo, outing Smoke, as well as Ethan going down by the hand of Magnet. So now it's all up to Todd, but Neofighter will be straight away trading him back. Derby, the last man standing against 3 players of Fnatic. Could this be the first W for Fnatic? And this will be as Aces closes it down with the Blackbeard DMR finally going away from that sweet pastry. I know we just had some Krispy Kreme donuts as well.
I love the donuts
today. That was quite tasty, but not in Fnatic's situation
Fnatic,
right now.
They're more of a breadstick kind of. They're more of breadstick
you never know.
kind of people.
You never know. Maybe
they just had a lot of time in France, so maybe they're happy with those baguettes.
But nonetheless,
that was. My analysis of that round is really just that Atletico looked like they had everything going for them. Fnatic started playing a little bit better, getting their executes a little bit faster.
Yeah.
But by the end of it, the real clincher of the situation was the fact that Fnatic pushed in. They pushed in together.
Yeah.
And they used that aggression to net themselves kills. Instead of just jumping at a brick wall, they found the soft parts and they pushed where it hurt.
Interestingly enough, Fnatic actually bringing in a castle and an alibi. Instead of what we saw from Atletico, which I believe was a Echo Mute, Legion, Smoke, and Valkyrie. So it's a bit of a oddity, but I do see where Castle could come in handy. But with the introduction of Maverick, I don't think Castle will be seeing much of that use, because Maverick's Blowtorch can create those nice peak holes even in the castle barricades, and very easily.
Well, castle barricades have always had a lot of counters. For example, if we just look at the Atletico lineup, we've got the 2 nades from Todd, or the Hibana pellets, the Maverick, as you mentioned, and of course the explosives from Imarin, and you can just punch them.
Yeah.
But the castle barricades are just about delaying time, and I'll admit it's not something I would expect to see on a basement defense of this map. But nonetheless, it's brought out. As for the alibi, I do like the alibi pick. It's something that's been interesting and toyed with. Meant to give the defenders an advantage in long-range gunfights by forcing the attackers to expose themselves by shooting those alibis.
Interestingly enough, Fnatic actually prompted to go for a rather safe pick. They brought out a Valk, they chucked a Valcam into the kitchen, and they will be going for the C4 place from below to deny potential breach on potential peak. Whereas Atletico went for the impact holes.
Yeah, that's true. And I did catch a glimpse of inside bar one of the castle barricades and mute jammers, maybe just stilting out the progression of Atletico a little bit. Ethan's going to make himself a nice crouchable hole, I do believe, inside of the dirt tunnel. Todd just working away upstairs, trying to create some sight lines onto the bar area. In fact, we have a hard bar hold from Fnatic. We didn't quite see this earlier, but we do in fact have 3 players from Fnatic castled and protected inside of bar.
It feels very much odd to me seeing Imorin playing in Atletico, but not playing Buck on Clubhouse. I'm so used to seeing Imorin, like when I'm hearing Imorin playing on Clubhouse, first thing that comes to my mind, the old school Buck plays.
Yeah, Imorin really used to be a prolific Buck main, but
especially the suppressed C8 with an A code.
Oh yeah,
he was the only person doing this.
That's what when you say Imorin, I think of the suppressed C8 with an A code. But
that was nasty.
Imorin's really picked up that Zephyr, and he's very powerful on that. Nonetheless, I do wonder how Fnatic are going to be, I guess, making use of their hard roam, I guess you could call it. But nonetheless, it was just used to delay time, I suppose, because they've all defaulted downstairs. Oh, we're going to get 2 Hibana charges detonating. That's not enough to destroy the hatch. The impact grenade from Neofighter did deny some of that. Perhaps it was Lusty, as he also may have impact.
It could be that.
We need 2 more Hibana pellets on the hatch to break it.
Only 40 seconds though left, and so far Fnatic have been very successful in managing to hold out the attack. And Neofighter picks up a kill into Imorin, outing Zafia, but Ethan will be able to trade out Magnet, but Rizraz is already on the case, taking out Ethan. 3v4 left, and this is not looking good for Atletico's push.
Silex looking to drop blue potentially. We do have a heavy blue push in the latter half of this round. 15 seconds to go for Athletico. Rizraz just playing safe as C4 gets blown. Oh, and he finds a nice headshot there onto Derpe, but Todd and Silex each with 1. Todd goes down. It's all up to Silex. 1 versus 2 for the last player of Athletico, and it's not going to happen. There you go. Lusty takes down the last kill for his team. Fortunately for Silex, he's got the sound bug.
Yeah, that is very much unfortunate. But yeah, very much of an interesting play from Fnatic, and I'm honestly, so far it just seems that the defense has been way more successful than the offense, and Fnatic managing to just read in on the push. They're managing to get the refrags, and that last moment play by Rizraz getting that double kill from the blue tunnel, that was probably what sealed the deal to me, at least.
So when we had 4 rounds up to nothing for Athletico, I felt like this was a sold, even a 6-0 perhaps for Athletico.
Oh yeah.
But Fnatic have replied with 2 rounds of their own. One which they, by all rights, I didn't think they should have gotten. That was their first attack win, where they just essentially rushed the site right near the end and refragged each other. But now they've also demonstrated on their defense that they can win as well. So I feel like this could go either way. Athletico lost that momentum now. They're going to have to regain it. They have a few minutes now to recuperate.
Yeah.
Figure out what the plan is, what's the go, what's the strategy in these attacks. But on overall, I feel like I can't boil this down to incredibly high-level defender plays. It's really been poor time management and bad calls on some of these pushes.
Yeah. Although I feel that on the last round, when I believe that was Derpy on Maverick who was pushing, if he would have connected the shot way quicker on Magnet,
that's true.
He would have been able to react onto Rizraz's peak way quicker. So if that frag from if that Maverick would have gotten way more frags, at least just a double kill from that escape tunnel, this would have been a completely different round, because we saw how it went from there. It was a very quick succession of kills, and we moved on to 2v2. If Rizraz was not there to prevent that push, that would have been definitely an Athletico win.
That's a really important point. Of course, Dirt Tunnel was so important for that push for Athletico because it denied the position that ended up really forcing them to lose that round, which was the position that Rizraz was playing around those green boxes. So if Ethan was allowed to survive a bit longer, if he hadn't whiffed his shots onto Magnet, if he had connected those and then gotten away safely and lived to fight another engagement, that could have been an Athletico win. So I would say that I'm still favoring Athletico in the rest of this round, even though FNC have stepped up and replied. That was probably one of the closer rounds we've had, that last one, taking it down to a 1 versus 2, I do believe. So
I reckon if they will take it, if Fnatic will try to defend the gym and bedroom, then I reckon Athletico could have it. Because Athletico have a very much of a good understanding how the defense side works on it. So they can play out on the offense and try to counter it. Because Fnatic could be very much playing the same defense the way that Athletico played.
It's entirely possible we might see another hard cash room hold. It's what's kind of become meta, especially internationally, for that bomb site. Still, there are a lot of ways to take advantage of your opponent heavily defending an area off of the bomb site. You can heavily push the bomb site and cut off rotations so that the defenders can't protect the bomb site, and then suddenly they're the attackers. You have the bomb site. You push the 1 or 2 players who are on the site, and you get in there. What's really interesting to me is the effect that some of these anchor operators, in particular Echo, is having in this game.
Oh, yeah.
Echo on both sides has delivered a lot of intel and also last-minute plant denial. So we haven't necessarily seen a lot of the plant actually being attempted, but we're at a position where it wouldn't even matter if someone had started putting that plant down because the Echo drone is there. It's harassing the people who are trying to take gunfights by obscuring their vision and their audio, and it's also then going to deny the bomb plant so that the bomb plant can't even really be on the cards.
Yeah, and to be honest, I feel that both teams did not make that much effort to actually try to get rid of the Echo.
We saw an IQ pick from Fnatic in one round.
Yes, but that didn't exactly work for them.
No, it really didn't.
At all. Let's say they bring out a Twitch, completely just center the Echo, completely denied of both of those drones. Take out an Echo drone during the droning phase, then use another Twitch drone to deny another Echo drone.
It's a big ask, though.
Echo is pretty much useless utility-wise. He needs to go for the gunplay, and his MP5 SD is not the brightest gun for the firefight, at least in my opinion. Like, yeah, if you're going for headshots, ACOG on the MP5 SD is amazing. Apart from that, if you're hitting the body shots, it's pretty much just a pea shooter.
That's right. As you know, we've got a couple of guns on the defense like that. The Alder, though, if you choose to go for the Maestro instead of the Echo, the Maestro is so much fragging potential.
Oh yeah, Maestro is just all in all just a very powerful package.
Yeah, a little bit too powerful in my opinion. I think he's a little bit too much of a jack of all trades. If he was a 2-speed, he would be a 100% pick rate. That's the only thing he has going against him, I feel, is the fact that he's a 1-speed. Otherwise, he's insane. And what I love about Maestro is that if you don't like the ACOG, I personally struggle with the ACOG on his gun.
Oh yeah.
I put the reflex on it. You just spray all day, and it's insane the pre-fires that you can pull off. Nonetheless, where do we think we're going to see on the next bomb site defense for Fnatic? We've had a successful Armory defense. Cash and Jim are the other options for them. Both of those bomb sites they failed to attack. Which do you think they're going to prefer on the defense?
I'd say we might see Cash first.
Yeah.
Cash CCTV will be probably a safe pick because Fnatic there's like a general consensus of how you could play.
Cash is a bit more default. I'd say.
It's very much default. Like, you reinforce the CCTV, you have somebody with like either an echo or just a good reinforcement sitting in the garage and preventing the garage push. You have, let's say, a smoke and a Legion plan around construction area to prevent the push from from the west side, and you're all sorted.
You know what I'd be really interested to see? Maybe on the attacking side of things, Athletico bringing out a shield, maybe a Montaigne, for that garage push, something that we saw just last week from Visonic Darksided. Also, Aerowolf have done it in the past.
Yeah, but Aerowolf have a specific player for that who's continuously trying and testing and just playing
Luna
the
Metal
shields.
is a notorious shield player.
He's the big daddy of the shield plays. But
he was an OG Monty, mate. Really was.
But from Athletico, honestly, I don't see that.
It's hard to say who would play it. Silex, I guess, because
maybe
Silex is their hard support.
Yeah, maybe Silex, maybe even Todd, but I see Todd probably if Todd would play a shield, that's a blitz.
Yes, that's true. We've seen Todd play blitz. I feel like if you're gonna try and stick Todd on a Monty, he'd fast click Ash and you wouldn't be able to do anything about it. That's I'm sorry, Todd, if I'm misjudging things here, but that's my impression of it. It's a gamble, right?
Yeah.
Because I feel like one of the things that FNC struggled most with on their cash attack was getting rid of the player inside of the garage. The top of the garage on the balcony, such a strong position. There are so many pixel angles if you have an ACOG.
Actually,
it's so difficult to get rid of that player.
Here's an idea. Push first through the small supply room where now there's a staircase into the blue tunnel. Push into the garage from that small doorway and open up a crossfire. So you have a person from below who cannot be seen first through that small pixel peak, chuck a flashbang, and then you go for a push from the main doorway.
There are ways to make it happen, but it becomes very, very... The more complicated you make it, the more you introduce margins for error. Oh, I thought you were flashing 1 second before that, so I peeked a second early and then I died before you threw the flashbang, or...
Yeah, it does require.
I missed my shot anyway, or he looked away and he got away from the flashbang, or the Sophia charge missed him, or he just got a lucky shot by pre-firing. There are so many margins for error.
But It is Pro League, though.
Yeah,
like,
but we've seen these errors.
We do see, indeed, but at the same time, those kind of stuff should not happen, to be honest. Like,
yeah.
The Fnatic has a great potential for communication, same as Athletico. Athletico has an amazing just strategy component to them. I highly doubt that there will be like very fundamental mistakes in communication.
Yeah.
Although they happen, I don't deny that they there is no 100% assurance that those won't happen. But I feel that Athletico might have the upper hand on knowing how to push it, because they've managed to. All they pretty much need to do for their offense is to counter-strap themselves.
Yeah.
Because the cash hold is very much default. Bedroom gym hold, yes, there are several ways, but if you drone properly, if you drone, like, actually get the information,
you know
read
where
it,
to direct all your forces at once, the same way that Fnatic did when they did win their one attack onto the basement.
Yeah. If they manage to direct, let's say, a full-on push from the west side, so cut out all the rotation, push into the gym, let's say, and then go for the plan and just hold there. Let's say, bring a, like you mentioned before, a Monty on Silex, bring in a Habana and a Maverick, open up that wall, get a Monty in, plan behind them, plan's done, close off the doorway, that's it. You got the W. And all they need right now, even to prevent Fnatic from moving up to the first seed, is to even draw.
Yeah, that's right. And it's actually a good point. We didn't mention this. We were on breakaway point. We have been for a long time now. Atletico only need one round.
They only
one
need
more
one
round for Atletico in this match, and they secure themselves first place in the Pro League, first seeding going into the playoffs. I actually didn't make that connection to it just now, but that's a really good point. One round is all Atletico need to secure first place.
Exactly. And if they manage to push it and manage to secure that win in just a singular round, even though, like, it sounds simple, like a single round, like,
why not just win one round?
Why not just win one round? Like, but with this mentality, usually, if you find yourself in this mentality, that's probably the hardest part of it right now, because you get into that mentality. Come on, guys, we just need just one more, and that's when you fall apart.
And with both of these teams playing so passive, we saw Fnatic playing incredibly passively yesterday in their match against Taboo. They were being more successful when they started playing more slowly and more rigidly and more passive. That passive playstyle is going to favor whoever's on defense. And for now, that's Fnatic. So Atletico are going to have to overcome that disadvantage that they have before them in order to get that round that is so well needed. But we're going to throw to a short break due to some technical issues. We'll be back very shortly. Don't go anywhere.
Stylish on the outside, savage on the inside. Legion by Lenovo.
I don't think people understand how much this means. The game's like 2.5 years old, and it's getting big now, and it's going fast.
Six Invitational really is like the next level. Devs, fans, pros, streamers, YouTubers, it's literally everyone in the community of Siege is here.
It's everything. It's your entire life building up to one of the greatest moments, if not the greatest moment of your life.
The 16 best teams joined us here, 8 remain.
Psycho takes down Aces. Rizraz, can he make it work? No! Black Dragon. NBK and ANZ moves on!
SMD from behind, and now only one. Gogo gets the double! They go down!
Corner Eclipse gets one. Eclipse two, huge, but traded off by NBK. Evil Geniuses will go to your grand final.
All-Stars time, ladies and gentlemen.
Oh, let's go! So they've been challenged to a knife fight. It's a full rush from both teams as they smokes come out.
One shot, goes prone, a 4K! Round for his team. EG says no thank you. Map 1 goes to them. 5-2 for EG, and Necron still uncontested. EG, 1 map away from the championship.
I fucking hate losing. I hope you do too. So then let's fucking win the game instead. Let's go back on stage, boys. We have this. Let's go. Let's go.
Baiting it out, goes for the ADS. Necron can't hit it. Dodge!
G'day guys, welcome back to the ANZ Pro League. We're heading right into round number 7 on Clubhouse. It is currently breakaway point for Athletico, and if you don't know what breakaway point is, I heard someone in chat not quite sure what it means. It's where you're just 1 point away from assuring that you will get a draw. And of course, in this system where we have best of ones in our ladder, in our round robin, it's important to get that 5th round on the board for your team, because then you guarantee you're getting 1 round and your opponent, well, they ain't getting 3. And of course, that's all Athletico need in order to take this first place going into playoffs. They're going to get first seed if they at least draw at least one of their matches.
Yeah, at least one of the matches. They want to prevent Fnatic actually just winning just even a singular match. And it seems that Fnatic are actually prompting to go for that for that play once again, as Rizraz will be playing from a fairly aggressive position from construction, where if somebody pushes the gym and goes for that peak, they can either get the point and peak onto Magnet or Rizraz straight away.
Yep. Yeah, well, unfortunately, we're going to have another rehost. If you guys weren't already excited for the rehosts, we've got more coming right for you. So, I mean, as for that round, the thing that really strikes me as the first thing is the fact that we've got Gym Bedroom being picked instead of Cash. And you would theorize, and I was in agreement with you that we were probably going to see Cash first. It tends to be the more meta site. For some teams, it's their primary bomb site, but Cash was the one we got. We saw some interesting setups. The Jaeger with the shield inside of construction, as you mentioned. Yeah. Something you don't see every day. Yeah,
it could be very interesting, and it does look quite experimental. Like, we saw a Valcam in the CCTV, but not really that much of a reinforcement in the CCTV or Cash.
And that Valcam was actually, the Valkyrie was 6th picked. We didn't see that in the screen, but the Valkyrie was a 6th pick from Elysian. So the Valkyrie, the attackers wouldn't have necessarily known that there's going to be Valk cams around.
Yeah.
And Magnet hiding that Valk cam in CCTV, the thing I theorize with that is, of course, CCTV is a great position for an attacker to be in on that gym and bedroom defense, because they can open up the wall of CCTV facing the bedroom windows and find kills on that balcony.
Yeah, okay.
And so the way I see Fnatic's thought process here, put one cam hidden inside a CCTV, default off of cache and CCTV, and then they can check later in the round, is anyone in cache? If there's no one in cache and CCTV, we can go for our late flank and take advantage of that line of sight onto the balcony.
Yeah?
Something very similar to what we saw them utilizing against Taboo last week in their match on Bank, where they had cameras upstairs and around that main central stairs on their basement defense. And as soon as they jumped on those cameras, they used the pulse scanner as well to assist them, and saw that Taboo weren't watching that rotation. They rotated 2 players upstairs, and that really helped perpetuate the win that they got on that round.
Yeah? Yeah, actually, that's a very good point, but I feel that Athletico would know to watch out for the flanks.
I'd hope so.
At least you would hope so, yeah.
I would.
Because Athletico is one of those teams that do usually end up at least leaving one person to watch the back.
They're a very thorough team.
They're
these
very
days.
thorough, yes.
Yeah.
They're very thorough in their clear, they're very thorough in just securing the points, securing the angles. And I feel that that might work as just a slight element of surprise, but not necessarily as a fragging potential.
Yeah. In fact, we actually saw Athletico employing a very similar strategy earlier today on their basement defense. They, as we saw, had Todd, who made a rotation up of the garage ladder.
Yeah.
I'm going to just go out on a limb here and say that that was based on intel from cams. It seems incredibly likely. He was playing a Valkyrie, no less, and of course there's a default camera in garage. So maybe that was a rotation also made on the back of cameras. So these cams, an integral part of the intel game, the information game that is so essential in Rainbow Six, especially at a pro level.
Yeah.
And I like the fact that with this 6th pick system in place, a system that doesn't have the most prevalence, doesn't have the most, I guess you could say, weight compared to, say, the operator bans, it still has opportunities to be utilized to the benefit of your team, the mind games.
But here's the issue right now, talking about the mind games. Because of that rehost, both teams have just saw the rosters and the bomb sites.
They won't have necessarily seen the rosters, however.
They would have
seen the pre-6th picks rosters.
Yeah, the pre-6th pick rosters, and they could have heard either the Valkyrie placing the camera
or the MPX,
or the MPX. Yeah, so the element of surprise from Fnatic will be partially gone because they know that there's going to be Valcams, there's going to be potential late roam happening, or at the very least a call out on when the push is going to happen. So from now on, Athletico will be needing to be extra thorough to get rid of those Valcams and to cut off the flanks from behind. And with that in mind, I feel that it will be a disadvantage for Fnatic, but at the same time, it will be a disadvantage for Athletico as well, because Athletico will now be aiming just for that strat. They could get extra cocky on that.
Yeah, they might get baited a little bit.
They could be baited even, because now that Fnatic know that Athletico knows that they know.
Yeah. Oh my God. There are known knowns and there are known unknowns.
And so now Fnatic could go for even a different setup. They could try to bait out with those Valcams. They could. There's way more room now to play for Fnatic.
What if they play a Valk before 6th pick and they 6th pick to a Legion?
Stop that.
I honestly think that this can still go either way. Atletico, as we've mentioned time and time again, had such a dominant performance on the start of this map. 4 rounds answered to nothing by Fnatic.
But it was defense.
But it was defense. That's exactly right. And Fnatic finally broke through after 5 attempts and won 1 attack round. And then when we switched to defense, Fnatic won their first defensive round. And we feel like this is looking heavily defender-favored. Mind you, we've only had 1 opportunity for Fnatic to show us a full defensive round.
Yeah.
But I'm definitely on the side of thinking this is defender-favored, especially with the level of passiveness from both teams and the level of planned aggression, I guess, which suits the roaming style that we see on the defense.
But here's the question now. What do you reckon going to happen? Will Athletico manage to just get the 5th round for them in the next upcoming offense? Or will we be seeing a continuous streak up until 5 points for Fnatic, so a 5-4, and then Athletico finally learning all the patterns, how Fnatic plays, get the draw? Or worst case scenario for Athletico,
Fnatic takes the W.
Fnatic takes the W on their shaky map.
The one thing I feel having Athletico, I feel like Athletico have going for them is the fact that they have an opportunity this round to secure their spot first place going into playoffs by winning this round and guaranteeing a draw. They have a chance next round to do the exact same thing. In fact, they have, how many rounds have we had so far? We had 7 out of 10 rounds. They have so many more opportunities to just at least guarantee a draw, guarantee a draw, guarantee a draw. And if they lose this map 6-4, unfortunately for them, they win 4 rounds and then lose 6 in a row, then they have next map to at least guarantee themselves a draw.
But the second map will very much depend on the pick, because
we do feel that Clubhouse is the map for Athletico to take.
Yeah, this definitely is the map for Athletico, because it is not the best performing map for Fnatic. The Athletico roster has been playing fairly consistently on Clubhouse meanwhile, and to be honest, this is probably as best of an opportunity to stop Fnatic in their tracks right now, right here on this map.
So as for the match we have later tonight, I'm interested to hear your thoughts, because we only got to touch on it briefly in the pre-show. Taboo and formerly known as SYF, now known as Freshman Class of 2018.
Yeah.
Great name there, guys. Thanks for making us have a mouthful to say on broadcast. So Taboo versus Freshman Class. That's 5th versus 4th place. These guys are really tied up for that last spot in the playoffs, and whoever wins, well, okay, if Taboo win 2-0, win on both maps, then Taboo take the last playoff spot. If SYF at least draw on at least one map, then they stay in the playoffs and Taboo doesn't have a chance. What are you expecting out of that match?
To be fair, I don't think that we will be seeing a 2-0 from Taboo.
I feel like it's a bit of a far-fetch.
It's very much, it's like a best case scenario right now for Taboo, and we all know what happens with the best case scenarios. They barely happen. But at the same time, I feel that we might see, though, very close games. If it's either going to be one map for each team, or it will be something around like a 6-4 in favor of Class of 2018.
It's really funny because Fnatic played against Taboo yesterday, and Taboo went 6-4, 6-4 on both Consulate and Bank. So that was a really strong performance for Taboo. They're talking about losing at the closest they could possibly come against Fnatic, the Titans.
Against Fnatic, yeah.
And so that's nothing to scoff at. Whereas on the same Playday, SYF faced against Athletico, and SYF lost 6-2. So they didn't get as many rounds on the board. They only got as many rounds across 2 maps as Taboo did on each map.
The thing is, though, the clash between Class of 2018 and Taboo is that it's a clash between heavy fraggers versus heavy strat makers.
You reckon?
Yeah, because what it feels to me that Taboo were able to outstrat on some of the rounds against Fnatic, because they don't have the great fragging capability.
I would argue partly against that.
Compared to Fnatic.
Yeah, maybe. But nonetheless, we are finally back into Clubhouse. We have the exact same bomb site taken by Fnatic, Gym and Bedroom, after winning their Armory defense in the first round of this half. Now heading upstairs, once again, Rizraz on the Jaeger, placing that deployable shield inside a construction alongside those ADSs. Something that we touched on earlier. Nice little spot for a bunker down.
Now, what's interesting is that Fnatic brought over a Magnet on... Magnet on Lusty. A Maestro on Lusty. And I feel the garage plays will be coming.
Maybe, but that said, this is Gym, not Cash. So less likely we're going to see a full extension into garage, but still, Lusty has a lot of places that he'd be very strong at holding with that older, and of course, the opportunity to use those Evil Eyes. Fnatic, a much less stretched out hold compared to Athletico defending this side. Athletico extended themselves all the way into Cash very strongly, but no, that's being forfeited by Fnatic. Todd just taking out some Valkyrie cameras as he starts to press into CCTV. These mute jammers denying a decent amount of intel from Athletico.
Yeah, now for Rizraz, this will be a very interesting opportunity due to the fact that he is so far the only one defending like full on. Like, yeah, you could say if Lusty is still there and the logistics with the peak hole, but essentially Rizraz is the first stone in defending the construction, and he has a very, very solid ground.
Yeah, I really like this, but a great counter coming out from Athletico is going to force Rizraz to abandon his position. He doesn't get to make use of the ability he has to hide in that corner and take a gunfight, because Athletico just open up crossfires onto him. So really great read from Athletico. Rizraz, though, getting out with his life is the right decision.
What I do feel that Athletico might not be prepared for the Lusty peak, though, from the logistics. I very much thinking that that peak hole will be very deadly to them if they continue to ignore it. And if Imorin can blow it up, blow just a bigger hole to be able to push that Maestro, then this will be a completely different story, especially with Ethan could be potentially also dropping down, but he will be caught in the crossfire if he does drop into logistics. So this is still a very much a defender-heavy hold.
Something I think we might see from Fnatic is Magnet playing below the bomb site, using a C4 to deny the plant. In fact, he is downstairs at the moment, but we did have Todd looking to press onto that. So if he can take out Magnet, that C4 will no longer be a threat. Derpek going to be using these Capital bolts to mitigate that position inside of the showers, but there's no one sitting there, so he's not going to net any damage or a kill from that. 30 seconds on the clock. Athletico really have to get a move on.
They do indeed, and so far not a single kill, not even a single bit of damage has been dealt to any of the sides. And Athletico are just stalling. They can't seem to find the right peak angle where to go for, and here comes the potential firefight. Todd will be drawing the first blood onto Rizraz, taking out the Jaeger, but Lusty and Aces pick up a kill each onto Todd, and Neofighter takes out Derpy, but Ethan picks up a kill onto Lusty, gets a double kill onto Aces. Now a 2v2, and a planter has been planted.
All up to Ethan and Silex against Neofighter and Magnet. Magnet finds one, Silex has gone down. All up to Ethan, the newest player on Athletico, to clutch against two. M4 in hand. The diffuser has been located. I believe that's the plant. Counter diffuse animation coming out. Can he deny it? This is going to be a stick. As we can see, Neofighter delaying time, but Magnet managed to get that defuse. Ethan pre-firing through the wall, it's just not enough.
Just by a millimeter missing the head of Magnet, and what a play from Fnatic.
A great placement from Magnet there. Massive props to him. He could have gotten pre-fired through the wall. He was so close to being shot, but no, he was playing all the way in the doorway. He was almost not inside of Jim at all.
He was nearly long-arming it.
Exactly. He was pretty much the equivalent of what you can do these days with the long arm. He was shielded by that doorway, and a great play from the two remaining players from Fnatic to clutch out that round together.
Now a CCTV room and a cache will be the choice for Fnatic, and now the score is getting closer and closer to being a draw, with Athletico still leading by a single point, and still has several attempts to get the draw at the very least. But I'm curious, how will Athletico approach this, because they haven't changed their lineup for this push. They will be swapping over Derpy from Capital to IQ, though, to mitigate potentially the Neofighter.
Yeah, Echo drones can be a serious thorn in the side of an attacking side, and well, not only do we have the Echo, but also the Maestro, so two very powerful denial operators and intel operators and ACOG operators. Triple threat there. Those three factors, and yeah, wombo combo. So Lusty potentially going to be playing inside of the garage, just as we saw from Athletico. Playing that Maestro inside a garage can be so very effective, holding these pixel angles. We might even see Neofighter doing something similar. It's all on the cards. Athletico have to have an effective counter to it. For Fnatic, their counter was opening up this east-facing wall of CCTV and getting an angle onto a garage, but we'll have to see whether Athletico try the same thing.
Maybe they could utilize the Maverick to get a rather more safe peeking option and pop open just a couple of peek holes, get the angle into the garage, take out the garage anchor, and go from there.
Ethan, the designated Maverick player for Athletico at the moment, opting to bring a Claymore instead of the stun grenades. I like the fact that with a lot of the secondary gadgets at the moment, we've reached a point where you really do have a choice. It's not like, for a lot of operators, it's not like 100% of the time you have this, you always bring this gadget. No, we see a little bit of an option that really does get taken advantage of by a lot of teams.
Interestingly enough, we'll actually be seeing a potential push from the west side by Todd and Imorin, the Buck and Zephyr, the two soft breaches. And this could actually apply some good amount of pressure if Athletico will be able to follow up on the breach from into the CCTV.
Yeah, if we can see Athletico open some holes in CCTV on this east external wall, as we can see Ethan going to be doing very shortly, if that was complemented by Athletico opening up holes in the west side of Cash from construction, that would be very effective.
That is indeed very effective, and it looked like it did some wonders. This could work very well for Salix, as that mute jammer is gone, but the only thing that is jamming now is that through that drone hole, and this could be very much beneficial for Athletico right now. Already half a round is gone, but Athletico is already prepping for their setup. They opening a couple more of the crouch holes, but unfortunately for Salix, the two of the X-Kairos pellets won't be detonated.
It's only a prone hole, interestingly, not going for anything that's very easy to make their way through. Rotation coming out from Todd, potentially going to go downstairs. Of course, that is where Buck thrives, exploiting those vertical opportunities. Derper going to be bringing himself his drone to check out what's happening in Cash, and there's not really a lot of teeth to this push from Athletico, which is fairly worrisome as we surpass the 2-minute mark on the round, only 1 minute remaining.
Certainly looks like it, but Todd already manages to pick up a roaming magnet in the supply room, and that is mute out of the equation, but the utility has been already fully used. Now Todd will be probably the stepping stone in that push right now. The pre-cooked grenade could do some damage, but can he land that that grenade though? That will be the bigger question, and so far Ethan may actually overexpose himself while trying to create that peak hole. 28 seconds on the clock as Athletico needs to desperately find the big play right now for them. Rizraz picks up a kill onto Silix, but making it a 4v4 and outing Hibana, who already used up. Lusty with a nice pick onto Todd, makes it 4v3, and so far it does not look well. Emo, though, with a nice headshot onto Lusty. Neofighter picks up a kill onto Derpy, and Ethan trades out Aces. Neofighter trades out Imorin. 1v2 situation. Ethan picks a kill, but nearly gets the final shot, as Rizraz will be shutting him down at the very last moment. A very aggressive play from Fnatic, and a very dangerous one as well.
And one that pays off for them, as we see yet another defensive round be victorious in this map. Athletico did have quite a few things going for them in that round. They took control of the bedroom side, took control of construction, and then it was all a little bit wibbly-wobbly. Where is this push coming through? We had some drones checking out what's happening in CCTV. We had no pressure on Garage, which is fine. You don't need to pressure Garage. A little bit of pressure from below, but nothing which really said to Fnatic, we are taking this area. It is ours now, and we will plant the diffuser or kill you if you try and deny that from happening. Unfortunately for Athletico, it came down to a desperate attempt of refrags, and in the end, Fnatic had the numbers, just one more that was required to take the win.
Yeah, I have a very unfortunate play for Athletico and a very fortunate play for Fnatic, as Ethan will be actually finally prompting to pick a different operator, swapping over from Maverick onto a Lion. And this time Athletico will be bringing only a single hard breacher for this push, potentially going in for just that standard hatch play.
Yeah, I think that Athletico should really be thinking about not pushing onto this kitchen hatch. I think that with the amount of denial, successful denial we've had of the kitchen hatch, hard breach from impact grenades from the defenders on both of these teams, I think it's better to just forego that and go for a blue and Moto push. Maybe even dirt if you want to, blue dirt, Moto, something like that. But that said, if Ethan does pop a line in conjunction with the Hibana charges, it could potentially prevent Fnatic from going for that play.
You would never know, but we will find that out very soon. Fnatic just doing the final prep on the hatches
I expect we're probably going to see the hard roam inside a bar again, because the castle's been brought out. It's what Fnatic did on their first defense, and it was successful.
It was very much successful, and Aces on the Echo will be a very big asset right now for Fnatic, as the Echo plays throughout this whole matchup for both teams has been very beneficial asset. That's the right word.
Fnatic made great use of Echo in their matches at the Paris Major as well. Against NIP, it was a very impressive, a force to be reckoned with. Aces, very powerful with that utility available to him. Athletico dealing very swiftly with the utility presented by Neofighter into the bar area. Drones coming out are going to assist Athletico in taking control of this. And well, 50 seconds down, they've flushed out everyone from Fnatic downstairs. That's what I call a successful clear.
Yeah, indeed it is. And Athletico now will need to go for the very same swift push to gain more control of the downstairs. If they can gain control of the memorial room at the very least, or the hallway, they can cut out the rotations. They can go for that push, for example, into the church, and then contest the blue tunnel. But we will be finding that out very soon, as minute 39 seconds left on the clock. Nobody will be contesting at the very least the blue tunnel hatch, and we'll see how this will go, as Imorin will be actually going for a peek into the garage storage.
Yeah, and great job spotting out that camera as well. It's going to deny a lot of the intel for Fnatic, knowing where these players are pushing from.
Oh, yeah. Now, what so far has not been working for Athletico is to go for those very basic peeks through the small peek holes, like attempting to flush out Lusty with a buck shotgun did not work very well before for them as well.
No, but in conjunction with the Lion, this buck combination could be very effective. We do not have very many holes in place to deny these Hibana charges, so Salix might get this one for a freebie. And it looks like that's exactly what's going to happen. Not even a Lion charge required, and that's the kitchen hatch. The thing I thought wasn't even going to be on the cards. Oh, no, never mind. There you go. Spoke too soon, didn't you, Dev? We do have the kitchen hatch being denied by those impact grenades. The Lion charge not successful at all, just poor timing across the board.
Indeed it is, and not a single kill has been drawn yet. 30 seconds once again. Athletico just running out of time and unable to secure the early frags onto Fnatic, and missing flashbangs will definitely be an issue for Salix, as he is prepping to drop down. Here's the drop, and the Echo plays the triple kill from Athletico, but Neofighter will be responding. Ethan gets the kill onto Neofighter, 1v4 situation. Aces picks up a kill onto Ethan, but Derpy manages to find a kill onto Aces. Athletico managing to get to the 5th round and secure themselves at the very least a draw. This is the big one. This is the big win for Athletico, potentially sealing the whole deal of those two matchups, because right now this means Fnatic are not getting the win on this whole map, and they're not securing themselves the first spot, the first seed on the ladder.
Exactly right. Even if Athletico only draw here, they'll put themselves up to 34 points. Fnatic, even if they win their second match, they'll only get to 32. So Athletico now have guaranteed themselves first seed going into the playoffs for tomorrow night. They are going to face the winner of Taboo versus freshman class of 2018. So congratulations to Athletico. The match isn't over yet by any means, but I think that Athletico are going to be patting themselves on the back now.
Oh yeah.
Exactly what they needed to do has been achieved. And it was really on the back of an absolute flurry. The words that I wish to be using right now, I am not allowed to say on this broadcast.
Yeah, that would have been an 18+ broadcast if that would have been used. But I have to agree with you. This has just been a cluster of pure chaos.
It has
because at the very start of their push, with 30 seconds, it did not.
Oh no!
It looked completely the opposite in favor of Fnatic. It looked that Fnatic had everything in their hands to stop that push, but for some reason, the distraction for Magnet, who decided to, at the last moment, turn away from Hibana, and just from there, it just, yeah, it was.
Yeah, so it's really funny. The pattern that I saw started in the ANZ matches just yesterday. Last week, in the Fnatic Taboo match. Fnatic started playing very aggressive, very confident. They just went in there. They got met with a clash and several other players from Taboo, and they got stomped. And so Fnatic said, "All right, we just lost a round flawlessly by Taboo. We're going to play slow. We're going to play methodical. We're going to drone out everything that Taboo have for them. And we're going to counter that." And that's the slow, methodical play that both of these teams in this match, Fnatic and Athletico, have been adopting, going for these last-minute pushes. Back in the Taboo versus Fnatic match, I was calling it a Vitality-style push, of course, the famous French team. But really, in this match, it's not resembling Vitality, because Vitality prepare themselves, whereas I'm not trying to bag any of these teams, but it's sketchy going into those last 30 seconds, and it's worked twice in this entire game. Out of 9 rounds, it's only worked twice.
It actually reminds me of how ANZ used to play.
Oh yeah,
because
exactly.
if you remember, this is exactly how ANZ played. They'd set up for nearly the whole round. In the last 30 seconds, they bust in with the guns blazing and just getting all the kills. They emphasize off that pure just chaos, and for the defenders being unable to just go for the quick rotates or read in throughout all this chaos. And this is exactly what Athletico managed to pull off.
And yet an operator who I would say is typically very effective in such a strategy, Ying, has not been brought out once. And Ying hasn't been banned, just hasn't been brought. Something we have seen very successful is, yeah, there you go, there's the impact holes. And on top of that, I believe we have Rizraz having placed a mute jammer on top of that black cabinet right next to the bomb inside of the B bomb site. A very effective mute jammer that can deny that hatch from being opened. And we didn't have one last round, but we do this round, and that in conjunction with the impact grenades should prevent Athletico from opening up that kitchen hatch.
Indeed, and from here on out, for Athletico, what they will need to do is to potentially go through the drop into the memorial room and then emphasize their push from there. And it looks like this will be the case, as Athletico dedicating a whole lot of flashbangs through there. The Silex just goes for the run-in and gets the kill onto Magnet. They go in for the very aggressive plan. The potential pre-fire through the smoke will be happening as Neofighter picks up a double kill onto Derby, and Silex denying that plan, but Immorin will be trading out Rizraz straight away, making it a 3v3. Neofighter will be going down to the hands of Ethan. Now a 2v3 situation just like that. Aces and Lusty are the only two players left from Fnatic to defend against Athletico.
The two clutch masters from Fnatic, the two best clutches in ANZ. For them now it's only a 2 versus 2. Lusty takes down Immorin. What is Aces doing? Sitting there whipping out the pistol. Lusty is really stepping it up at the moment. Is the plant going to come out? Is it even going to be teased? Todd trying to push up. Ethan tries to push up, and there you go. Aces and Lusty each find one. GG, that's a 5-5 draw between Fnatic and Athletico.
Well played by both teams. I mean, Fnatic managing to nearly bring it back to their win, to at the very least a draw, and Athletico just managing to successfully get their first defense, most of the defense round going for them, as well as their offense finally nailing it down with all the chaotic plays that we saw. It was mind-blowing.
Yeah, and if you didn't catch the scoreboard at the end there, on the side of Athletico, 9 kills for Ethan and 7 kills between the rest of his team. So it was 9, 2, 2, 2, 1.
The big carry by Ethan.
Hard carry by Ethan.
The hard carry, but that's what both of us actually pointed out. Ethan, being the newcomer of Athletico, he has been a very much of a great fragging asset for Athletico. Like, that's what they've been missing, fragging potential. Like, we saw they had the good strats on defense, and then all of a sudden we see Ethan just bust out the big plays. We're seeing a very nice peek over here, as well as that legendary peek onto Magnet. That just shut him down straight away. But Todd was also managing to step up on some of the plays, like the callouts. There's another play by Ethan, an amazing maestro play from the garage.
Yeah, I feel like this is the Ethan montage you guys are watching right now. Occasionally there will be a kill here or there. Here's from Rizraz, but come on, for the most part, this is all the Ethan show.
Oh yeah, definitely. This was the showcase of what can Ethan do in correlation with his whole team, and that was a very unfortunate misplay by him. But once again, yeah, Fnatic managing to they showed a very great performance. Like, you can't say that they just absolutely lost it, they got bulldozed. Like, it's still a draw. Fnatic still managed to show us some great plays and amazing firefights. But when it came down essentially to the most important part, to not scoring a draw, that's why they fell back a little bit. And Athletico managed to very much successfully emphasize on that.
And it would have been a victory for Athletico had Ethan managed to successfully win that 1 versus 2 clutch when the plant had gone down. When he was playing Maverick, there was a plant down inside of the gym, and he took down the first player rushing him, but he sprayed down Magnet, who was trying to defuse. But a great play from Magnet. It's the little things in the game that really make a difference. Magnet had located himself 1 inch away from where he would have died. He was hiding behind the door, long-arming the diffuser, and you can't underestimate plays like that. Because in that case, Magnet moving himself 1 inch along, that won a round. So
that was a 200 IQ play, though.
Yeah, and I mean, we can talk all this time about how 9 kills is an impressive scoreline when the rest of Ethan's team got 7, but what we don't see is the little plays like that and the little plays made by the different players that aren't valued on the scoreboard, that you can't quantify. Because these are qualitative plays right now.
There's very much a factor of that the rest of the team has been very much supporting and giving all the info to Ethan. Like, he didn't just go blindly and just, yeah, I'm going to give you a headshot and you a headshot. Everyone gets a headshot. No, it was very much a group effort, and you need to give credit to the rest of the team. Same goes for Fnatic. They've played amazing. Like, they had a very confident defense. They managed to get a win on their last offense round, and they did show that they are still one of the best teams. They're managing to just clash it out, push it into a draw against Athletico, which is currently on seed number one.
And will remain seed number 1.
And will remain seed number 1, indeed. And, like, yeah. To be honest, I'm very much still hyped for the second map, because it's very much exciting to see how close those two teams can rival against each other and how close they play. Like, each and every round, it wasn't coming down to just, like, let's say a 5v1 or a 4v1. It was always 2v2, 1v2. It's very close and very intense.
I think most people would agree these are the best two teams in ANZ.
Oh, yeah.
We're seeing. We've seen one on Clubhouse. We're going to see another one coming up shortly. I feel like every time we see Athletico versus Fnatic, it's Ethan versus Ethan. Of course, Ethan, the player from Athletico, and Ethan being Rizraz's first name, Rizraz from Fnatic. Ethan versus Ethan, that's the storyline I like to see, and that's what I want to watch. Who can get more frags, Ethan or Ethan? But the second map will be coming up very shortly after a short break. See you guys.
Stylish on the outside, savage on the inside. Legion by Lenovo.
G'day guys, welcome back to Rainbow Six ANZ. For map number 2, we have Fnatic and Athletico, number 1 and the number 2 team from ANZ in the Pro League. I'm Dev Marta once again, Cthulhu. We got another match to cast.
Oh yes, indeed. We still have the rivalry going right now for Fnatic, but this time they're rivaling against ViewSonic Darksided.
Yeah, so the interesting storyline here is, as we have just discussed, number 1 seed Athletico, number 2 seed Fnatic, and now that Athletico and Fnatic drew that one map, the way that the numbers work out, Athletico are guaranteed to get first seed going into playoffs. And so they'll face 4th seed, the winner of Taboo and Freshman Class 2018. Whereas on the flip side, Fnatic, currently residing in 2nd spot, they're 1 point ahead of Darksided. And Darksided are currently going to be playing tonight, off stream, the ex-Dead Set team.
Yeah.
So it's really a question of who's going to be 2nd place, Fnatic or Darksided. It doesn't really... It's hard to argue which way it matters, because they're probably going to be facing each other anyway in playoffs.
Yeah.
But that's really it. Fnatic have to win more points than Darksided
so
to get 2nd place.
The factor for Fnatic right now to win against Athletico right now is still very much an important matter, because if they lose it on the 2nd map, that means that they will be definitely dropping down to the 3rd place.
Are you assuming Darksided win at least one map against Dead Set?
Assuming, yeah.
Which is likely?
It's either that or even Darksided, if they draw, I believe, they still might be
Darksided
able to
are currently
overtake.
1 point behind Fnatic.
Yeah.
And Fnatic have now gotten themselves another point by drawing with Athletico, so now Darksided are 2 points behind Fnatic, but Darksided have 2 more matches to play.
Yeah, but I very much think that Darksided might take the win against Dead Set, because the odds are very much in their favor.
Well, I mean, Dead Set lost to Control last week, which was disappointing for Dead Set, Dead Set's aim was to beat Control and then beat Darksided, which then would have put them in the 4th spot and make it to playoffs. Dead Set can't make playoffs, though.
Yeah.
But nonetheless, yeah, Fnatic, their main contender in this match is Darksided, as well as Athletico, who are their opponents. So we've got the map bans coming up for this 2nd map between Athletico and Fnatic. Let's see what we've got coming up for us. So of course, Clubhouse is going to be grayed out, as that's the map we just played. Coastline, also off the table. 2 of the Cs. We've got 1 more C map remaining. That's Consulate.
Yep.
Last time it was Fnatic who banned that map because they played it last week. They didn't want Athletico... They didn't want to give Athletico the chance to use any counter-strating they'd done from last week's VODs in this week's match. So what are you expecting we'll end up with?
To be honest, one way I'm thinking that they will once again ban Consulate and then probably ban Oregon, letting Athletico probably go for a ban on Villa and ban either Bank or Border and leave the remainder to play out. But
yeah, I feel like Bank is most likely.
On another way, I do also think that they, after nearly a loss on Clubhouse, I think Fnatic might throw out the factor of them trying to conceal some of the strats.
Yes.
And bust out the strats that they had on Consulate and go for that,
maybe. Because, of course, the real match is going to come out tomorrow. The match is tomorrow in the playoffs. That decides who gets to go to the LAN in Tokyo for the APAC finals.
Yes.
So that's the real clincher there, the real maps that matter.
Ooh,
Bank being taken off the table from Athletico. My guess was wrong. So Fnatic getting rid of Oregon. We still have Border, Consulate, and Villa on the table. I really want to see Villa. Please, come on, give me some Villa. We've seen it a ton from recently the DreamHack. I know in particular the DreamHack Victor's Cloud9. Love that map. I would love to see it. Come on, Fnatic. You're going to ruin my dreams. Consulate it is, and as you theorized, we're going to Consulate.
It does look like Fnatic deciding to be very much serious about that. They want to get the points. They want to get the win. And I'm kind of weirded out, let's say.
Weirded out?
By the fact that it was Fnatic who banned Villa, not Athletico. Because for Athletico, I'd say they much rather not play on Villa. They wouldn't want to see it at all, and they would much rather play on Border.
It's funny because Villa, one of the reasons I really wanted to see Villa in this match is because Athletico, the only match they've lost this entire season has been on Villa against Darksided. Yeah. And that still stands because Athletico haven't lost today. And Fnatic, one of their only matches that they have drawn has been on Villa against Darksided. So Fnatic narrowly did better against Darksided than Athletico did on that map, and I think it would be really interesting to see how Fnatic and Athletico do against each other on that map.
Good point, but at the same time, it would be, I'd see that as both of the teams technically shooting themselves in the foot.
Yeah,
because both of the teams are not that confident on Villa. It does kind of support both of the playstyles, both aggressive kind of defense and very much anchoring defense. And to be honest, yeah, I guess we will be seeing the big guns busted out by Fnatic.
So Consulate is going to be the map of the night, the second map between Fnatic and Athletico. Now, we saw Fnatic play Consulate last week, as we have talked about time and time again. Taboo were their opponents, and that was a really enjoyable match to watch for me. It was incredibly impressive. We actually had, I believe, 5 flawless rounds in the entire map. Out of 10 rounds that were played, half of them were flawless to one team or another. Fnatic got 1 more flawless round than Taboo did. It was a 3-2 split. So it really shows that Fnatic, at the start, they were on attack. They pushed in, playing very rash, playing very ahead of themselves, and they got confronted with a clash and some other players from Taboo, which cleaned up Fnatic in a flawless round. And then slowly, Fnatic started playing more patiently, more methodically. They would drone out where the positions of the Taboo players were and execute onto them individually, kill the roamers, and then execute onto sites.
But what if they ban right now the clash once again, like they did before?
Because on Clubhouse.
Because this is very much likely, since this happened to them before on Consulate. And if they do ban clash, then it would open up kind of the floodgates for them to go for that once again, for that aggressive playstyle. Because it seems that Athletico might not be ready for the aggressive playstyle. Not on Consulate. They were ready on Clubhouse, because for Athletico, even the old Clubhouse was just their thriving ground.
Yeah. Clash, an interesting operator. I feel like it's going to get banned by one of these teams in this map. But the real bans that I'm interested in are Lion, because Lion we saw so much of on Clubhouse between these two teams just earlier tonight. But Fnatic banned it last week against Taboo, so we didn't get to see them using it on Consulate. And the other ban, which I'm really interested to see, is going to be Blackbeard, because Blackbeard is one of the most banned operators on Consulate, and both of these teams have insane Blackbeard mains. Probably the 2 best Blackbeard players in ANZ, I would say. Ethan for Athletico.
And Aces.
Aces for Fnatic.
I nearly said that we might actually see, instead of Blackbeard, maybe a Glass ban as well, because Glass is also a very dangerous opponent to verse against.
And that's what Fnatic banned on Clubhouse as well.
Yeah.
So it would make sense for a Glass ban to come out.
Maybe both Glass and Blackbeard will be banned.
Maybe, but then Lion is in. So you can't ban them all, you know?
You can't catch them all.
You can't catch them all. You can't ban them all. As for the defense bans, I mean, we're getting a bit ahead of ourselves, but I'm feeling pretty confident in some of these bans. I reckon Athletico are going to get rid of the mirror again.
You're feeling frisky.
I feel like it, because Fnatic have some great mirror players, and Athletico, despite starting on defense on Clubhouse, they didn't want to deal with mirror, so they got rid of it, and I think that's a good decision by them.
Actually, yeah. I would agree with you on the ban of mirror, because mirror is even more valuable on Consulate rather than on Clubhouse. And some of her plays, let's say, for example, you want to deny the admin push. What do? You put a mirror, a reinforced mirror window, and you go for a place from there with a castle even. With that in mind and out of the game, that would be a way harder defense.
You know, more than anything in this match, there is one thing that I want to see, and that's Archives and Tellers as a bomb site being picked. With the new Consulate map buff, we have 1 new bomb site. We now have 4 bomb sites on Consulate. Consulate was always known as the one map in the game where every single bomb site has been viable since the start.
Yeah.
Everyone's always loved both Console Office, Lobby, and Garage. Now we have 1 more bomb site to play with. Tellers and Archives. It's a split bomb site. 1 just in the Tellers office near Visa, and 1 downstairs just opposite the Garage, I guess you could say, on the opposite side of the map.
Yeah.
In Archives. I haven't seen it yet played in Pro League. I really want to.
So you reckon this could happen?
This is a match where the teams have the freedom to experiment, because
at least for Athletico.
Athletico has the freedom to experiment. Athletico have guaranteed themselves first seed going into playoffs. Come on, Athletico, please. I know it's not my birthday, but can you just give me this, please?
Could happen, but we will be going into the banning phase straight away. have fun, good luck coming from both teams. And there we go, there's the glass
As
ban.
we theorized, there you
As
go.
we theorized, the glass ban will be in effect, but this time from Atletico.
No
Could this be a Blackbeard?
Nah. No way. Come on, Atletico. No way.
Could
They're
this
getting
be a
rid of
Blackbeard?
Oh,
It's a
my
Blackbeard!
God.
I told you.
You did tell me.
I told you.
Wow. Okay. There you go.
Oh.
The double glass Blackbeard ban. That's not something that I had expected. If any of these teams, I thought that Clash. Okay, expected. I would have thought that Atletico would be the team more likely to let the Blackbeard through than Fnatic, but nope. Atletico get rid of it.
I mean, after the fact how Aces shut them down on the last offense round on Clubhouse, I don't think Atletico want to experience that at all.
That is true. Aces did a great job pushing down Dirt Tunnel on Clubhouse. Last ban. Ooh, I like this. So Fnatic getting rid of the Valkyrie, something that Fnatic ran a lot. In fact, both of these teams love. Todd, a notorious Valkyrie player for
as well
Atletico.
As Magnet.
Magnet being the... In fact, Magnet got the best Valkyrie of the Paris Major award.
There we go.
By CGG. So there you go.
There we go. And we will be moving on to console office and meeting room for the first round of defense. And Mira ban did not come through as we thought.
No,
that could have potentially come through.
Got a bit over ahead of myself there. Maybe that Atletico weren't confident that Fnatic were going to ban the Clash, so they decided they wanted to assure it was going to get banned themselves. In fact, Fnatic did make use of the Clash in their match against Taboo, so I think it's fairly safe from Atletico. If they don't want to deal with it, safer to just ban it outright. Lusty bringing the mirror, though, something we've seen Fnatic love to run that mirror on Consulate.
Interestingly enough, Rizraz will be swapping over to a Castle instead of a Pulse, and Derpy bringing out a Lion instead of Dokkaebi. So a bit of an odd one, to say at the very least, because I'm kind of surprised that there will be an IQ on Ethan. Because I would have thought that if you bring a Lion and you want a Dokkaebi, bring both of them. They both complement each other on the roam clear, and they're both very potent with their weapons as well. So,
and you might argue that what's the point in a IQ ban when we've had a Valkyrie ban? But nonetheless, I would say that that's primarily due to the Echo, which has been played a lot.
Yeah, and with that in mind, Lusty will be fully setting up. Like we did talk about it before, the castle barricades will be used to block over the potential 2 entries from the admin office, whereas Lusty will be hanging around the break room and sitting behind the mirror window. So we'll see what could happen from there.
Yeah, I'd be interested to see how the Atletico do decide to execute. We've got a fairly strong hold from Fnatic inside of the red stairs, some barbed wire and echo drone. No player actually playing there currently though. Todd just taking out that spiral stairs camera. A lovely angle. I recommend if you guys don't know about that angle, make sure you do utilize that. You can get rid of the camera without even going into the building. Oh, is Ethan going to go for a hot breach into the yellow stairs window? It's on the cards.
This could very much happen, actually, and Ethan is just waiting for the right moment to do it and for the right call-out. Maybe he's just waiting for the Lion charge as well. There we go. There's the Lion charge. There's the scan, but oh no, Silex. Silex manages to kill himself, unfortunately, but Lusty will be taking out Imarin as well. And that is Hibana, Zafir, and Ashes gone as well now that Neofighter picks up a kill onto Todd. Silex lost himself in a magical laugh, as now it is a 2v5 situation.
That's tragic for Atletico right now. Poor Silex already cops a lot of flack, and now with Fnatic playing their mirror setup that they do love, it's going to assist them alongside the Echo drones once again, delivering that intel. Neofighter finds Ethan. Derper in a 1 versus 5, made 1 versus 4 with his first kill onto Lusty.
I was just about to actually mention the fact that you told that with Taboo match again, Taboo versus Fnatic, there were flawless rounds, but this time this won't be the case for the first round at the very least, as Derpy just picked up one of the kills, making it a 1v4. And just like that, Neofighter will be closing it down. Neo did some good work on the attackers, as Ethan is just lost for words as what, why, and how. But unfortunately for him, that will be it. And Fnatic scoring the first round in their favor.
Very dominant as well for Fnatic, as you said. Not quite a flawless round, but might as well have been. Atletico really didn't have much success attacking that top floor there. It really started with a suicide from Silex. I like the idea behind the strategy from Atletico. It's let's go for an aggressive timed hot breach because the Fnatic's mirrors are very difficult to contend with. However, you're hot breaching directly into the mirrors and it's not really going to counter the mirrors specifically. So
it could.
Yeah.
It could kind of, if they had the element of surprise. I mean, that's exactly what they were going for. And interestingly enough, Ethan is actually swapping over to Twitch, which should be quite interesting
I love
to see.
So we know that Fnatic love their mirror, especially on this map. And so bringing out the Twitch is a great pick from Atletico deliberately to try and counter that. As we've seen in the past, that mirror looking inside of the bathroom in the top floor. This is a downstairs defense now, but I'll talk about the mirror from last round. Looking into the top floor bathroom, that mirror you cannot destroy from below, actually. This panel that Magnet's reinforcing right now, you can't destroy the floor on the south side of the mirror and pop it open. So very difficult to counter without something like, for example, a Twitch drone. And Atletico going to bring that out. See, how is this downstairs bomb site going to be extending itself all the way into the top floor? I'm very curious to find out.
I'm very curious as well, especially to see Ethan, the big man, the big player of Atletico, the big carry on Twitch, because her F2 is a deadly piece. And the oh my lord, that was a hot breach straight away, and they're going in for the rush. No. What is happening? The land charge is coming out. Lusty will be straight out taken out Ethan. Aces takes out Todd. Silex gets a kill onto Lusty. Aces takes out Silex, and Magnet takes out Imarin. Now all up to Derpy. Once again, the Lion is the last man standing. What is happening? 4v1. I'm pretty sure Atletico just at this one just already celebrating. They're like, yeah, let's just go for a rush. Let's do it. Let's go get it.
I like the spirit of it, Atletico, but it was not to be. And Derpy once again left in a clutch or kick situation. Ethan is calling out the position. Bit of BM.
Come on, mate.
Derpy's going to be pushing up. He's got a lot of crossfires to worry about. He's right into the camera. And look, that's not when you take out the camera, because that's when Neophyter picks you and you die. Second round on the board for Fnatic. Atletico not looking too swell.
Yeah, Atletico indeed. And but it does look like they just kind of toying with their prey, just having fun, enjoying the quick pub strats, maybe. Lobby and press room will be now the choice.
No, don't go lobby.
For the defense.
Go archives. Go tell us. Take us downstairs.
I know that you want it, Dev. I know you want it, but maybe there's still time.
There is time.
There's still plenty of time and plenty of this on the scoreboard to witness the potential plays.
Ethan's favorite shield not available with the Blackbeard ban, so he's going to go on to the next best thing.
And go for the Blitz Rush, potentially. This could be actually quite interesting to see. And whereas the rest of the roster of Atletico just going in for their kind of very much safe picks.
Before, right? So
yeah, very comfortable picks.
Imarin is a Zofia main, Todd's an Ashe main, Silex is a Hibana main, and Derpy's played a decent amount of Lion. So across the board, no.
I still remember how frustrated I get when I was playing against Todd. Every time he picked an Ashe, go for those 5-speed lightning, just straight up pulling a flash.
You're dead before he appears on your screen.
Oh yeah,
it's insane and frustrates me because I'm the kind of guy who I love the strategic side of the game, and when all strategy gets thrown out the window by some Ashe player just spinning around a corner, that really tilts me.
Well, that's. Now you know how to get DevMata to tilt. Just go for the Ashe rushes and rush him anytime, any day. That's the formula for success. But returning to the match at hand, Atletico, an Ashe, a Blitz, a Hibana, a Lion, and a Zofia. Could they pull off yet another pub strat?
Well, for the defensive side, Fnatic have set themselves up exactly the same as they have done the previous two defenses. It's almost like it doesn't matter where the bomb site is for Fnatic, they still do this same top floor hold. With the smokes in the hand of Ethan, as long as these ADSs, if there are any, there aren't, because the Jaeger's been picked, get wasted, we could have a nice aggressive plant on the front door. Todd, with his 5-speed Ashe, finds 2 kills. But he does get refragged eventually by the pistol of Aces. The P229 not working too shabbily so far. Neophyte getting harassed in the antechamber at the moment. And, well, Rizraz
from above
to peek onto Ethan.
Yeah, Rizraz from above manages to... Oh, no, never mind. That's from the spiral stairs.
Ooh,
oh, my
cheeky.
lord. That is cheeky indeed. And just like that, a 3v3 situation with Athletico still having the full control of their diffuser. But here's a peek onto Ace's. Emo Rin will be straight away sliding into limbo from that MP5 SD. Now leaving only 2 teammates to clutch this out against Fnatic. Can they do it, or will Fnatic continue the streak?
I'm feeling a streak coming on. Silex in the basement at the moment. Derper trying to get something aggressive coming out into the main lobby, but there's so much intel onto him. Rizraz does deal a little bit of damage as well. Aces, so much intel he has in his pocket with the 2 yokais.
Yeah, 2 yokais are definitely very much a potent combination. And oh, if Silex only knew. If Silex only knew, that would have been a nasty shot. But Silex decides to just rotate, go for the safe play. They still have plenty of time. They still have the potential to rotate over and go through the exit stairs and see what kind of damage they can do from there. But there's already, I believe, a wild Echo already behind the mirror window and waiting for the right moment to peek.
This is why Echo is so powerful, so much intel. You don't have to commit to placing your cameras in one area for the whole round. You can move them to wherever is needed, and Ace is feeding all this information to his team with his 2 drones. One does get taken down. He still has one available to him, and he's wasting so much time just by stunning the players of Athletico with that Sonic Burst, forcing them to wait out this debuff that's applied to their audio and visual.
I do very much think that right now Athletico are not in the best position. They wouldn't potentially be prompting to go for upstairs push and see what they can do from there. Maybe drop into the bomb side and go for a plan there. Or maybe see if they can rush the Echo. They have only 20 seconds left, and they need to go for that. Both, actually, Silex and Aces. Ooh, Silex with a peekaboo onto Rizraz will be securing that kill, and the plant will be coming out. Dabe needs to protect his teammate. Aces manages to lose his drone. The plant does go down. 2v2 situation as Derpy has the potential element of surprise as Silex is going on a flank. There's the peek on by Derpy, and he manages nearly to get the kill onto Aces, but Silex straight away trades him out. 2-1 score right now as Athletico score their first win in this round after a very tedious, to say at the very least, attempt to push from, at the very least, 2 different sides before committing to finally pushing from up above.
A lovely 2 versus 3 clutch for Silex and Derper there.
Interestingly enough, you pointed it out before, none of the sides actually using the Bearing 9 anymore. Both Athletico and Fnatic have been using now the pistol after the recent recoil rework.
So, if you're trying to defend the P229 here, you look at that kill from Silex. How many shots did it take him to actually secure that kill? It was about 3 shots, wasn't it?
3 or 4 shots, yeah.
3 or 4 shots, you know, on account of some missed rounds. And there's a decent amount of recoil on that pistol. I wouldn't compare it to something like Lesion's pistol, Lesion and Ying's pistol, which in my opinion is fantastic. It's not like the Deagle, which is insane damage. It's somewhere in the middle.
It deals just about the same damage, I believe, as the PM.
Yeah.
Which is still a whole lot.
Yes.
And if you're versing a 3 armor, then you would need to put down a substantial amount of ammo.
Comparing it to something with 1,000 rounds per minute fire rate, I don't know how you can justify that. Nonetheless, looking at the kill distribution on the scoreboard, Ace is really showing up. Despite not bringing that bearing, he's shown that whether he's using the MP5 SD, whether he's using the pistol, whether he's just cruising around and letting Yokai do the rest, can show up on the scoreboard.
Oh yeah, he can certainly do that. And it looks like Fnatic will be going for very much a default hold on upstairs with their setup into the admin. So the castle barricades will be used to barricade out the kind of the conventional entrances and allowing Mira to have kind of a safe spot to fall back for.
And I mean, this has become kind of a Fnatic strat at the moment. They love their mirrors inside of Projector, aka meeting room, and they also love them inside of that little foyer area on the top floor. Looking into this bathroom that Todd plans to rappel on. These Twitch drones will play a heavy account into this round if Ethan is successful in using them to counter those 2 mirrors. And of course, the castle really goes hand in hand for Fnatic. Not only is that castle barricade protecting those mirror placements and the mirror areas, but on top of that, those castles can also be used as a kind of final last-minute way into the bomb site in conjunction with impact grenades, but there you go. What are you going to do when Ethan just cruises in here with a Twitch drone? He managed to take out 3 gadgets. That's a very successful use of that combatant. Great job from Ethan. Rocking the SK skin on this F2. I love it. Big fan of SK.
Indeed, and it looks like Athletico will be very much soon commencing their push into the B bomb site, with Aces being the only person present at the bomb site directly. He will be the first person to go for that, but it doesn't look like Athletico are just yet preparing.
Come on.
Emorin might be going for the hot breach and rocking the suppressor once again on his assault rifle, dating back to the old Athletico days.
Oh my god, are they hot breaching a Twitch drone? That's hilarious. Only Athletico. And why are you using the Twitch drone to light up a play? He's flashed so he can't see the Twitch drone, but well, only 2 more rounds left in the taser. He's looking for this echo drone. It was in the northwest corner, but he's not going to find it. Both Twitch drones down, but still, Ethan did do the job. Rizraz peeking out very aggressively. He's been spotted and is being abused by these concussions as well as some of the impacts. Emo Rin from
looks
above,
like
below.
Both impacts have been exhausted by Emo Rin, and now all up to Ethan to try to get the kill. But I'm not too sure if he knows where exactly that castle is, and I'm pretty sure Hibana is also onto him as well, attempting to find a frag. But Magnet might actually get the lucky peek as well from either the exit stairs or into that eastern window.
We just need a drone to come through and spot out the player inside a console. Neofighter finds a kill onto Derpes, so the line's gone down. However, he does get one last EE1D activated before his demise. Rizraz now peeking aggressively. He does find Ethan. Meanwhile, the kills are all going the way of Fnatic. It's just up to Emo Rin, and Rizraz picks himself up yet another kill. Fnatic once again a successful defense of the top floor.
I believe that was even a flawless round.
I believe you may be right.
And very well played by Fnatic, and managing to get yet another round in their hands. Now a 1-3 score, and it does certainly look way more in favor of Fnatic so far.
Come on, Fnatic. Where's this Teller's Archives defense? This is your last chance to show it to me, guys. Please don't disappoint me. Last round of the half, as we see Fnatic locking in Garage Cafeteria. Unfortunate to see.
I mean, we could still potentially see maybe some reinforcements in the archives.
But it's not the same, Cthulhu. It's not the same. Tales will be told about the first team in ANZ to bring us to Teller's Archives.
Don't forget, we still may have Meme Athletico to happen. So
yep,
there's still hope.
I always trust in Athletico to bring me the sweetest of memes.
In Athletico, we trust to meme throughout PL.
Once again, Fnatic rocking this mirror. I believe, once again, we're going to have this top floor presence from Fnatic. I love it. In fact, I'm surprised that Fnatic have decided that they're going to bring it out here. Fnatic team notorious for, I'm getting air quotation marks right now, hiding strats. So the fact that they're bringing out these strategies here in their Pro League match that doesn't have a large impact on the standings going into the playoffs tomorrow, nonetheless, they're bringing out this heavy top floor presence even on a full basement defense.
I very much say that Fnatic are very proficient on the vertical play. So I'm not actually surprised that much that they just prompting to expand on both of the floors.
Trying to exploit any flaws that Athletico may succumb to. As we saw last time Athletico attacked this defense, they droned out, saw what Fnatic had in store with this top floor defense, and then Athletico decided, all right, well, let's just push very aggressively, very fast, go for a bit of a rush on the downstairs, and that didn't work out too well for Athletico.
Yeah, now looking over to Todd, he's going for a little bit of a droning to see what is happening, as Athletico is going in for a very much of a aggressive roam clear. But Ethan does spot some movement from up top, and Imorin picks up a kill into Neofighter, taking out Castle, who was quite a thorn in the backside. He Ooh, Emo nearly also spots another roamer upstairs, but Derpy will be outing Magnet, who was playing as a smoke up top. And that is yet another frag, now in favor of Athletico, making it a two-man advantage as well. But Ace is now on the Echo Drone, with the rest of the Fnatic roster falling back to the objective.
If Ethan can take out this Echo Drone, that would be... Oh, no, never mind. There you go. Ethan loses his combatant, but nonetheless...
He still did a very substantial damage.
Took out the mute jammers. He didn't take out the most high priority target, which would be the Echo Drones. C4 from Lusty being prepped. It's all about timing here for Lusty. A lot of luck is going to be involved. Ooh. But what? Ethan shoots out the C4 mid-air. This man, with a FAMAS in hand, 900 fire rate and the power of SK Gaming. That's no words. And there you go, Lusty gets punished. His head taken off by the support main from Athletico. Ace is flicking onto his drone. He's concerned about this push now. He's getting heavy pushed, live droned. P229 not enough to do the job in that situation. Rizraz taking down Todd, now pushing on into this retake. Got to be an ace clutch out of Riz.
Yeah, I don't think this might happen. Although, if we're going to see maybe a showcase of Athletico, but this doesn't look like it's going to be the case. Imorin picks up the final kill onto Rizraz, showing that Athletico, yes, they might be toying with their prey, but they will not just let it go that easily.
Can't hold it back anymore for Athletico. It's a 3-2 split going the way of Fnatic. As we head on now, Athletico have their opportunity to demonstrate successful defenses of Consulate. We had earlier Clubhouse, very defensive favored for the most part, with only 2 attacking rounds actually won in the entire game. So far, that's how many attack rounds we've seen, just won by Athletico in this half the number of rounds. So moving forward, I feel like, I don't know, Athletico. Oh man.
Derpy going in for, once again, for the bait. How the way how Athletico baited
it's
before.
It's not a bait. It's a stick. Come on, Derpy.
Now Derpy is just going in for the Rook, the Buzz Lightyear of the whole Rainbow Six. Will be
It's
coming
crazy.
out.
Have you noticed the significantly different art style on Rook's Gendamari? I'm not going to try and pronounce that. There you go. You take it away, Cthulhu. That elite uniform really has changed its appearance quite a lot. Rook, he's a new man. He's seen things.
He's a changed man. Ever since the elite skin came around, he's a changed man. He can bust some heads with his MP5 ACOG. But looking at the scoreboard, actually a fairly even spread between the 3 players of Fnatic, between Aces, Rizraz, and Neofighter, and Lusty and Magnet just slightly falling back on the frags. But their support for the team has been immeasurable.
And Magnet is going to be rocking that Capitao again. I love Capitao. I've been a massive fan of Capitao way back from when he fell out of favor. At one point in the meta, Capitao was very on meta. It was when he was released, he had frag grenades, and his gun was also crazy good. And once he lost the frags and got a nerf to his gun, he wasn't picked as much. But anyhow, Derper, who picked that Rook clearly just to spawn peek, gets punished by a little bit of Ash ACOG. Nice shot coming out in chat. A lot of respect between these 2 teams. Rizraz, he is a king when it comes to entry fragging. And, well, the first kill of the round so early does go his way. However, there is a late refrag onto the Buck of Neofighter.
Outing Buck, actually, I'd say is a much more sufficient frag right now for Athletico rather than losing just the Rook. Because, Rook was more of a kind of playing around and experimenting with some of the plays with Outing Buck.
A Rook you pick specifically to not have a lot of utility attached to you.
Yeah.
You get it out of the way early, and you just utilize that MP5 with the ACOG. Whereas a Buck, one of the most utility-heavy operators that you can get, really, is so much potential for vertical destruction, soft destruction, and 2 grenades, as well as a decent gun. So it's a big loss for Fnatic. The Lion Charge, though, is going to be pinning Athletico players in place, spread out quite a lot across 2 floors. We saw Silex downstairs earlier. Not a common thing for a smoke to be roaming so aggressively, especially not with the not with only the SMG-11 as an auto weapon.
Oh, Todd is getting very close to one of the attackers. He is
oh
going
no,
for the run
Todd,
out, but
look
he doesn't
up!
spot. He does manages to find aces and decides to bail. He does not have an impact grenade, and he needs Silex to help him out. But no, a drop down. Rizraz already on the case and helps. But can he pick up another kill? Magnet will be taking out Silex, finally stopping the rain of the smoke. Now all up to Ethan and Imarin to clutch this up against 3 members of Fnatic. Still a very much winnable situation, but Imarin with a suppressed Vector on the roam. Can he pick up the kills though?
Imarin still has a C4 in hand as well, but it looks like he might be tempted to go for some kind of run out. The mirror setup upstairs, very similar to something we've seen from Fnatic before. Oh, yes!
Oh.
Rizraz! Goodbye, good sir. Ethan with that Alder. Really demonstrating its prowess here. 2 players left for either side. Athletico in a strong position to win this round because the onus, of course, is on the attackers of Fnatic to make a play. Lusty and Magnet, the last 2 remaining. They know the vague locations, but oh my god, Imarin on this flank with Mira. That suppressor gonna make things a little bit less clear for Fnatic about where these players are coming from, but Ethan knows exactly where Fnatic are coming from, and he's got the bullets and the magazine to just hold down and spray any kind of entrance into the projector room. Misses his first few shots, but he knows exactly where they are. Imarin, he misses shots as well. C4 does not land. Lusty takes his kill. Ethan with a refrag, and Ethan with the last one. Athletico.
Ethan, just the absolute madman, the machine of Athletico, just demolishing the opposition. He manages to find a really nice headshot onto Rizraz, manages to clutch it up for his team. Now a 3-3 score, and it does not look very much nice for Fnatic now.
We could be on the track for another draw. And it's funny because
this could very much happen.
Atletico are not playing like themselves.
This is definitely not their game.
If you've ever watched any of Imarin's videos, if you don't know this, Imarin has a lovely YouTube channel. I highly recommend you go and check out Imarin's YouTube channel. It's a lot of scrim clips, but also predominantly a lot of casual clips, a lot of FMG9 suppressor. It's really beautiful. I highly recommend you go watch it. And this is exactly what his videos looks like, this match right now. Just running around and shooting people with suppressors, and it works for Athletico.
I would like to theorize that the picks by Derpy and Imarin were very much the AFK system picks.
Oh, you reckon?
I very much reckon, because those happened at the very last moment when the timer ran out. And I'm pretty sure this was just a draw of luck. And Derpy going for a dog. We already know what's going to happen with a pick of dog. Todd on Ella.
Why not? I mean,
pinpoint of back when Ella just launched, Todd was pretty much maining Ella, and that was just a force to be reckoned with.
Ella has been nerfed multiple times, but
yes,
yet her weapon still, you can't nerf, unless if you reduce the fire rate of a weapon, you can never completely nerf it, because a weapon that has 1,080 rounds coming out of its barrel every minute, that's something that you can never take away from.
I mean, if you're worrying about the recoil of that Scorpion, just bust out the shotgun. That shotgun is one of the best shotguns in my opinions right now in Siege. It has an amazing fire rate, it has a great destructive capability, and it deals a
hefty pound of damage. It really does.
It does a hefty amount. It's pretty much the better version of SASG, and that thing deals damage. Like, we're talking a whole lot of damage.
30 seconds now into the round and still no picks onto or from Derpair playing Doc. So seems not as an aggressive of a spawn peak in this round. Of course, with the Consulate map buff, maybe not quite as viable as it used to be. Todd, is he going to go for this run out? He really shouldn't. There are too many players outside. He should know better than that. Nonetheless, he's playing a free roam upstairs in the top floor. He went for a run out of these west windows from the top floor last round. He got 1 kill out of it.
Interestingly enough, I do feel that Todd will go for that run out sooner or later. It's rather a matter of hearing one of the attackers just rappelling down and then just waiting for that drone sound. Todd is now going to get droned out, as well as the line charge will be popped open. So Ethan will be now holding an angle. Rizraz picks up a kill into Derpy now. No more Doc. So finally that is out of the way. So now Fnatic will commence their push on through the exit stairs. But Imorin with the suppressed, once again, suppressed T5.
yeah.
This could be the flank over here.
We have piano control in the hands of Fnatic, but Todd from above with holes to the floor does deal with Rizraz. This is dirty.
This is filthy. This is just filth in its prime exposition.
That is just disgusting, Imorin. I really need to see him get a kill through that. Fnatic had control of the bomb site, but they didn't deal with the players in the top floor. Lusty's now realizing it's going to be an essential component of winning this round, though the plant does go down. Pressure onto the top floor being given by Lusty. However, we have a lot of Athletico players still on the board. Imorin has to retake, and his position has now been revealed. Ace is inside of the bathroom holding an angle. Todd finds one on the run out. He's completely detected outside. Magnet finds Silex, just Ethan, Todd, and Imorin. Imorin's going for this peek, shoulder peek. He goes and sprints right into the fire of Aces. Ethan finds one onto him as a refrag. 2 more players left. The shotgun pistol doesn't do the job. All up to Todd, and Magnet swiftly deals with that. A little bit of testing the crouch button there for Magnet just to finish off that round.
I mean, at least he didn't test the prone button, so
no.
There's at least that redeeming factor. Fnatic now back in the lead. They just need one more round to at least get themselves in a draw. Best case scenario for them just to get the W. We will be finding that out very soon. Cafeteria Garage will be coming out from Athletico. There's still chance. There's still chance there for them to peak your dream plan. Yeah. We might see it. We might not. We will never. Well, not never find out. We won't be able to find out just yet.
Yes.
Just
I really want to see archives and tell us. Unless Cafeteria Garage is going to be the site of this round. With a successful defense of the top floor and an unsuccessful defensive lobby, it really makes me wonder how Athletico are going to fare downstairs. Now, the big weakness for Athletico last time defending the lobby was the fact that they didn't put very much pressure at all into the piano room. Fnatic saw the opportunity to push in themselves. They did so, despite Athletico having some impact on what was going on inside a piano room through the holes in the floor. It clearly wasn't enough to deny the plants.
The issue right
Fnatic
now
found some grounds.
The issue right now for Athletico is that they're not emphasizing that well on the vertical play. Yes, they had rotation holes. Yes, they had all of it done and set up. But I don't think they that much working towards it. They going for a very horizontal play, whereas Fnatic are very much proficient in the vertical play, and that's where they gain the advantage over the opposing team. What I reckon. But at the same time,
I feel like an Echo would have been more useful. Perhaps
Yeah.
for denying the plan, getting some intel. But yeah, Emo's now on the Maestro and Derper on the mirror.
Suppressed Alda.
Oh,
Dev,
man.
It's a suppressed Alda. The memes are coming all the way. The meme train is just running full speed, ladies and gentlemen. As, oh
I
my
love
lord.
that. That's hilarious. It does get taken down very quickly, though. Imorin, the dream, has been crushed. He doesn't manage to get rid of that drone hiding underneath the car, but Imorin could do a lot of damage with this suppressed Alder. In fact, I would say it can feel fairly similar to the C8 in some ways, and of course we talked earlier about how Imorin loves running that C8 ACOG with a suppressor, and I think Alder bears a lot of similarities.
I mean, after the rework of the guns, I very much think that the suppressors got a kind of a buff, to be fair. With all of the recoil changes, it's way more manageable. At least in my opinion. We did test it out a couple of times together, and now Lusty will be popping his line charge with only Todd being revealed where he is roaming, but he's in a safe spot right now. He doesn't need to worry about the attackers just yet.
A lot of dirty line being brought out. Rizraz has been doing a really good job on this Ashe entry frag. He hasn't really played a lot of Ashe in recent times, but I have seen Ashe come back into the meta, and there you go. That's why you play Ashe, so you can wear that 6 invitational skin and find those kills.
Yeah, and shutting down Ethan right now will be actually one of the better choices for Fnatic, as Ethan has been pretty much the stepping stone for winning for Athletico.
Fnatic can't really depend on drones to hold their flanks on account of Todd playing Vigil, which can obviously pass invisibly through drones' sightlines. So instead, they're dedicating Rizraz primarily to watching this flank. However, now he's going to be taking some initiative to investigate the objective and perhaps even push in. They know he's a good entry fragger. They want him to be the first man in the door.
Yeah, indeed. And it seems that Rizraz, just about to find one of the defenders. I do believe that was maybe a Silex. I wasn't too sure on the silhouette, but that was Silex, actually. That was Silex in the cafeteria, and the first gas grenade will be coming out. And let's see what can be done, because so far there's still plenty of ground for Fnatic to try to cover, and plenty of ways for Athletico to deny that push.
And of course, Imorin is still alive, so anything's possible. 68 rounds in the Alder remaining. Todd does find Rizraz on that flank, and now Imorin is going to be making full use of this Evil Eye to attempt to deny the plant, but wow, he gets lit up so very heavily from that incendiary bolt. Ace is no doubt getting this plant down. Is it going to be successful? Neophyter kills Derper. Bullet right through the brain pan. Lusty and Aces have secured this plant. Todd now is going to be attempting to use this vertical pressure to try and flank. He's going to find Neophyter. Nope, there you go. Todd gets taken down. So a very strong post-plant position for Fnatic. Imo in with 1 HP and potentially a Dream to go with it.
It could be the Dream, the 1 HP Dream clutch against Fnatic. This is every man's dream, but let's see if he can perform out with the suppressed Alder. No, he won't,
no
time. Neophyter with the angle from above will be securing, at the very least, a draw for Fnatic, but it certainly seems that Fnatic are going in for that W.
So definitely not a defensive favored map here on Consulate. Seems to just be a Fnatic favored map here on Consulate. In fact, so far, Athletico haven't managed to take away as many rounds from Fnatic on Consulate as Taboo did last week. So Athletico really need to step it up if they want to secure this draw. 2 more rounds needed to prevent Fnatic from getting 3 points. Of course, for Fnatic, they've got to be thinking about ViewSonic Darksided hot on their heels, only 1 point away. Fnatic on 29 points, VSDS on 28. And if Fnatic secure this win, they are going to be going ahead and onto 33 points, forcing VSDS to win both of their matches in order to topple Fnatic and come into 2nd place.
Certainly, indeed, indubitably. Dev?
Memes in the chat. I was
Memes
just talking over.
Sorry, yeah. I was
I know you kind of lost yourself there. I feel like if you guys did miss that, I feel sorry for you, but I wouldn't blame you either. The Caviera gets locked in from Ethan, and I feel like I'm fairly confident in saying Athletico are just playing for fun, and it's good to just play for fun sometimes.
They were in from the very start playing for fun.
Oh, yeah.
They've managed to secure themselves that win. They wouldn't need to worry about Fnatic for a little bit, and it's a big win for them. And for now, they allowing pretty much Fnatic, they giving it off that kind of a royal shoulder, you could say.
Oh, yeah.
Here you go, Fnatic. Here's a win. Have it on the house.
Ethan has decided, as Caviera, he can. He's decided he's a bit fed up with carrying the team. He got 9 frags on Clubhouse, which was more than the rest of his team. So he's decided to just, have a bit of a lie down, let the rest of the team do the work.
I'm very much confused about that bulletproof camera placement.
Impressive, wasn't it?
Impressive indeed.
On top of the mirror.
As Lusty will be shutting down Todd.
Was it a run out? Was it a spawn peek? What was happening?
That was a spawn peek attempt by Todd, but we won't be seeing the flick from Todd and continuing on with the game.
In fact, I believe it was the spiral stairs spawn peak, so you can actually jump on top of the railing in spiral stairs, get yourself a nice angle. Not something I would recommend doing with a hollow sight against attackers who have ACOGs, because Rizraz will just shoot you in the face.
That is actually a very interesting point to take by Rizraz, and a very potent one, because I don't think any of the defenders would actually be expecting that. They will be, though, expecting some push from the ground floor, which could potentially happen by Rizraz, as Imorin is just holding an angle in the service stairs. Once again, using the suppressor on all of his guns. The old Imorino is here, and Silex will be picking up a kill onto Magnet.
Yes!
The run out.
Come on!
The shotgun battle. Can he win? But no, Lusty will be on the case already, shutting him down. That nearly was glorious, as Ethan is actually rocking the Spaz on his Caveira, which could be quite a potent weapon in close quarters, but I don't think Fnatic would allow it.
We've seen the Spaz 12 be brought by Brazilian teams in the BR6 as well. in serious matches. FaZe, I believe, was playing it on Clubhouse. A run out from Derp. Doesn't even find one. Wow, that was disappointing, Derp. A bit of a Derp moment, perhaps. Ethan, the last player remaining to get at least one more round on the board and spearhead this towards a draw, but it's not looking possible. Fnatic are poised to take this win, and this could be the most unfortunate timing. I think Ethan may have seen the Lion run past. Perhaps he did not. He wants to take out...
Perhaps he's just waiting for the right moment. He wants to go for that run out. He wants to get that repelling Aces, who is just dropped down. He tries to go for those shots, can't connect them, gets detected, will be once again detected by EE1D. He is spook, he is shook, but he needs to run, he needs to bail. 47 seconds on the clock. 4 members of Fnatic versus 1 spooky boy.
I think this is a bit of a hide-and-seek moment.
I mean, spooky girl.
Spooky girl, there you go.
I mean, I was referencing as in
the player rather than the operator. Look, that's fair enough.
Pretty sure I just set off in the Twitch chat.
No. It's fine. We're all friends here. No doubt Rizraz will be getting this plant down if he knows how to. Rizraz is typically an entry fragger, but I believe, Riz, if you have the bomb and you're in the bomb site, you hold down F, and you should get that diffuser planted down. There you go. Rizraz figures it out, and then figures out how to team kill Aces. Ethan, the last player left. I thought he was going to play a bit of hide and seek, but he's decided, look, I do want to see my enemies before I kill them, before I die. Spiral Stairs is not a he's going for a 360. Come on, go for the 361 sat. Lusty takes him down. That's a GG. Well played. Fnatic and Athletico. The first map, Clubhouse, went the way of a draw. And now here on map number 2, Consulates. Fnatic really do establish their dominance, and Athletico, bit of a clown game for them.
Yeah, it was still
welcome,
a fun
Silex.
game.
You're welcome, Emo. We love you guys.
Either way, it was still a very fun match to witness.
Yeah, I love that.
Still, memes was still there. Neofighter on 11 kills, Rizraz on 9. Fnatic had a blast of a time, as well as Athletico, and still a very much of a great showcase.
Oh yeah, it was big wins all around. And honestly, if you think that match was entirely just fun and there was no serious games in there, I would dispute that, because I learned something.
Oh yeah.
I learned the way that Fnatic enjoy holding all 3 floors with the exact same hold in the top 4.
There we go.
So we've seen before their mirrors inside of the bathroom and inside of the meeting room looking towards Spiral Stairs that have been very effective in the past, and I just didn't realize they use that whether they're defending top floor, middle floor, or even the garage.
Yeah. And we just actually saw, talking about the vertical play, how I told before that Athletico just don't play vertically. We just saw that play by Silex on that Hibana before, and that run out by Todd was quite reckless. But yeah, both teams have still performed. Like, you can't say that Athletico just gave away that win. They still played very well. Yes, they were goofing around here and there. Yes, they gave away some of the rounds. Yes, they gave away some of the kills. But essentially, it was still very much a sweaty play.
Oh yeah, and they came away with some very great rounds.
Oh, yeah.
We saw one of the clutches from Derper playing on the Maestro with the Aldo. We saw some great plays with Ema in suppressors, which is something that we always love seeing. It was just a little bit more free and a bit more loose, and a bit, I guess, a little bit less a bit more stressed. So
yeah, less stressed.
The opportunity to just say, look,
yeah,
I feel like playing this operator, I'm going to do that. I feel like going for a spawn peak, I'm going to do that. And mind you, the spawn peaks never worked once for Athletico, but they still got the opportunity to give it a shot.
Yeah, they still got the opportunity to go with. They still have fun. Fnatic also had fun. They managed to finally get to test the crouch buttons on their keyboards for with all the Fnatic merch that will be that is coming out, and maybe they were just part of the testing group. You never know.
Maybe.
But we still have, I believe.
We have 2 more matches coming up. But before we touch on that, I just did some quick maths. That's my thing now, by the way. So Athletico now having 33 points before today's Playday. They now have 34 after the draw. They get 1 point for that on Clubhouse. Whereas in the Fnatic camp, 29 points previously, and adding on 1 for the draw and 3 for the win, 33. So 34 to 33, Athletico still taking first place.
Right.
Even though that match did go the way of Fnatic. So Athletico in first place, and Fnatic currently holding second place. And I'm waiting for my phone to go buzz and tell me the results of the Darksided versus X-Dead set match, because that's going to
decide.
Potentially. Let me do my quick maths. Darksided, pardon me, are on 28 points. If they win both of them, they'll get on 34, which is the same as Athletico. However, Athletico will win based on score difference.
Yeah.
Just the number of rounds that they've won versus the number of rounds they've lost. It's not possible for Darksided to make up for that score difference in this match today. So the only possibility, the possibilities are Athletico, first place, locked in. Fnatic, second place, locked in, unless if Darksided win both of their matches. And then Darksided second place, Fnatic third place. And then there's fourth place.
Yeah, then there's a big battle for the fourth place. It's actually, I would say that this will be definitely a way closer match.
Oh, yeah. This is everything on the line.
Everything on the line. For freshman class of 2018, they will just need to keep holding their position. They will need to keep holding their spot on the fourth place. For Taboo, they will need to be as thorough and as concentrated as they can possibly be to make sure they get 2 wins on both maps and be able to advance onto the fourth place if they want to play tomorrow.
The top 4 from the ANZ Pro League do make it to the playoffs, where they can fight for a spot at LAN. Freshman class of 2018 currently holding the 4th spot that will go into the playoffs, and Taboo plan to challenge that in just a few minutes. They have to win 2 matches. Taboo versus freshman class of 2018 coming up very shortly.
Stylish on the outside.
Welcome back to the last matchup of the Rainbow Six ANZ Pro League in the round robin phase. It's Taboo versus freshman class of 2018, formerly known as SYF. We've already had 2 matches today, 2 best of ones. Just about ready for 2 more.
Oh yeah, and it promises to be even spicier than the 2 matches that we saw previously. Because right now, this is the big one. This is the battle for the spot for the tomorrow's playoffs.
Yep. So tonight is the last night of the round robin phase. We've got, as you can see on the screen, Athletico and Fnatic's already gone by. First map on Clubhouse, that was a draw. Second map, well, that was a bit of a funny one. Fnatic did take that by the end of it, however, and that is overall, the fact that Athletico did get at least 1 point on the board with a draw does assure Athletico first place, first seed heading into playoffs. Fnatic have the potential to be in 2nd or 3rd place, depending on ViewSonic Darkside's performance tonight, and those matches will be off stream elsewhere. Class of 2018 versus Taboo, this is 4th versus 5th place. Class of 2018 currently have the upper hand in terms of points. Taboo have to win both matches to get that 4th place. As I was touching on earlier, this is the last day of the round robin phase. Tomorrow is playoffs. Only 4 teams make it to playoffs, and not both Taboo and the freshmen can be there.
Oh yeah, and right now for Taboo, if they want to get into the top 4, they need to get the win on both of the maps. Actually, going over the whole roster, I would probably end up pointing out Crude and Jam.
You reckon? So, I mean, there's been a bit of a sad fairy tale story with Taboo, and I'll give you a brief history of Taboo. Taboo were once known as GIU. They were a great, formidable team in the ANZ region. They jumped into the Pro League qualifiers and got picked up by the organization Taboo, and they dominated the Pro League. They had an incredible season, and just in playoffs, they were beaten out by, I believe it was Corvidae, and they just narrowly missed out by, I think it was 1 round. They missed out on that playoff spot. Crude is the only remaining member from that team. He's the captain, he's the in-game leader, and his entire team abandoned him after that loss. Emo Rin, one of the star players for the team, decided to head on to Athletico, a team which was perhaps on a bit more of a better track to success.
On a more stable.
A more stable, yes. And most of the other players who were on the Taboo roster left the competitive scene. They stopped playing competitive Rainbow Six. So Crude, he turned to a team formerly known as Element Mystic, who were not a Pro League team, to salvage players. And most of the players that then joined Crude, Jam is one of those players, then joined the team. And a lot of those players left. Joey went over to what was then known as SYF, now known as Freshman. And Crude then went to what's now known as Crimson for some more players. So Rippy and Striking used to play with that roster.
Yeah.
And so this roster, it's really interesting. It's kind of like if you see people wearing outfits with all these patches on it, and you see it looks like it was just meant to be this one garment, but it's got this bright blue patch over the elbow to fix up this rip that had occurred. That's the way I see Taboo at the moment. Patch on patch, just being held together by Crude.
So you're saying pretty much Taboo is the Frankenstein of its former self?
A little bit, yes. And
okay,
while they may not be top 1 like they used to be, they have the potential to make playoffs, and they still have it on the cards to make LAN.
Oh yeah, definitely. They still pose a significant amount of potential to get to the LAN, at the very least the APAC LAN, and show off what they can do and how they play. And I'm very much excited to witness, because they have been showing some substantial performance as well. Even against Fnatic, you mentioned this before, they played against them on Consulate, and 6-4. That's still a formidable performance, even though they lost. On the other hand, the freshman class could be a very interesting subject as well.
So let's have a look at the roster for freshman class of 2018, previously known as SYF. Now they've chosen a more interesting name, perhaps, after leaving that organization. This is an interesting team that's gone through some turbulent times, had a very strong performance in the ANZ, was it Pro League qualifiers on the ANZ Cup? They really were let down.
Both of them, actually.
Yeah, they were really let down, however, in the first season this year of the Pro League, the season 7, and almost relegated. They would have been, having to face relegations, except for the fact that Zero Gaming did disband. And now Class of 2018, they've brought themselves back. They've improved their roster. They've brought on Joey G, formerly from Taboo, and Shabs, who previously was a sub. He was under 18. Now he can play for the full-time roster. And now, well, here we have a team hoping to retain that reputation they developed as the Fnatic Killers.
Yeah, and I would like to point out the big players that I reckon will be shining tonight. Vast and God Legion.
Oh yeah,
Vast just in general is a great fragger. Like, he has some amazing plays from time to time if he manages to like catch his mojo.
And on top of that, he's the captain in IGL for the team,
captain, yeah.
which is something we don't see very often, captain IGL and key fragger.
Yeah. Meanwhile, God Legion is another excellent fragger. He can pull off some just mind-blowing clutches, mind-blowing frags, and the guy's just a machine.
Yeah, and it's really a lot of the time what I've talking to some teams about what they think about this roster when they come up against them. Are they scared? Are they not scared? They feel confident? What are they thinking? They're always thinking, is God Legion going to show up? And that's what happens.
That is actually
when I talk to people like Monkey. They say the same thing.
It's very much dependent. Like for Class of 2018, it's very much dependent on frags. Like I've mentioned this before. You probably would disagree, as freshman Class of 2018 is very much based off frags.
Yeah, and I think that's something that they really emphasize on. For example, Joey often plays roles on attack like Lion, Blackbeard that are frag heavy, and well, okay, Lion not typically frag heavy, but the way he plays it, he does play frag heavy. God Legion, a frag heavy entry fragger. Vast, in contrast to the rest of the team that does play fairly frag heavy, Vast often uses utility to get his kills. So, for example, a Glaz that we often see from them.
Yeah.
So it's like a nice little mix-up of a very frag heavy team that then says, let's bring some utility to the table to get a cheeky frag. And on defense, they've also been a team notorious for bringing out left-of-field strats that we don't see any other teams bring. So, for example, the mirror inside of kids' dorms when defending the basement of Oregon was something popularized, well, not necessarily popularized, but it was brought up by SYF, and very few teams could deal with it.
Yeah, and so they are that kind of like a wild card when it comes to these situations. They are able to emphasize of being that wild card because people don't expect. And going into the map vetoes, I'm actually quite curious what could we see, because Coastline and Bank already gone, as they're by default banned.
Yep.
I reckon we could actually see from Taboo, I'd say either Consulate or Clubhouse.
Yeah, well, Consulate would be an interesting one for me because we had last week Taboo played Fnatic on Consulate.
Yeah.
And they went 6-4, as we've said. A very strong performance for Taboo, who Monkey, who was casting me at the time, he was expecting a 6-2.
Yeah.
So Taboo did get a very good job on that map. And in contrast, Class of 2018, earlier in the season when they played Fnatic on Consulate, they lost 6-3. So Taboo did better against Fnatic than Class of 2018 did. And Clubhouse was another map that Class of 2018 played against Fnatic. Let's see where the first bans fall. Villa being taken away by SYF. Taboo don't want to play Oregon. SYF, Class of 2018 typically have had good Oregon.
Yeah, that exactly how you mentioned before. They did pull off some very much of a wildcard plays on Oregon. So Taboo not wanting to see any of that. They do not want to be in this mess at all. So they straight away out it. Now, next pair, I'm very much interested because I reckon Border or Clubhouse will be banned.
There's 3 maps left in the pool. Taboo had mixed results on Clubhouse. They lost to Control, but beat, I believe, Crimson. And so, yeah, that's right.
I mean,
they beat Crimson
matching versus
on Clubhouse.
Crimson and matching versus Class of 2018 is going to be a
Quite
completely
different. That's right.
different story.
So, Clubhouse banned by Class of 2018, Border banned by Taboo, Consulate being the decider. So, this is a great map to talk about because, as we said, both of these teams played the same opponent, Fnatic, on Consulate, and these teams had slightly different results. Both of these teams are good on Consulate. This could go either way.
Now, we did talk about it before the cast as well. This is actually going to be way more, way closer than the Athletico Fnatic because both teams know what the other can do.
And both of them know what's at stake.
Both of them know what's at stake. And both of them are very much close to each other skill-wise. So this will be a very close matchup, in my opinion. And predictions-wise, I'd actually say that Taboo will take this one.
You reckon? Well, Taboo will be hoping so because they have to win both maps in order to get 4th place. Currently, freshman class have 5 points ahead of Taboo in the standings. Taboo need to get 6 points, which is 2 wins, in order to overtake them and get that last spot in the playoffs. Taboo, I think if there's any map they're going to have a chance, it's going to be Consulate, which is our first map of the matchup between Taboo and freshman class of 2018. We've already seen Consulate between Fnatic and Athletico, but now things get serious. First ban coming out from class of 2018 is going to be a Glaz. Interestingly, they've brought it before, but they're not going to want to deal with it. From Taboo, I wouldn't be surprised to see a Lion ban or a Blackbeard ban.
Could it be another Blackbeard ban? Yeah. And could it be just a double Glaz Blackbeard, like we saw on Consulate before? Could this be the one? No, actually, Thatcher will be banned by Taboo, which is a bit of an oddity, in my opinion, because Thatcher is not as prominent
on this map. Yeah, that's if you ban Thatcher on Oregon, maybe even Clubhouse, I wouldn't be too surprised. But on Consulate of all maps, interesting to me. Wouldn't have been surprised if Taboo had banned the IQ because class of 2018 have loved IQ. Pulse being banned by Taboo. I've seen in the past that Vast, in particular from class of 2018, loves playing his Pulse.
And actually, God Legion played Pulse several times as well, and it was quite deadly on it as a case of that. And
yeah, cool. So Clash being banned by class of 2018. So Clash was played by Taboo against Fnatic to quite a significant degree of success. So that's a fair ban from class of 2018. The one thing that strikes me as interesting here is that in the past, Taboo have really favored Vigil bans.
Okay.
But they decided not to go for that. So they're prioritizing banning that Pulse instead of that Vigil. And as a result, Vast is going to be on the Vigil.
That's right. And now Console Office and Meeting Room will be the choice for the defense for class of 2018 as they bring out a very interesting roster, I'd say, especially for the upstairs defense, because bringing in Ella and Vigil now swapping over to Valkyrie could be interesting, to say at the very least, due to the fact how Ella's mines are they're not as effective, let's say, at stopping the push rather than, let's say, a standard Castle Mirror combo to defend upstairs.
Yeah, it really prevents that that aggression, kind of like a Legion. It's a trap operator that really forces the attackers to take an extra second, and they'll have a disadvantage in gunfights. But that said, the 6th pick onto the Valkyrie from Vast I think is going to be quite significant. Vast has always been an operator that a player that loves his intel operators such as the Pulse and the Valkyrie, and of course Taboo cannot ban both of them.
Yeah, indeed. Whereas from Taboo, we're actually seeing a 6th pick onto Maverick by Strider. So now Taboo bringing a double hard breach. Surprisingly enough, they did not. They decided not to bring a Thermite for this one, and.
Well, I would say Maverick not a particularly good operator on this top floor bomb site. As for the basement, it would have been nice. But that said, Crude has expressed to me personally that he actually hates playing Hibana now. He doesn't feel comfortable controlling the recoil on the Type 89 or the bearing, and he would always prefer to have the 5.56 from Thermite. So interesting that Crude's going to bring out the Hibana nonetheless. Oh, and the phase skin.
This is rather for the fact how much more flexible her utility is. It's not rather about the firefight, and it would seem that Crude will be playing a very much of a supporter role. But what I'm actually curious about the Maverick play, as he would be able to rappel down on the, let's say, exit stairs and pop open a couple of peak holes from there. So if Taboo can take a very firm control of the exit stairs, they can actually deal some damage onto the side into the console office.
Well, currently we do have Joey G playing on those yellow stairs. He used to do this when he played for Taboo. He's been very strong at just holding on those yellow stairs with smoke. As for Taboo, a simple droning of the admin office to assess the situation. You're going to be figuring out how do they want to execute onto this top floor bomb site. It looks like it is an east side push, so inside a break room. Striking is going to be opening a lot of angles with this Maestro. Strider on his beautiful buck. Haven't seen this in a long time, but Strider, an amazing buck player here in ANZ. He always managed to find a kill with those grenades, and so I think that he's going to definitely have some success with that operator that he's brought on this round.
Yeah, only time will show whether he can retain his title of the Kobe of ANZ. But meanwhile, Shabs and Joey will be setting up a crossfire potentially onto that hallway. But with already nearly 2 minutes gone, not a single kill has been drawn.
And Jams using the LMG. The LMGE, wow, that's not something we see every day. Brought on as a fear. Crude opening some holes onto the A bomb site. This is a very heavy East push, and an impact grenade is going to deny some of those Hibana pellets. I do wonder whether Crude is prepared to sacrifice another set onto that wall. Shaps toying with these long angles with that Scorpion, and he's going to find the first kill onto Rippy. A strong fragger for Taboo off the table, but Strider with the grenade. The Coconut always finds his mark, and Striking picks one up for himself with that M4. The numbers now in favor of Taboo, but time not so. Vast finds one onto Jam. Strider wants to peek into the objective, but he can't quite get through this hole.
He can indeed, but he manages to find his way around. He is already on the plan, but manages to find the head of Redolin. Now a 3v2 situation. God Legion picks up a kill onto Crude. Vast tries to get into a 5-5 with that with the Strider.
Oh no,
manages to find a kill onto Buck. Potatoes completely striking, and Strider picks up a kill each. What was that at the end? Vast, come on, man. He had a clear shot onto Buck, but guess it's not the round for him.
Yeah, that was a bit of a potato on both parties. Strider, no doubt, Striking should have called, oh, there's one yellow stairs, it's a Valkyrie, I'm about to kill him, and then Strider just runs straight past, willy-nilly, no care in the world. But nonetheless, Taboo, with their attack, they get one round on the board, looking very strong with that east side push. I really liked the defensive setup from Class of 2018. Impact grenades to deny the push into Projector, but Crude, he had plenty of ammunition with the X-Kairos to just keep putting it on. And a good hold of yellow stairs by Joey, but by the end of it, it wasn't to be.
Yeah, it wasn't to be indeed, but 6-pick onto Valkyrie by Vast.
Once
that
again?
Seems to be...
Well, he did it last time.
Yeah, he did it last time, so it's fairly predictable, but interestingly enough, they will be prompting to defend the upstairs once again, but maybe this time there will be something different. Maybe there will be a couple more of the interesting crossfires. What do you reckon?
Well, with the same lineup, I don't expect a whole lot different coming out from Class of 2018. Perhaps they're just going to try and more effectively counter the specific push that Taboo did. Perhaps we'll see a more willingness to impact grenade trick, maybe some more impact grenades. Maybe Joey will have impact grenades ready to impact trick the wall. Unfortunately, Crude calling a rehost. Not quite sure what's happening at the moment, but oh yeah, we're having a crash. That's unfortunate. Nonetheless, I do wonder how Class of 2018 are going to be changing this up, moving into the second round. They've lost once. How do they want to make this happen?
Yeah, I'd say for Class of 2018, they probably would need to go for either the late flanks to be able to kind of counter the way how Taboo were performing, because if you notice, they haven't been actually watching their back. So let's say a very well-timed push from the Visa stairs up back up top would have sealed the deal for Taboo, because go on that flank, take out Strider, take out Striking, that's it.
And one other thing that really would have helped out, I think, is that floor inside of the break room where the brunt of the push came from Taboo. They had a Maverick in there, they had the Hibana in there. Putting a C4 on the floor below, that floor is completely destructible. So you could kill someone through the floor. Vast has Valkyrie cameras. He could put a Valkyrie camera inside a printer. He could prepare a C4 even, and get one of his teammates to call out when to pull that C4 out.
Yeah,
that'd be something that's possible for SYF.
That is if
Class of 2018 to bring out.
Class of 2018 were able to put in or hide the camera in there, because Vast did not really prompt for that. They weren't able to kind of read in initially how the Taboo will play, and from there it kind of just snowballed on.
I wouldn't be surprised. Well, I would encourage Class of 2018 to bring out something more, something different. So, for example, more presence inside of admin. If they had a vigil inside of admin, that would have been so difficult for Taboo to deal with, because the first step is deal with admin. Crew droned it out, said, admin's clear, let's repel in. That was it.
I'd say don't put in the vigil there. Don't put the manpower in the admin. Have an echo. Have an echo joining up ahead. Just gather intel. Then have another person, maybe that previously mentioned a vigil, going on that late flank and go around. Go around and flank them, because Taboo did not pay a single attention to their back. They just kept on pushing forward. And another thing is, for Class of 2018, they played a very aggressive defensive game. Like, Ella was continuously playing, playing with fire and trying to peek. Same applied for Joey on the smoke in the bathroom, continuously trying to contest both the bathroom and the hallway, trying to have that crossfire. And that pretty much was the end of him. I feel like if they're going to be going for those aggressive peaks, they should be using an operator with an ACOG maybe to try and contest the angles more aggressively. Could be that. The aforementioned Echo would come in very handy in that case. Or a Maestro. Or a Maestro, perhaps. They did even have a Maestro. I think he may have been peaking that angle, but funnily enough, it was actually Shabs with a reflex sight who was the one to find a kill in that situation. Just Ella things. Just Ella things. I do wonder what... We can theorize until the cows come home about what freshman class could bring out. Yeah. But I'm more interested in what will they bring out. And from the sneak peek into that defense we just got to see, I think that they're just going to try and hammer out the same thing with very minute changes. Like, for example, bring an extra set of impact grenades and try and impact the wall that Crude opened. Okay. I don't know if that's going to be enough. I think that Taboo have to be ready for that, because it could stilt their progress. If they say, all right, we bait out one set of impact grenades with our X-Kairos, and that goes out. Second set of X-Kairos, another impact comes out. If they get a third one out and there's another impact, that could be the end of it for Taboo. What if, instead of that, they have a opened higher top of the soft wall? And the impact from above. And no, and C4 from there. Ooh. And have the element of surprise. Because, yes, you could argue that Strata could then bucket and completely destroy it with a skeleton key. But before that happened, I'm pretty sure that the defenders would have an element of surprise. You know what I think would work? Bring a mute or a bandit and just put a mute or bandit on that wall. Because you know what was banned by Taboo? What? Thatcher. So what are Taboo going to do if they come across this bandited wall? The only option they would do is to open up those holes that you mentioned above the reinforced wall and get Strider to throw grenades over it to get rid of those. Either that or use Maverick. Or use Maverick, but if a Maverick to open up the wall into Projector from long desk, he has to walk all the way up there and expose himself to the numerous 2 or 3 people who are peeking from the console office area. So also true. I think that it could be as simple as bring out a bandit or a mute for Class of 2018, but they didn't do that. They didn't change any of their operators. They just went with tried and tested. I don't know. I think my gut right now is that Taboo will win out a second round on that attack. Okay. I'm not too sure just yet, because I think that Class of 2018 might be just feeling out right now how Taboo plays, how Taboo will play, how they will be approaching some of the sites, and from there they will continue going. They will roll with all their gathered info. Because to me, it feels that maybe there could be the ye-old Corvidae curse. What's the Corvidae curse? I haven't heard that in a long time. I used to know what the Corvidae curse was, but that's when the defending team loses out several points, nearly gets to the match point, and then all of a sudden makes a comeback and just delivers the W to themselves. So it could be that. They could be just feeling out how the opposing team is playing. Because a comeback potentially on the cards, yeah. Yeah, and the adaptations mid-game. Yeah, so because both the teams managed to counter-strat. They had the VODs of how the opposing team played against the Fnatic, and both of the teams gave all their best for it. But at this point, can they kind of juggle around the strats? Can they find that kind of golden spot where they can secure the win? I really agree with you. Adaptations are going to be the name of the game. In this matchup between SYF and Taboo, where 4th place, the last spot in the playoffs, are on the line. But we're going to get through to a short break, and we'll be back for the rest very shortly.
I don't think people understand how much this means. The game's like 2.5 years old, and it's getting big now, and it's going fast.
6 Invitational really is like the next level. Devs, fans, pros, streamers, YouTubers. So literally everyone in the community of Siege is here.
It's everything. It's your entire life building up to one of the greatest moments, if not the greatest moment of your life.
The 16 best teams joined us here, 8 remain.
Psycho takes down Aces. Rizraz, can he make it work? No! Black Dragon. NBK and ANZ moves on!
He's empty from behind, and now on Weave on. Gogo gets the double! They go down!
Corner Eclipse gets one. Eclipse two, huge, but traded off by NBK. Evil Geniuses will go to your grand final.
All-Stars time, ladies and gentlemen.
Oh, let's go! So they've been challenged to a knife fight. It's a full rush from both teams as they Smokes come out!
One shot, goes prone, up 4K! Round for his team. EG says no thank you. Map 1 goes to them. 5-2 for EG, and Necron still uncontested. EG, one map away from the championship.
I fucking hate losing. I hope you do too. So then let's fucking win the game instead. Let's go back on stage, boys. We have this. Let's go.
Baiting it out, goes for the ADS. Necrox can't hit his shot, and Fabian wins it. How does that happen? The Pengu, there's only one defender left to deny this, and it's not going to happen. Penta wins.
They start to defuse. Pengu goes for one on the young. Can he go the second? They're all known as the best team in the world.
Nomad, this is Valkyrie. One of our operators recently went off grid, and we suspect she's in Bolivia. She's a good operator, but she can get carried away. We need to move fast. We already have an operator on the ground in Bolivia. Her name is Twitch. Link up with her and show her what you found.
Dead bodies everywhere.
Kavera's definitely been here.
Kavera did this?
You better hope she's in a good mood when we find her.
Tell me everything you know. Tell me everything you know!
Fucking devil killed us!
Breaking your ally wasn't very challenging. But I found ways to have fun.
Stylish on the outside, savage on the inside. Legion by Lenovo.
G'day guys, welcome back to the game. We're jumping right into round number 2. My apologies for the delays. We had round number 1 proceed with Taboo taking the win on their attack of the top floor, and then unfortunately, Striking did have some technical issues, and so, as you can see on the right hand of your screen, Shaq is going to be substituting in.
Indeed, and this is a very much of a worrying situation because Shaq being the sub is not the best case scenario that Taboo needs right now. They need their whole core going, and this could very much sabotage the way how Taboo will have to play, but just can't call it just yet.
Shaq it's hard to call so far, but Shaq has been in the team for a little while now. He joined, I believe, just around the start of this season, initially as a coach and a sub.
Yes.
But then he lost internet connection, he lost his ability to play the game. So he's not played for a long time. And the main thing I worry about is the fact that the player who he's replacing, Striking, was the player who plays very particular operators, for example, the Maverick. So on this attack last time, we had a Maverick. This time, we do not. It's possible Shaq hasn't unlocked Maverick before. This could be one of his first games in quite a long time.
Yeah, this could very much be an issue, but that is if Taboo are able to reconfigure their roster into making Shaq just a support player rather than a fragger, then they could make it work out fairly well because Taboo can still go, most of the core lineup of Taboo can still go for the fragger position. All of them are very much of a strong players.
Absolutely, and as for the analysis of this actual round, we talked for a long time about the significance of that northeast-facing wall of the A bomb site, which was opened last time by Crude's Hibana charges, and the impact grenades were one way to deny that, but instead Vast has just brought out this Bandit, and of course we've had Thatcher banned by Taboo, so with Vast Bandit tricking this wall, it's going to be very difficult for Taboo to get it open. However, they could open up the top of the barricade and send a grenade flying over the top.
Yeah, and oh, that is very much unfortunate. Shabs will be dropping out of the game, making it now a 4v5, and that is not a good situation right now for Class of 2018. But oh, a C4 might be coming out. Here comes the kill. Jam will be going down. The Zephyr is out and gone, but Crude will be losing his X-Kairos pellets straight away due to Vast being able to bandit trick straight away. Shaq, unfortunately, still not there. He's unable to counter that. He's unable to prevent the bandit tricking, and he is not yet with his team.
Yeah, a bit of a shambles at the moment for Taboo, but a rotation drone being set up by Shaq, being missed by Shaq, unfortunately. Redolent's Maestro device is going to be destroyed, dealing a small amount of damage to Strider. The Lion Charge from Rippy is going to freeze the defenders in place, and that allows Rippy to actually find a kill onto Redolent. So God Legion getting a refrag, however, onto Rippy is going to turn this into a 3 versus 3. Even Stevens at the moment, 45 seconds to go, and so far Strider trying to push up long desk, doesn't have a lot going for him.
Yeah, and meanwhile for Joey, this was a very successful throw-in of the gas grenade. Oh, the run-in by Crude will be securing him a kill, but God Legion trades him out. Strider takes out God Legion, now a 2v1 situation. Joey picks up a kill onto Shaq, and now a 1v1 situation against Strider. Can he find the kill? Oh, very close, very close. The peak, oh, just tags up Strider as Joey is left with a slither of health, just under 25 health, but that Buck is getting tagged up continuously. 10 seconds on the clock as Buck needs to go for the frag. He can't just go for the plant as Joey manages to clutch this out with just nerves of steel, and that is it. Class of 2018 managing to score the point for themselves.
And that's the former teammate of the Taboo roster. That's managing to clutch it out against 2 players from Taboo. So impressive stuff from Joey, really showing that on this new roster, on the Class of 2018 lineup, he's doing well, holding his own. Unfortunately, it's sad that we've had these disconnects time and time again. So Striking not able to play, Taboo not able to play with their core lineup. This will be the second match where in the season they haven't been able to play with their corner lineup. Previously they had to play with Ducklord,
yeah,
who also does not play the game very much these days. hopefully Shaq can bring something to the table. I think that as a substitute, as someone who hasn't been playing the game, hasn't been up to snuff, familiar with, for example, the latest patch notes, we've had a lot of changes in Grim Sky, you really just have to go and play out of your mind individually. And
yeah. So just go for the individual plays like back then Taboo led Ducklord.
Kind of like, yeah, exactly. That's what they did when they had Ducklord on the roster. And Ducklord showed up impressively. Just pick an operator with some decent utility that you can simply contribute to the team and then just make plays.
Okay.
I feel like that'd be useful. So in the case of Shaq this time, he was playing the IQ. If Vast was still rocking that Valkyrie, it would have been great. Just get rid of some utility and feel like it's almost like tick the boxes. It's sometimes the way you have to treat the game. You think, all right, I need to accomplish something in this round. Yeah. What will I accomplish? If you can say at the end of the round, look, I took out 3 Valkyrie cameras and 2 ADSs. That's pretty good.
That's still plenty of
progress. And then
I
jumped in and I killed 1 person and died. Like that's, as for helping Taboo, that's more than they could ask for from a sub who hasn't played very much of the game. And on the flip side, Class of 2018 also lost a player to the disconnect from Shabs. It's rough.
It's rough indeed, yeah. And with the whole reset of the pace, it could also be rough to get back into the mindset after all of the disconnects, all of the rehosts.
Yeah.
You could pretty much just get out of that mindset. Like you just could even get you to the point of being tilted, just being very, very much annoyed, and this could drain you as a player, as a team. This could very much drain you, and this could be very much impactful to what is happening. So. With that being in mind that it's unintentional, this could very much hurt both teams.
Something I think that Taboo have going for them is they're kind of in a nothing left to lose position. They're the challengers here, not the defenders. And I don't mean that in terms of any game perspective. I mean that in terms of the ladder.
Yeah.
Class of 2018 have that 4th spot on the ladder.
Yeah.
They're defending that.
Yeah.
They've been I would say for the most of the season, even though they haven't actually been in 4th spot most of the season, they've been the favorites in a lot of people's eyes for most of the season, whereas Taboo, they've had a lot of roster changes. They've had, for example, Shaq was meant to be core at one stage, but then he lost his ability to be able to play, couldn't play reliably, and Taboo have been having a lot of roster changes. So they're at kind of a throwaway point at the moment. So it's kind of like, well, if we lose this, then we lose this, but if we win this,
oh yeah,
then big things could happen. And that's the attitude that got them to a 6-4 against Fnatic on both maps last week. And that's the Taboo that I want to see today. A Taboo that says, no care in the world, we're just going to play the best Rainbow Six that we possibly can. And if we lose, then we lose. But if we win, then things are going to happen. It's big things coming.
Oh yeah, if they're able to pull off the big plays and they're able to pull off the 2 wins on the 2 maps, it's going to be big for them. Because they're managing to secure themselves a spot. They know that they can play very well. They know that they can get themselves into the top 4 of the teams within ANZ region. Yeah. And from there, they can, well, sky's the limit.
And the flip side of this is the mindset inside of Freshman Class 2018 is they are a team who came from nothing. They didn't participate in the first season of our Pro League. They were originally known as, I believe, Regicide when a couple of players transferred over from Xbox to PC, formed a team, started picking up some more PC players. They were known at the time as Regicide, I believe. Then they were known as Onyxian.
Oh yeah, that's right. That's right. Yeah.
And then eventually got picked up by SYF.
I'm pretty sure before that they were under a massive variety of names and orgs.
Lots of names, hard to keep track. So they didn't play season 6 of Pro League. Yeah. That was the one about a year ago. Then they played through the qualifiers at the start of this year, got into season 7.
They actually performed pretty well back then as well.
Around that time they did in the ANZ Cup, but once they actually got into the Pro League, they lost both of their matches. In the old format where we had groups and brackets, we didn't have a round robin. They lost 2 matches and then they were out. And they came tied last place in Season 7 of the Pro League. As I mentioned earlier, they avoided relegation due to the fact that a team disbanded. And then they came up into Season 8 of the Pro League saying, look guys, we are the same team that we were playing incredibly well in ANZ Cup. We were the same team that developed a reputation based on our ability to beat teams such as Fnatic, then known as Mind Freak, in a best of 1, and then in a best of 3. And now freshman class 2018 have an opportunity to say, look, we've had our ups, we've had our downs, we started at the bottom, but now we're here and we want to make playoffs, and we want to make LAN.
Yeah.
Because that's what's on the cards for the team that makes playoffs.
They very much will want to get to the playoffs, and
either one of these teams that makes it through this match, or whichever team manages to take the playoff spot, playing in playoffs tomorrow against Athletico. Atletico have been doing so well this season, but if anyone can beat Atletico, I feel like SYF, they have a hand in it. They played them last week and they didn't do so well, but they still played so well in that match. Like the results didn't reflect how well the match actually panned out.
I would agree with you on that, but at the same time, I feel that Atletico managed to move up very much higher as well, because we just witnessed their game against Fnatic.
Yeah.
They showed that they can, at the very least, draw, at the very most nearly win as well, and with all of their additions to their roster, Ethan has performed just phenomenally, and throughout the whole series, he has been able to pull off just some amazing plays. And with the support of his team, I feel Atletico might actually rise back up to its greatness when it was just starting up.
I have some food for thought, though. So this entire season of Pro League, which is the first time for a while we've seen Atletico be consistently #1.
Yeah.
This season of Pro League, Season 8, is the first time that we're having round-robin system in the ANZ Pro League.
Right.
It's all best of one. All the matches are best of one. We have ties. Positions on the ladder are created through an aggregate of points based on wins and draws.
That's right.
In best of ones, the playoffs tomorrow are best of threes. The last time Atletico played a best of 3 in an important matchup was at the Paris qualifier LAN against Asian teams, and Atletico did not perform well. They came last out of the 4 teams at that event. If Atletico have coming from a strong performance in best of ones and then move into a best of 3 tomorrow night, anything's possible, anything's on the cards for SYF or Taboo, who will be challenging Atletico in that matchup.
Oh, yeah.
And don't take it for granted that Atletico are going to make LAN, because SYF and Taboo are going to be fighting here to prove that they want to. They prove that they have a chance to prove themselves against Atletico, and in that best of 3 tomorrow night, it's going to be a match to remember.
Indeed, and we will be going back into the game once again. Lobby and press room will be the choice of the round, and Vast going on Valkyrie 6 picking onto it, and Shaq actually bringing in a Jackal. So this could be actually quite interesting as well, because Jackal managing being that kind of tracker, the big roam clear guy with a big gun, could actually help Taboo fairly substantially instead of bringing in an IQ.
Well, it's funny. I would actually say the opposite. I think that Taboo got a little bit duped here by the 6th pick phase. So they brought an IQ. They showed that off to Class of 2018. Vast was playing a Vigil. So if I'm Shaq playing that IQ, I think, well, Vigil's a soft counter to... IQ's a soft counter to Vigil. I can see the Vigil, but still, it would be even better if I had live tracking on him by finding his footprint. So he decides to pick onto the Jackal as a more effective way of killing that Vigil. And Vast says, look, I'm not going to play a Vigil. I'm going to pick Valkyrie. And you know what would have been a great counter to Valkyrie? The IQ that Shaq left behind in the 6th pick phase.
I mean, I still think very much that the Class of 2018 will be going in for even a slight bit of roaming. So I would say that it's not a full-on, like, duked out and just lost that 6th pick phase, but you certainly do have a point. Having an IQ right now against a Valkyrie would be a very good advantage, but at the same time, having the ability to track one of the defenders and know his nearly exact position in real time is a substantial, actually, advantage.
Yeah, and especially on this bomb site on lobby press room, because, of course, defending as many middle floor bomb sites are from the top floor, we'll see a lot of roamers coming out, and Taboo, no doubt, have to clear that. Once again, Joey Massa, as he is now known, playing upstairs near the yellow stairs, not too far from his favorite location.
Yeah, as Redolin is actually quite tagged up quite severely as well, as I'm not too sure where exactly did that happen. Now, that was from the engagement in the public bathroom onto the exit stairs. Crude manages to finally pick up a kill onto Smoke and outing him, which is actually a substantial pick.
Yeah, bit of revenge there. Crude says, look, I picked you up from nowhere and brought you onto Taboo, and then you left me for SYF. So there you go from Crude. And look, Crude's having a bit of a conversation with some more players on Class of 2018. As we also have another reply making it a 4 versus 4. Jam once again the first one to fall from Taboo, not having a good match so far.
Meanwhile, Shabs will be picking up his second kill onto Shaq. The dog plays are just working out like a charm right now for Class of 2018 as Vast has fallen back to the objective and just about to find nearly a nice headshot onto one of the attackers, but Shabs picks up yet another kill onto Crude, taking out Hebana, now all up to Strider and Rippy to try to clutch this up against 4 members of Class of 2018. And it's a bit of a hard situation because Redolin is currently on the flank, but gets himself exposed. Yeah, not much longer.
Was he prone? I thought he was injured. There you go. Surely he's injured now. Finally, Rippy takes him down.
Yeah.
Shabs, however, has a 3K so far, looking for the ace, potentially the youngest member of Class of 2018. No doubt hungry for this one, but there's 2 players left from Taboo.
Right now for Vast and the God Legion, all they need to do is just to keep holding a crossfire. They have a perfect setup. Both of them are in a very comfortable position, and 23 seconds on the clock for Taboo, meaning that they will need to start rushing very soon. C4 comes out to hold back the attack. God Legion goes for the crossfire, manages to land the shot onto Strider, now all up to Rippy, who is playing as a Lion, and he is in a bit of a bummer right now as upstairs is a dog, downstairs is a crossfire between a Valkyrie and a Legion, and he will be saving that AWP. Wrong game.
Save the V308.
Save the V308, and that is yet another round going into the hands of Class of 2018 with a 1-point advantage now.
Bit of a bummer for Taboo. One of their previously star fraggers, Jam, really not having a lot of luck these days. And once again, he's the first opening frag, and the second opening frag was Shaq, the substitute who hasn't had a lot of experience in the game. Contrary to what I thought, Shaq does have Maverick, and he's going to be bringing it out today. However, he might be very new to Maverick.
I'd say that he still could be a very valuable asset for Taboo, because bringing in a Thermite and a Maverick could also be a very potent combination, because Maverick can be used as one of the denials for the Bandit batteries, as we do see a cafeteria and garage pick as well. So this was a perfect read-in by the attackers, and I do feel that this is going to be the main reason why Shaq is on Maverick, just to deny those Bandit batteries, so then Thermite could get rid of, just blast through and be the reincarnation of Kool-Aid Man.
Yeah, I completely agree. I mean, a great read from Taboo to bring out the Maverick, because we've seen it in the past. A lot of teams do like trying to bandit trick that exterior, and so maybe that's going to be the counter that's needed. No Thatcher available to Taboo on account of themselves banning it. That Thatcher would have been really nice, especially when you've got Echo drones, Maestro devices to worry about.
I'd say, yeah. I mean, having Thatcher right now would have been a very convenient way to play right now for Taboo, as it would have been a much more safe play as well. But with all in all, I'd say if Taboo are going to go for a very thorough roam clear, as well as while pressuring from, let's say, above, using a Maverick to get rid of the Bandit batteries and allow Thermite to breach through, that is going to be a very much of a successful attempt for Taboo to get to the point.
That looks like what we're going to see in just a few moments. Shaq opening up some very small holes, allowing Crude to get rid of that one Bandit battery. But Crude, he wants to go up and place this Texan Dynamite, but you've got to worry about quite a lot of things in this situation. Crude tries to get a drone in there. He's worried. He doesn't want to get picked, trying to make this happen.
Yeah. Shaq, meanwhile, just attempting to get a couple of holes, but not reaching yet with the Maverick blowtorch. But the Thermite charge will be doing its work, and the blowing up will be happening just enough to for the attackers to push through and go for a plan. But I do believe Redolent is already having an eye. He spies with his little eye on Buck, who will be soon potentially droned out by Joey as well with his Echo drone. But no, this will be used to ensure any coverage of the potential peaks from above, whereas the rest of the class will just stay put and wait for the push.
Shabs with the FMG in hand. He's prepared to hold down any kind of push into the main garage. Strider's just watching flanks. Jam here to help out. God Legion, however, is on the prowl.
Same as Vast, actually. And, ooh, God Legion goes for a peek onto the Zofia. Gets himself taken out just a little bit. But, oh, no. The push by Rippy. And Jam will be securing him a double kill. That was a bit too careless for Taboo, as they will be losing the 2 soft breaches. Strider, meanwhile, manages to trade out Vast and God Legion with a nice flick, making it 3v3.
Strider is an absolute madman. A very impressive player for Taboo. Jam and Rippy not having a good one so far. Strider really wants to step it up. No more roamers on the table, I do believe, for the class of 2018. However, all 3 remaining players have exceptional plant denial utility available to them. Maestro devices, Evil Eyes, the Echo drones, and of course, those smoke canisters. With only 15 seconds to go, Taboo going to have to be starting to push in. Crude, the captain, he finds 1 kill onto Shabs. The absolute madman has been going off so far. Just Joey and Redolent so far. The older and MP5 in hand in between them. Crude finds another kill. Joey, the last man standing. He takes down Shaq. All he needs to do now is deny this with the Echo drone. He can't see it. He can't see the plant. Is Crude going to get this off successfully? It's up to Strider and Crude to take down their former teammate. Joey just peeking this with the MP5 SD and Strider.
What a play from Strider, picking up a double kill up top, trading out his 2 teammates, and managing to shut down the Echo, who nearly actually managed to just win the round 4 class of 2018, but managing to even the score up, showing that Taboo are still in the game. They're still able to perform quite well and not letting go of that loss just yet. Console office and meeting room will be the choice once again for class of 2018. And let's see how that will go. Because so far, for Taboo, there won't be that much of a change in roster. Shaq will go back to IQ, whereas for class of 2018, just about the same as well. Instead, Shabs will be now bringing in a Jaeger. I believe he was playing on a...
nope, he's switching back to the dock.
Swapping over back to the dock. Who managed to score a triple kill as far as I remember.
Yeah, he did pretty well on the lobby press room defense. And, well, no Valkyrie this time from Vast, so the IQ not quite as effective as it would be otherwise. However, even just getting rid of the Legion mines, the goos, would be very, very useful for Taboo.
Oh yeah, definitely. As well as if Taboo able to gain the control of the main lobby, they will be able to get rid of the bandit charges that will be placed over at the reinforced walls in the meeting room. As they will be pretty much breaching that meeting room will be a stepping stone for Taboo's push onto the site.
That's what they really did in their first round. They've won this once. Their first round in this match, it was an east side push from Taboo. Very well done, just opening up that lobby press room. Sorry, not the press room, rather the meeting room, the projector room, as I usually call it.
Yeah.
And, well, I guess moving forward, they didn't win that a second time, and now they have a 3rd attempt. And they've got to worry about Shabs just going crazy on these peaks of the ACOG.
Indeed, and now Shaq does manage to spot a couple of peak holes, but none of them will be utilized just yet for the favor of class of 2018, allowing Crew to just repel up on top. Once again, the break room is fully clear, allowing Crew to just straight away repel in. He does spot the bandited reinforcements, needing Shaq right now to do all his best to make sure to make his way over to the lobby and get rid of those pesky bandit charges.
Yeah, of course. Sorry, not Shabs. Shaq could go below inside of the lobby.
He is already.
Yeah, and he could just use his sensor to shoot through the floor onto those batteries. Oh my god! That nade from Strider, the nade god once again, demonstrating his prowess. Vast goes down, no bandit trick possible now. As soon as Shaq gets rid of those bandit batteries static on the wall, it's going to be free real estate for Crew to open that up.
Indeed it will be, and this will be a very, very happy news for Crude right now, because last time they were able to pull it off, they were able to get the W very confidently as he nearly loses his head. Can they though contend those and not get the Banner charges destroyed? And that will be a negative, as another attempt by Crude will be coming out, but this time Strider watching that corner. Another impact grenade comes over, just denying that breach. Only one more set of charges left, and it is not right now the best case scenario. Shabs with a nice long angle peek from all the way in console office, picks up a dirty headshot onto one of the attackers.
Dirty sweat holes from Shabs, and Joey also doing his work, playing on long desk, destroying those Hibana pellets. However, Rippy does find one more kill, Legion off the board, but Rippy loses his own life for it, or at least he almost does. He's been taken down now. Shaq, however, does finally punish the player from Class of 2018 who's done so much damage, and Shaq stepping up massively. 4 players from Taboo against 1 older. Line charge goes out. Redland has almost no options. He's being abused. He's detected. Shaq finds that last one.
A triple kill by Shaq, nonetheless, and a very nice flank, because technically, while the rest of Taboo were applying pressure, they just told Shaq, go nuts, go to the exit stairs and get the kills. And he get the kills he did.
Oh yeah, a very good read from Taboo. So the main brunt of their push has time and time again been on that east side. Class of 2018, their setup is prepared for a yellow stairs push. They had Joey ready with the smoke to hold that yellow stairs. However, once Joey realized that Taboo always pushed him to the east, he rotated, and well, Shaq very wisely took advantage of that. This 3-2 split going the way of Taboo against my predictions.
Indeed, and now that Taboo has rotated over to the defense, bringing a Maestro, an Echo, a Bandit, a Smoke, and a Mute to Cafeteria Garage. So this is interesting, because so Bandit will be directly used to deny the breach. Mute will be used to deny the info gathering.
Yes.
Whereas Shaq and Strider will be on that very same info gathering duty with their own gadgets.
Yeah, a lot of intel to gather and a lot of intel to deny. I personally love the Falco mute spots. Falco, formerly from Penta, also formerly from Millennium. He used in the match against now Team Liquid, then Black Dragons, in the, I believe it was Year 2 Season 1 Pro League Grand Final. He used these mute spots now being utilized by Jam, and it worked very effectively. I've never forgotten it ever since, and I do love these Falco mute spots. So Jam's done a good job, and I believe we're going to have Crude playing Smoke, perhaps hard holding inside of this bathroom with Smoke, just delaying as much time as possible. No, it's not going to be Crude. Perhaps Jam will be the one to do the job.
I mean, with Jam having the MP5K, he probably is way more suited for this kind of job.
Maybe
rather than Crude with a SMG.
Shotgun though, good in close quarters.
Yeah, shotgun, yes, but not on Consulate.
Yeah, I'd say that the ideal operator or weapon for that scenario would be something like the Scorpion or perhaps Ella's shotgun. And as we can see demonstrated by Joey, a lot of intel denied by the mute jammers behind the yellow stairs.
Indeed, and that actually is going to delay the attackers quite substantially, as this is exactly what the defenders played by Taboo need currently. Like, this is their stepping stone in this, and Vast will need to require first to get rid of the wild Jam playing in the bathroom.
Yeah, he's going to get into a bit of a sticky situation. He tries to push forward into the bathroom. God Legion actually might be trying to use some vertical play, or potentially with the assistance of Shabs. God Legion just opening up above the garage, all the way from above. I love these angles. Getting, oh no, is he going to get peeked? He did see the peek there. A pre-fire from, I believe, Rippy. This is a dangerous angle for Rippy to toy with. I don't recommend that he does so. God Legion is going to have the advantage in those engagements.
It will indeed, but he will be abandoning that post, so Rippy still has 2 of the shockwires, so he can very much go for that bandit trick.
No.
Joey gets into a firefight with the almighty
Rippy!
Maestro.
How does Rippy find that? He should not have found that kill, and somehow the bandit's still allowed to stay alive with very minimal pressure from Class of 2018. Finally, God Legion does peek the yellow stairs and take down the bandit before he gets to use his C4. 4 versus 4 now, a whole minute for Class of 2018 to execute. These smokes and incendiary bolts from Vast are going to be a linchpin in their final push. And the Buck potentially going to find this frag, but no, Jam just gets away with his life, but for how much longer? Not very much, as Shabs finally finishes off Jam.
Jam just got straight up just hunted down by that Buck. He was going for it. He was on the lookout, and just like that, Taboo are in a disadvantage, man count wise. As Strider is blinded very closely. As God Legion picks up yet another kill onto Crude. Now all up to Shaq and Strider to try to clutch this up. Shaq is going on that on a flank, and at a very untimely moment decides to turn away. And now all up to Strider. The echo of Taboo gets a nice headshot onto God Legion, but unfortunately Vast will be able to shut him down as Class of 2018 gain yet another point. And I believe we're back to being at a draw.
Even Stevens 3-3 at the moment. And wow, God Legion, that was really around for him now, wasn't it? I believe at minimum a 3K. Impressive stuff. It was just a 3K. Great stuff from God Legion playing the Zofia. Now, I think this is a great time to just holler back to the point that I was talking about earlier. If Taboo want to break into 4th spot and they want to make playoffs, they have to win, not draw, but win both of their matches against Class of 2018. Class of 2018 currently have 16 points, 5 points ahead of Taboo's 11. So Taboo need the 6 points from both of these map wins in order to reach ahead and get that playoffs spot. So far with these trading of rounds, it's looking like we're going to head to a draw.
Certainly looks like it, and with how we were talking and trying to predict in that regard prior to the cast, I definitely do see the draw being very much realistic, because both of the teams are very close. Like, there's no really a distinct kind of advantage of one team over another. It's hard to say who's got a leg
up, isn't it?
Sorry?
It's hard to say who's got a leg up. Really.
Yeah. Neither of the teams have a leg up over one another. Like, it's mainly just one team waiting for another to make a mistake, and then they emphasize off that. Like, we just saw with how previously Taboo were attacking the console office. They were applying pressure from the northeast and had Shaq go on a flank. They managed to read that in as Class of 2018 were unable to just keep their backs covered, and that was all she wrote. Like, they managed to secure the win. And so these kind of fundamental, you could say, yeah, fundamental mistakes is pretty much the only way for either of the teams to get the dub.
Taboo defending up the top floor, not a sight we've seen them defend so far. However, they've had 2 successful attacks onto it. Shaq is going to be trading blows with an unlikely angle. An opponent inside of the piano downstairs. That's not an angle I see utilized every day, but due to the fact that he used an impact grenade to open it, it makes it very obvious for God Legion below to see that angle and return fire through it.
Indeed. Now God Legion will be using his impact grenades. Oh no.
That's just unfortunate. Both of those explosives didn't do anything. All 3 of the concussions from Zofia are going to get completely chewed up by those ADSs, and now God Legion, a utility powerhouse of Zofia, really left without any teeth.
Yeah, indeed, but he still has a very versatile gun with an ACOG and a whole lot of damage. Vast is just holding an angle onto Jam, just waiting for the right moment. He knows he's there.
Shaq!
Shaq gets the kill.
No.
I mean, gets killed by Redolin.
Yeah, not great from Shaq.
At a very unfortunate move.
Oh, wow! Ooh. The Jaeger getting down from a grenade. However, of course, in competitive settings, we don't have points on, so Class 2018 will not be aware that Jam has been injured, and as such, they're going to keep playing cautiously. However, the drone comes out, pings him out. They know that he's been injured. Joey's still playing very safe. He knows that perhaps Crude is holding a long angle waiting to bait out this push from Joey. Claymore's come down. Finally, Jam is finished.
Jam will be, yeah, indeed finally finished, but now comes the Crude with the contest with his Aldo 556. Rippy, meanwhile, picks up a kill on Tavast, but Joey will be trading out Rippy. Now a 2v4 situation. This does not look good right now for Taboo, as Class of 2018 just methodically, bit by bit, chewing away on the roster of Taboo.
It's still doable, though. Strider is still alive. Strider, he's a playmaker for Taboo, and he still has a C4. We know how good he is with those throwables, and Crude is slinking further and further away from the B site, while Strider is doing quite the opposite. But Strider, he doesn't see the player beneath him, but he gets the flick onto Shabs.
Wow.
The buck has gone down, and now Strider and Crude have a more doable situation for them. Crude in an unlikely position. Joey unlikely to check the angle all the way down here. Strider trying to deny with C4, but he misses the shot. The plant does go down, and now Crude not in a position to capitalize.
Indeed. Now, Joey will be holding an angle at the spiral stairs, not knowing where the danger could come from, but Crude will be having the advantage of peeking and having the element of surprise. Manages to, I believe, give some damage to
God.
And goes for the pre-fire. He cannot connect the shots, but he is just by a millimeter away. Whips out his bailiff.
Oh my God!
He manages to find a kill onto Redolin. Now all up to Strider. God Legion picks up a kill onto Strider. Crude decides to reload just the revolver, but unable to secure the kill, as God Legion will be picking up a kill and pushing his team into the advantage over Taboo. What a play, and the shaking of the head by God Legion signals that that was the wrong idea.
The impossible situation for Taboo. A 2 versus 4 bomb down. 2 one-speed operators with so little versatility, and yet they got it so close. If only Crude had reloaded the Alder and kept pre-firing through the wall, perhaps he would have found both of those, but nonetheless, I do admire the swagosity of that shotgun pistol.
Yeah, that did carry some finesse in that kill, but at the same time, a very unlikely win was, well, a very unlikely attempt on a win has happened by Crude, and unfortunately resulting in a loss for Taboo.
A retry though on that bomb site now. Some slight changes in operators. Ella being brought by Shaq. Not an operator I would often see on a long sightline map like Consulate, unless if you're doing something like what Aerolf do and playing inside of the middle floor bathroom on a downstairs defense.
It could be that, or they could primarily use it as one of those just signaling trip mines where the attackers could be pushing, and just to signal where the push could happen.
I'd still prefer a Legion in that scenario. In my opinion, Legion's gun's a little bit better for the long ranges. I personally am more used to Legion's gun, a lot more consistent recoil on it, despite having a lower fire rate. And on top of that, you get a larger number of those mines over time, rather than the 3 that Ella has. That said, both of these teams have run Ella on their top 4 defense, so I can't really complain about it too much. Jam once again on the Jaeger, hoping to be a little bit more successful, not die to the grenades as he did last time.
Yeah, he's hoping to it indeed, and maybe he will be seeing a much more successful game very, very soon. For Class of 2018, though, they just need a draw. Again.
All they need is one more round. In fact, we're in the same position that we were when Athletico were playing against Fnatic. Class of 2018, they win one more round in the next 3 rounds, and they guarantee themselves playoffs.
Yeah, and they guarantee that Taboo won't be able to catch up on them, which is going to be a very substantial win for them, and a very soul-crushing win for Taboo.
So I guess you could say, while this may not be match point, this is the point.
Now.
This round will decide whether or not which one of these teams makes playoffs. That's the crux of it.
Well, not exactly.
If Class of 2018 win this round, then Class of 2018 will make playoffs. If Taboo win it, then they have one more chance to make playoffs. But Taboo have a very large mountain to climb, a very upwards hill to push up this card. Now, on this defense, they weren't successful last time. It's a retry for them.
Indeed. Now Joey will be already pushing up on the exit stairs, as well as God Legion, with Jam falling back to the bathroom where it's half reinforced, and we just saw a little bit of a lag onto Joey. But nonetheless, so far just a couple of shots being exchanged from 2 teams, and no frag just yet. Half a round is already gone.
Oh, wow.
As Joey picks up a kill onto Shaq, outing the Ella. Very unfortunate for him. And a very successful peak for Joey in a very timely manner. 4v5 situation.
A lot of good work done for Class of 2018 at the moment, especially opening up underneath of this area. Almost managed to get the kill onto Strider in the wake of that peak. Great crossfires set up, And still Strider being harassed, taken almost down to no HP. Class 2018 doing so much work. Rippy's going downstairs to deal with this buck, and what was that?
Oh no.
Free reset for Strider, I suppose. Jams found 1 kill onto Joey in the meanwhile. It was all planned, wasn't it, Rippy? But now 2 players inside of the bomb site. Redolent getting the plant down. Strider goes down to Shabs. This plant needs to be denied, but Shabs is down here defending the middle floor, but Rippy finds that kill. 3 versus 3, bomb down. Taboo have to find this round if they want to even entertain the idea of making playoffs, and Class of 2018 in such a good post-plant position. Can Vast find this 1 kill? Jam peeks away. 3 versus 3 still. No kills coming out. This is a desperate attempt from Taboo and a desperate attempt from Class of 2018 to just hold a little bit longer. Taboo have lost 2 players now. It's all up to Crude. Rippy has been down. Crude the Maestro, Alder in hand. 1 versus 3. He has to make this happen. He finds 1 kill, 2 more to go, and Vast cleans him up. Crude goes down, and that is the point that guarantees Class of 2018 make it to playoffs.
A very substantial win right now for Class of 2018. All that fate is technically sealed up, and for Taboo, unfortunately, they will not be able to make it. But the map is not done yet. We are on match point to see how far can Class of 2018 go points-wise. And yeah, for Taboo at this point, they just would want redemption.
Oh yeah. They need to make something happen. Revenge, yeah, of course. They may not be making playoffs, but they need to... They should be able to demonstrate that they have something to go for it. Oh my god, 6 picking onto the Ashe. They'll never see that coming. Imagine hiding an Ashe. All that utility that they'll never see coming.
Such much utility.
So much utility there. Amazing. 300 IQ.
300 IQ plays indeed, but apart from that, well, they do have an IQ though.
They do have an IQ.
They do have an IQ.
I was wondering if you were going to mention that. Downstairs
Taboo
being preferred now.
Yeah, Taboo opting for the downstairs hold. Rippy on Bandit, Shack on Mira, Crude on Smoke, Jam on Mute, and Strider on Echo. So far, a very standard setup that they had so far. And for Class of 2018, they're just gonna go for it. They're just gonna YOLO rush it. They managed to achieve what they needed. They managed to achieve that that success, that win technically for themselves. As even if they are going to lose the next 2 rounds, which is with the current odds is quite unlikely, they still managing to secure for themselves a draw in the first map. For Taboo, I would be quite on tilt right now.
Yeah.
After so much effort being put in and having this as the kind of the biggest day of the whole Pro League, that decider whether they do make it to the playoffs or not, and being unable to even get a single win off that in the first map just will be so crushing.
That said, like I said before, I feel like Taboo have to just be hoping for the best, expecting the worst right now. They have to play with a substitute, unfortunately for them. They're just going to do everything they can. They've already demonstrated they're a good team. They played well against Fnatic last week, and now they're just going to do as best as they can to play against Class of 2018. A minute down. Redolent using this utility to not only open up the hatch inside of the lobby, but also some eyes into the bathroom.
Indeed, and I do believe one of the defenders is in the bathroom. Rippy gets his first kill of the round onto Joey, shutting down the IQ, as Redolent will just be attempting to go for a peek into the garage, with Shabs just popping open the hatch like it's nothing and attempting to go for the peaks from above. The vertical play within Class of 2018 is fairly strong, in my opinion, and they can pull off some very mean plays so far.
Still some good setup though from Taboo. Like they've still got some things to work with. I like this Jam just playing a little bit back inside a server. However, oh wow, Shabs really. I don't know what that was. He's missed 2 opportunities to get this kill. 3 opportunities. Come on, Shabs, man. You can't make this happen. Oh, that's embarrassing right now. 1 minute on the clock, and Class 2018 yet to find a pick, which is typically what they're looking for. They have 2 smokes to make this push happening. God Legion pushing from the rear side. A little bit of self-flash there, unfortunate for him. If he walks through and tries to peek this, he's going to have to worry about Jam playing inside of the red hallway behind him.
Yeah, and I don't think he actually expects it. No, he does expect. God Legion picks up a double kill onto Jam and Shaq, taking them out. Now in a 3v4 situation, the tide has turned in favor of Class of 2018 as, Crude with a wild SMG-11 will be picking up a kill onto God Legion. 3v3 situation, Rippy goes for a peek, but gets taken down by Redolin. Crude picks up a shotgun kill onto Fast. Now a 2v2 situation. Redolin picks up a kill onto Crude. Now a 2v1 situation. All up to Strider to clutch this up. And if he won't be able to connect any of the kills, this will be the map. With number 1 going into the hands of Class of 2018. And it certainly looks that way. The advantage is there at hand. And Strider is just taking his time. There's still some time going.
He could have denied that spot.
He wasn't able to deny, as Shabs will be shutting him down as Class of 2018 secure the map 1 win and the spot for themselves in the playoffs tomorrow.
Still good half, as is being said in chat. This isn't over yet, and I love that. It's Taboo in the chat saying good half. They're not saying GG. It's not a, you know, GG, I'm gonna go cry in a corner.
It's not over yet.
It's at GG. We have one more map, and we're still going to show you guys how to play this game. God Legion, we said before, it's a question of whether or not God Legion turns up, and he certainly does.
Yeah, he certainly did, and, well, lived up to his first part of his name. Just a god within that matchup. He was able to secure so many kills and assist his team and pushed his team to that win.
So I wonder, you know, when you're playing in teams and stuff, you try and reduce the length of callouts. Like, for example, when I play with people, they don't call me Dev Martyr, they call me Dev because it's faster. So with God Legion, do they just say, hey, God, come over here. Hey, God, can you push over here?
God help me.
Yeah, God help me. I feel like, you know, there's a point where, like, every time he gets a call out, is it just adding to his ego or something? Anyhow, let's have a look at some highlights for that great match. This was impressive, to say the least. We had some really impressive clutch situations, such as this one here from Joey. I love this, the rivalry, former teammates, and Joey does win that out. And well, Class of 2018 did show themselves in this particular match to be the better team. Unfortunate for both sides that we had some issues. For example, missing one player for Taboo, and of course there was a disconnect on one round for Class of 2018.
Look at this grenade. That was beautiful. Like,
Strider is an insane player, and I feel like he'll always have a big part to play in the Pro League in ANZ.
Oh, yes.
He's going to be a player. And look, I feel like this is a Strider montage. It's going to be the Strider and God Legion montage, perhaps, because I feel like both incredibly strong players, incredibly strong fraggers. And great to see the way that they both played in this match, despite them being on opposite teams. And one thing I would like to talk about, other than, of course, the fact that we've just had Class of 2018 win 6-3 against Taboo, is the matches that happened concurrently off stream. So, very exciting. I've just had the text message. Crimson Gaming did beat Control.
Okay.
I believe on 2 maps. I'd have to double check that. But more importantly, to decide third place seeding, VSDS were playing against Dead Set. And they traded map for map on Bank. Dead Set beat VSDS, of all things. I was very impressed. 6-4. And then on Clubhouse, which is the map that Dead Set beat Fnatic on, Darksided took that 6-1.
Okay.
So Darksided had some good Clubhouse. So if I was at any of these other playoff teams, so for example, Darksided, as a result of that, Darksided getting 3 points, they put themselves on 31, which is behind Fnatic at 33. Who are behind Athletico at 34. So first up, number 1 team going into the playoffs, first seed is Athletico, 34 points. Number 2 seed, Fnatic, 33 points. Number 3 seed, Darksided at 31 points. And in 4th place is guaranteed to be Freshman Class 2018. And they have a minimum of 19 points, and they may actually reach 22 if they win this next one against Taboo. And that's the teams we'll be seeing tomorrow. So that's really exciting. I'm really excited to see also just the seeding. So it's FNC, VSDS, Class of 2018.
Which is quite interesting. Like,
it's making me hyped.
We did talk before, several weeks prior to this day, and SYF, well, back then it was SYF, now Class of 2018, have been performing quite well. Like, they were kind of that slowly creeping up like dark horse within the Pro League. Like, technically, everyone knows about them, but nobody knows really like what they're capable of. And just like that, they're on the fourth in the top 4 going into the playoffs tomorrow, beating Taboo, beating a fair few teams who were who would be thought of like very much Pro League worthy and very much ready to go for those playoffs, but yet here we are.
In fact, I believe SYF beat Visonic Darksided in the Paris qualifier event, online event. So there you go. SYF is a contender, and they're going to be playing Athletico in the playoffs tomorrow. So that's going to be really exciting. Also, I apologize earlier. I mentioned that Crimson beat Control. It was actually a 1-for-1. Crimson beat Control on... it's kind of hard to read. I'll have to clarify this. I'm pretty sure maybe Crimson won both maps. I'll get clarification for you guys, and let you know after we come back from this short break. Returning shortly, we will have map number 2, Taboo versus Class of 2018. So don't go anywhere.
Stylish on the outside, savage on the inside. Legion by Lenovo.
12 days of Rainbow Six ANZ Pro League have we had so far? We're on the 13th. We've had 3 out of the 4 best of ones to go. This is the last match in the entire of the ANZ round robin portion of the Pro League. I'm Dev Marta and Cthulhu. We're here for the very end of it. It's Taboo versus Class of 2018.
Yeah, indeed it is, and it's the second map after a kind of a soul-crushing loss by Taboo against Class of 2018, as Taboo had pretty much a singular chance to be able to even contest to go into the top 4 spot, but unfortunately for them, Class of 2018 managed to pull it out and get the W on Consulate.
Yep. The TLDR of that match was a really good first round attack from Taboo.
Yeah.
And then after that, a lot of technical issues. They had to sub out one of their players who I've been told his GPU died. You can't play Rainbow Six if your graphics card dies.
I mean, you could still you could utilize the integrated graphics.
It must have like shorted out something because his screen was black and it was not
good.
No, that's not what you want to be. So they had to bring in a sub, and from there on out, 2 rounds went the way of Taboo, but all the rest, it was a story of Class of 2018. Some great players from the side, and it makes me excited for what they're going to do against Athletico tomorrow. So I'm going to quickly touch on the standings. We know the 4 teams that will make playoffs now, because it's impossible, no matter the result of this match, Taboo cannot overcome Class of 2018 in terms of points and break into that top 4. The top 4 teams in the ANZ Pro League right now are Athletico in first place, Fnatic in second place, ViewSonic Darksided in third place, and in 4th place, the last spot in the playoffs,
the Class of 2018.
There you go. That was perfectly timed. I love it.
But in all honesty, though, Taboo has performed, even with a sub, they've performed very well. They've shown that they still are forced to be reckoned with. They show that they, as like individual players, they are amazing. And to be fair, like, I honestly, I would have thought that it would have been a draw.
Taboo,
if not for the technical difficulties, it would have definitely been a draw.
Taboo, for me, is the team that will always be around. Crude has seen the worst that you can see. You've seen his team fall apart all around him.
Yeah.
Gone from riches to rags, really, from being in the best team in the Pro League to a team where it's just not been the same. And he's rebuilt it time and time again. And I think that despite not making playoffs this season, Taboo aren't going anywhere. They didn't make playoffs last season.
Yeah.
There was Zero Gaming who did that. So I think that Taboo will return next season and hopefully for themselves stronger. But as for this match, we're going to have a map ban system to see which map we're going to have. So 7 maps in the Pro League. We're going to have Consulate being the default ban, Oregon as well. 5 maps left in the rotation.
Yep. I reckon it could be Bank.
Yeah?
I reckon it could be Bank because for Taboo, it will be very kind of...
They lost 6-4 on Bank last week to Fnatic, so not a bad performance.
It's not a bad performance, yeah, but at the same time, I do think for the way that they were playing, it could be quite beneficial. Same as actually for Class of 2018. Both of those teams will benefit quite a lot from the way how Bank can be played out.
Expecting a Villa ban from Taboo.
I would think, yeah.
I think SYF have played a bit of Villa before, so let's see.
Let's take a look.
Coastline is going to be the first one. Bank.
Okay.
Class 2018 don't want to play that. Fair enough. If they've seen that Taboo did well against Fnatic on it, that's fair to say. I feel like if Taboo gets rid of Villa here, Class 2018 have a choice of Border or Clubhouse. Now,
I'd say Border would be.
I feel like Border's where we end up.
This could be very much of a Border game. Because I don't think that either of those teams will be comfortable playing on Villa against each other, especially with the way how Class of 2018 were able to defend. So, I mean...
Yeah, well, Clubhouse has been a mixed map for Taboo. They got beaten by Control on Clubhouse. However, they did then beat Crimson on Clubhouse. So, let's see how it pans out. Taboo going to get rid of Border of all maps. Okay, so we are going to see Clubhouse. In that case, I'll go and get my results and let's do some serious research. So it's been a while since Taboo played Club. They beat Outlaws, now known as Crimson, on Clubhouse. And if I do recall correctly, previously before that, we saw SYF have played Clubhouse. They lost to Fnatic 3-6. So it's not too bad for SYF. As for Taboo, they've actually played Clubhouse a lot. They lost to AF 6-4, and then they lost to Control 6-1, and then they beat Crimson 6-3. So a lot of VODs on Taboo's Clubhouse if Class of 2018 have researched them.
Class of 2018, though, meanwhile, will be banning a Thatcher once again, which is...
Oh, it was Taboo who banned it last time.
Yeah, it was Taboo who banned him last time, but this time Thatcher will be the one to be banned by Class. And, I mean, I can see it. I can see why Thatcher will be banned, but at the same time, there's still several more operators that can be used to counter the electronics, and Lion will be actually banned by Taboo for the offense, which is quite odd because considering
both of these teams have used it.
Yeah, the reworked Clubhouse does actually enforce sometimes the roaming game.
Yeah. I mean, the Lion's still pretty good on those drop downs. Taboo banning Mirror, now that's something I see every day. Taboo have an insane Mirror player in Strider, so interesting that they would ban that. Class 20 did a very quick lock on that operator ban. Clash, all right, yeah, they just don't want to play Clash. Fair enough, they just don't want to even think about Clash. So that's a default ban for them. Gives Taboo a little bit more freedom to just ban whatever they desire, and in this case that is Mirror. As the attacking side for the first 5 rounds, Taboo will have, I guess, some kind of advantage. A lot of people perceive that whoever starts on attack first has an advantage when the heavy defensive side operators are banned. For example, a Mirror. That's why typically attacking sides will ban Mirror.
Okay.
So it makes sense from Taboo.
I'd say that at the moment, the Class of 2018 will be at an advantage. And Vast, 6-picking from Valkyrie, his usual safe pick onto Caveira, is a very interesting one. Meanwhile, Strider will be bringing a Glass instead of the Buck.
I love this from Vast. We've seen so many insane Caveira plays, especially on the old Clubhouse where roaming was even less likely. We've seen Adam, who now plays for, I believe, Obey. Yeah, he plays for Obey. He got an ace on Clubhouse against Evil Geniuses back when he played for SK. So, well, Caveira can work on Clubhouse, and as for the Glaz, I did find it interesting that Taboo didn't want to ban the Glaz, but it's clearly because they wish to play it themselves.
Yeah, indeed. And in regards to bringing a Glaz, I do believe that this will be a full-on push into CCTV room, so an attempt to get rid of the bandit batteries will be made by Zafir from below. At the very least, at the very most, this will be a garage push with the push from the west side wall as an addition to it. And a very interesting angle as well by Strider to pop open that door early on. And certainly it does look like this might as well be that garage play. As Jam is continuing to play with LMGE instead of the
the M762. I don't know. I mean, the LMGE isn't terrible.
Oh, it's not at all. But
it's very rare that players will favor an LMG over an assault rifle, typically because of the recoil and the aim down sights time. But there's always a benefit to having 150 rounds that you can just spray and almost never have to reload.
Almost. That is if you are going for the mad pre-fires, and this seems like the story that is going to happen with Crude if he will try to contest that with Redolent, who is holding very carefully and very cautiously those stairs.
Very strange to see a Thermite entering into the building, typically where we'd see a Buck, and not actually intending to open up the east-facing wall of the CCTV.
And Rippy playing very conservatively. Meanwhile, Strider actually manages to out God Legion, who was playing in the garage. Bandit will be falling back over to the CCTV room, and now the full control of the garage will be given to Taboo, with Taboo able to breach open the west wall as Vast picks up a kill into Strider, destroying the glass.
A good attempt at garage control from Strider, however that flank really did just punish him. Flank's also going to be punishing Jam. And wow, Redolent gets another one onto Crude. What's happening here? Rippy wants to find this kill, but he's caught off guard. However, manages to bait Shaq into getting a kill.
What was that?
I am I really hope we get to see this from Vast because I think this was not pretty.
That was definitely not pretty. Come on, Vast.
Oh,
Yeah, there we go.
man.
He finally reaches the final shot as he shakes his head in just disapproval of all of that mashed potato salad, which actually I don't mind. Potato salads tend to get quite tasty sometimes, but we're getting sidetracked a little bit. First round going into the hands of Class of 2018, and for Taboo, this map is just the only purpose of it is revenge.
Oh yeah.
Revenge for taking the Consulate away from them, taking that chance at top 4 away from them, and for Taboo is just one of the ways for redemption.
And worst comes to worst, you're playing a Pro League match, even if the stakes aren't as high as, for example, allowing you to attend a LAN event. This is the same stakes that we've seen Crimson and Dead Set been playing today. They're not in prospective playoff positions, but they're still playing very well, and they're doing their best, and it's a bit like a scrim at least. You're going to learn a lot from playing against these teams. And in fact, this is better than a scrim. It's better practice than a scrim because you're playing against a team who are guaranteed to be trying their best because they're on screen and they want to further that reputation that they've garnered.
Indeed. Indeed, indeed, indeed. And Church and Arsenal Room will be the choice for defense for Class of 2018. With Taboo bringing in now both Glass and Rippy bringing in a Jackal. So they are expecting a roaming game with Redland bringing in an Alibi. And I do believe that the roam could very much happen with Vast playing a, I'd imagine, potentially an aggressive bandit in the escape tunnel.
A bit difficult to do an aggressive bandit, but it's not likely that Taboo will be focusing on the dirt tunnel. As on account of them only bringing one hard breach operator. Typically you need 2 if you want to get all the hatches and that dirt tunnel. But God Legion with cameras could potentially assist in the roam that you mentioned earlier. However, typically, despite Redolent playing the Alibi, a 3-speed with a great gun, a good typical roamer, on maps like this, I wouldn't be surprised to see Alibi on site. Just using those Alibi devices for more utility purposes, just assisting your teammates in long-range engagements by forcing the attackers to expose themselves by shooting, by blocking off sightlines with the holograms. It's actually a quite nice tactic. You're not trying to trick people with the holograms, you're just trying to annoy them by forcing them to detect themselves in order to partake in a gunfight.
And just in general, those...
Oh no, Strider, you have to check this corner!
Just in general, those holograms are a good way to gather the intelligence. Oh no! Redolent will be picking up a kill onto Strider. Very unfortunate loss for Taboo this early through the round with only just a minute gone. And Glass, the main actually fragger for Taboo, gone.
Well, Strider's been typically one of the best fraggers on Taboo, and on top of that, 6 smokes have been brought by Taboo. 2 on the Glass, 2 on the Jackal, and 2 on Capital. And it's just such an opportunity wasted now that Glass won't be able to look through them.
Another C4 will be coming out just in an attempt to catch one of the attackers off guard, but to no avail, as Vast now might be contending the kitchen hatch, as well as Joey.
We can see it's become very meta now for these impact holes to be opened up. Very, very easy way to counter that Hibana opening the hatch, and especially now with the way that Hibana... Oh, wow, okay, that was only just missing onto Crude. Just survives that C4. Crude wants to open up this this hole, but he's worried. Where are they getting shot from? The Maestro device! Oh no, and the Maestro doesn't get destroyed. That's heartbreaking for Taboo. You have to be watching those. Shabs completely denies the X-Kairos, even without expending any of those impact grenades. Now Crude has 1 more X-Kairos pellet remaining. Is he going to waste it on the hatch? Shaq punishes Vast, who tries to push up the main stairs, but there's another one pushing as well. And God Legion takes down Crude with the pistol. The Deagle doing the work. Redolent and Shabs also find kills of their own. Shaq and God Legion do find each other. Shabs finishing it off onto Shaq. Oh, Class of 2018 really showing up right now. A great round for Shabs on the Maestro, using both his utility and his fragging potential to great ends.
With the way how Class of 2018 currently plays, it does certainly look like we might be seeing just a flawless defense from them, because so far Taboo has been performing not in their best, to be honest, and the trend so far does dictate that class of 2018 will continue on their just streak.
This could be a tell of what's to come. Tomorrow night, class of 2018 will be facing the first seed team of Athletico for a spot at LAN. Class of 2018 playing very well right now. They certainly would love to go to Tokyo.
Oh yeah, they would definitely love to go
play against the Asian teams for a spot at the global finals.
And just get that, just in general, like the experience against the other metas, against the other teams.
Oh yeah.
And
get to go to Japan for
get to go to Japan for it as well, which is also a very nice bonus to it all. And yeah, it should be a very interesting matchup.
Yeah, so that's why when I'm watching Class 2018 right now, I'm thinking, how are they going to be performing tomorrow against Athletico? We could see Vast did make it rain there, shooting out all that cash. Beautiful stuff. Love it.
Oh yeah. With that in mind, though, Joey will be doing the final reinforcements as well as Vast. And Shabs, Shaq, pardon me, will be bringing in the Maverick this time once again with the Thermite. So this will be a direct counter to God Legion's utility in hopes of reaching the final destination. Shabs will be going for a run out Valk Cam just to quickly set something up, as Vast will be using his last Prisma to set up yet another copy of him to gather some information. So far, this could go two ways. They could go for a push through the west wall, which Shaq just indicated, or they could attempt to push through the CCTV and in through the construction, which could very much work.
Yeah, well, CCTV cash into construction is really a typical way to push this, and that's why we're seeing Class of 2018 extend their hold out into that direction. Jam gets a kill with that LMGE, taking down God Legion. His head being removed. Redolent pushing very aggressively out onto this jacuzzi balcony, potentially about to be droned out by Shaq. That wall being opened by Taboo is going to be a very helpful assistance to them on this main push. As we can see, Strider has received a bit of damage pushing into Garage. Taboo want to do this pinch. They want to push both jacuzzi and from cash.
Damn, they would definitely want to do that. They would need to open open at least two fronts, kind of, you could say, for themselves to be able to apply pressure, because that's where they managed to succeed. When they were able to apply pressure from two spots, from two sides, that's when they were able to secure the wins and secure the kills. Right now, for Taboo, they did manage to pop open the construction side as well as the west wall into the corridor, so they will be able to cut off the rotations, as well as have a clear sight onto through some of the corridors and rooms.
Taboo being spotted, I believe. There's a Valkyrie camera somewhere. You can see them looking for it earlier. They're not sure where it is. Nonetheless, Taboo still trying to flush out Vast from Cash Room, but it's going to be very difficult even now with Rippy inside of Logistic. What is the plan for Taboo here? Where are they planning to push from? Shaq peeking the jacuzzi balcony. He's got crew droning for him, but where are they going to push? Rippy finds one kill onto Joey. Vast with a reply. 4 versus 3 for Taboo. Redolent having stimmed himself up. He wants to push through. He gets Rippy down. That's the sledge, and one of the primary fraggers off the board. Shabs.
Oh my
no,
Lord.
Shabs taking down Shaq with a knife kill. Jam with his second for the round onto Vast, however. 2 versus 2. Taboo with 2 players remaining. Redolent and Shabs both doing very well so far, but Crew takes down Shabs. 2 versus 1. Redolent, the Doc, the last player remaining. Still in a very strong position. 2 clutch. This is Jam going to expose himself. Redolent looks away. Redolent peeks towards Crude. He needs to deny this plant, but Crude's going to get it down. Is there a camera? Is someone going to call it? Is Redolent going to get the peek? Jam's just going to pre-fire it. Finally, the diffuser goes down. Redolent in a 1 versus 2 situation. He pre-fires, doesn't find Crude. Crude getting into a safe position. Jam as well. Redolent is just going to defuse. Where are Taboo? Where is this reply? He doesn't stick the defuse. Redolent takes down Crude. 1 versus 1 situation, entirely doable for Redolent, and a lot of intel being gathered by his teammates telling him exactly where Jam has remaining. Is it a stick or is it a defuse? Jam pushes forward, and there you go. There's the deployable camera that was spotting him out. Jam finally takes down Redolent, and there we have The round for Taboo. A bit too close for my liking.
Oh yeah, indeed, and very close too close for their liking as well, as I would imagine that some of the callouts were a bit too heated maybe for them.
Yeah.
But nonetheless,
very stressful situation for Taboo to be in that clutch situation. When you're staring down the fact that you might lose to one player when you have the advantage, that really mounts the pressure on. You're thinking, well, they have the onus on them to clutch, but what if they clutch? Then they've bested us in a 1 versus 2. That shouldn't happen. Sometimes the doubt really creeps in. Luckily for Taboo, they did salvage that situation. Nonetheless, Cash Room is going to be returned to, as it's been 2 rounds since Class of 2018 did win that.
Shaq tried to just bait in with the Monty Peg, but Vast will be swapping over to a Maestro. Not too sure if that was, if they managed to read in, because both of those 6 picks were kind of
yeah, I mean,
planned.
What I perceive with these 6 picks, so Taboo baiting out the Montaigne, kind of saying, look, we might go for a Monty push inside of the garage.
Yeah.
There you go, but they're not going to do that. Class of 2018, Sick picking on to the Maestro, maybe hiding the fact that it's going to be their Maestro playing inside a garage, doing what we saw Ethan doing so well earlier today from Athletico, just holding these pixel angles.
Yeah, and if Vast will be able to successfully do that, he could do a whole lot of damage. But I think to it will be the response of striking on the glass. So if striking will be able to land the shots, if he will be able to spot the Maestro in that pixel spot, then I'm pretty sure that the control of Garage will be gained very quickly by Taboo.
So that's what happened last time when God Legion was playing inside of the garage. Strider did peek and take him down, but even if Strider uses his smokes, we're going to have the Maestro device inside of the garage. We're going to be able to spot him out through that smoke nonetheless.
That could also happen. That's actually a very good point as well. But let's find out, actually, what could happen. Because Shaq and Crude, the 2 hard-breaching players, could actually deal some damage right now. They could get rid of some of the spots, as Shaq will be very intricately making hold just to get rid of the bandit batteries. But, ooh, he is taking a little bit of that damage.
Yeah, getting a little bit shocked there.
Yeah. I'd be shocked as well.
I would be shocked.
From not being able to reach all those bandit batteries, but
I'd be shocked if I was Taboo, because they've been facing up against Caveira as well, which is a very shocking thing. More holes being opened up in the wall, just trying to find the angles onto the bandit batteries. Finally, it goes down. It wasn't too much trouble last round for Taboo to get this bandit trick down. I wonder if perhaps we'll see all these holes being opened up and then maybe even a repel thermite charge. Oh, that was just amateur hour from Shaq. That's very silly. Don't repel.
Well.
The point of making ankle height holes is that anyone standing right next to ankle height holes can be shot at, but you can't shoot them. And despite being the one that made the ankle height holes, Shaq didn't abide by the basic principles that are behind it. So
that's a very interesting angle that Strider is holding. He is in the oil pit, but he's holding a very tight angle onto potential. But Vast just reads in onto that play, manages to find the head of Strider, but will get straight off ripped by Rippy from, I believe, one of the entrances.
Bomb located.
Meanwhile, Crude will be going for a peek onto that bandit. 3 versus 4 is the setup so far, and 40 seconds left on the clock. Still very much in favor of Class of 2018, as Shabs will be taking out Crude with a nice C4, but Rippy gets himself tagged up quite substantially after a firefight with, I believe that is Redland. No, never mind, God Legion in the garage.
Class of 2018 in a very strong position, especially with only a few seconds left on the clock. God Legion takes down Rippy, all up to Jam. He has plenty of ammo to take down every player, but will he land enough shots? He sees one, Shabs goes down, 3 more to find. Is he even going to peek out, save the LMGE? Looks like that's what he's going to do, and there you go. A little bit of a ending his own suffering from Jam. Very lit up player here. And there you go, another round to Class of 2018. It was really over just in the middle of the round. Great plays overall from Class of 2018, exploiting some weaknesses from Taboo. Very questionable plays. So, for example, Shaq walking in front of the holes he himself opened up as Maverick. That was pretty dumb, to put it bluntly. And moving forward, it was a bit of an oversight that Strider did not drone up inside of the garage when he decided to climb up the ladder. He was taking a very big risk, and he got punished for it.
I honestly thought that he just got overconfident. He thought that the Maestro fell back over to back to CCTV, and the moment that happened, the Maestro was already awaiting and with open arms and ready to accept the frag on glass. But taking a look at the 6th pick for Vast onto Caveira instead of Pulse. And bringing a Capcan for Shabs. Now, this should be very much spicy. As a fellow Capcan main, I very much do appreciate.
Yeah, and I mean, Capcan's a great operator, especially for teams that are being a little bit careless. So Taboo having some oversights in that last round, perhaps it's a good opportunity for Class of 2018 to try and make good on that. Taboo also historically like to ban a lot of Vigils, so with Class of 2018 bringing that out, maybe that'll be another thorn, another thing to think about for Taboo. And of course, that Caveira. Taboo got, well, Class of 2018 did bring it out earlier.
Oh, yeah.
Vast was playing it. And so it's just another way, another time to bring it out. And I think Taboo, if they just play safely, play slowly, methodically, and start mitigating some of these challenges that Class of 2018 are presenting to them, these roaming operators and these Capcan traps, then Taboo could set themselves up for a good round. I'm looking forward to seeing Shaq playing in this round. I feel like maybe I've been a bit hard on him. I want to give him a chance to prove himself. Feel sorry for the guy. He came into a Pro League match he was not expecting to have to play due to some technical issues on the side of striking from Taboo, and didn't have the greatest round, but now he's going to be using some utility on this newest operator in the game, seeing what he can do.
I'm not too sure he knows exactly what to do. Decides to take it slow just for a little bit.
It's all right. He's got plenty of ammo. He doesn't have a ton of jobs to do. He can just make himself one hole at a time.
Yeah, he does prompt for that, just to be able to open it, make it big enough for him to be able to just vault through. As with his blowtorch being, well, virtually silent, he could have the element of surprise. But Redland takes out Jam straight away, but he gets himself downed, I believe, over by the supply room.
I think that could be 1 HP. Nope. There you go, finished off by Strider. We also noticed Crew checking the doorways for Capcan traps as he did enter into the neon hallway. So we can see Taboo playing a little bit safe. While Jam did get taken out, you know, the rest of Taboo should be in a decent form to move up from here. I believe that's I'm not sure how many other roamers we got. Is Vast upstairs, or is he still is he on site still? There you go. So inside of garage at the moment, poised to flank. Shabs, another C4 kill onto Shaq. Did some well C4s last round, and he's got another chance. Oh, this is a beautiful grenade spot. If Strider can just get it right, he does. It goes right on over and takes down those batteries. No one playing there, unfortunately. Rippy now dueling with 2 players. Just the pistol he has left, and he's now getting pushed by the Cav. Vast, once again, the final kill with that Cav pistol. An absolute machine of a beast in close quarters. 99 damage.
That's a lot of damage.
That is a lot of damage, my friend. And just like that, another round on the board for Class of 2018. Not much of a response from Taboo.
Yeah, and with 3 points so far of an advantage over Taboo, this does seem that Class of 2018 is might be going in for closure. But we do know that Clubhouse is quite heavy on the defender's side, so we might see some response back from Taboo, maybe on the defense. We will find that out very shortly. CCTV room and cash room will be the choice for their first defense. And a Maestro, Bandit, Jaeger, Castle, and an Echo will be the decision of the operator roster. So far, the 6th pick will be coming in onto Shaq, as he will be swapping over from Echo to, so far,
Valkyrie. All right.
Yeah, to Valkyrie, which is actually, I'd say, an easier pick. Because with Echo, you need to be very good at multitasking. You have 2 drones that you can control. You can use both of them to distract the enemies. You can use them to gather the info. Whereas with Valkyrie, you throw around the cameras, you try to hide them, that's it. You get the universal tool that the rest of the team can use even when they're dead.
There are a couple of main differences with the ops, but I think that Valkyrie typically more of a mobile operator, being a 2-speed instead of a 1-speed, so maybe a bit more freedom to use those cameras to roam. Twitch drone being taken out at the start, not sure what Redolent was doing there. I guess he's just picked Twitch for her gun. The FAMAS being, in my opinion, the best gun in the game. Maybe second to the Alder, potentially. They're pretty close, neck and neck, I reckon. But, yeah, on the defense, bringing that castle out from Strider. Not bad. Oh, Shaq.
What is Shaq doing?
Thanks, Flea, for spectating this Valk cam. Appreciate it. Nice Valk cam. That, in fact, may be the camera that Class of 2018 had brought out in one of their earlier rounds when Taboo were getting spotted on the roof.
Now that could be true. That could be the one. But this could be very easily spotted, in my opinion.
That's very cheeky. I love that. That's a very nice spot for Redolent.
Vast will be attempting the same trick that the opponent from the opposite team was doing, being Shaq. But let's see, can he able to pull it off? He keeps on continuously getting shocked.
I feel like
can he find that spot?
No,
oh, come on.
I feel like Maverick is just he must be so used to getting electrocuted by now, because it just happens every day, doesn't it? Vast having a lot of trouble. That's only 3 tiny holes for an entire canister of oil. Poor Vast is having a lot of trouble so far denying this bandit trick, and he's lost nearly 30 HP. In the meanwhile, it really demonstrates that Maverick is a very difficult operator to use, high skill ceiling operator.
That was pretty well aimed as well.
Yeah,
that Ash charge, that was
nice.
Very well done. Meanwhile, Rippy and Crude are just waiting for the right moment to peek at. Redolent picks up the kill onto Strider now, taking him out, as well as picks up a kill, potentially, well, nearly picking up a kill onto Shaq, as Shaq trades out Joey. Peek another from Vast and Shabs and take out Shaq and Crude, but Rippy trades off Redolent and Shabs. Wow. 2 for 2 now, with half a round left. Class of 2018 still have 2 attackers versus 2 defenders. Rippy is very low on health and will be attempting to contest the control of stairs. Flashbang coming out from God Legion, as he does seem to be prompting to go for a push, as Vast is just trying to find the right angle to peek from, as
Rippy has a very strong position, but God Legion may find the drop on him, and there you go, he goes down. All up to Jam now, 1 versus 2. Can he show up yet? A 1 versus 3 against Fnatic the other day, 1 down. All up now to God Legion. Jam versus God Legion, Ash versus Jaeger. What better contest could we ask for? 45 seconds, so much time to play with for God Legion now, and they're just trading blows. This is ACOG versus a Reflex. Who's going to win it? Jam in this position, and Jam through the wall takes down God Legion, the clutch master for Taboo. Taboo get a second round on the board. They are not out of this just yet.
They're not out of it just yet, indeed, and what a pre-fire as well from Jam. Very well played, and Taboo are showing that they can still contest against the top 4 team now within the Pro League.
We can say that, can't we now?
Yeah, we can definitely
say, I think they're a top 4 team. We can say they are.
They are a top 4 team within ANZ. Indeed. And now Gym and Bedroom will be the choice for Taboo. Kind of a similar side to CCTV and Cash. You can still utilize those 2 spots to defend yourself, but let's take a look. How will Class of 2018 approach this obstacle?
Yeah, well, funnily enough, Bedroom was the only bomb site that Taboo managed to win on their attacks. So they're good at attacking it. I wonder if they'd be good at defending it.
We'll find that out very soon, as Joey actually decides to 6-pick from Buck to yet an unknown Pokemon.
Ooh.
Maybe, I don't know.
Yeah,
he decides to go for an IQ.
Yeah, I've never actually really seen Joey play Buck, so it seems a bit strange to me that he would pick Buck. So having played IQ almost every round in the last game, it makes a lot of sense he'd bring that out.
Looking at the score right now, Redolent and Vast actually, as well as Shabs, going big for their team. 8, 7, and 8 kills respectively, as Shabs just getting a little bit of that ping spike just before he returns back to 9 ping. I wish I had this kind of ping. That is godly. But
on this defense, I really think the Castle's going to help out.
Oh yeah,
Castle and Valkyrie in particular are 2 of the standard operators for me. We talked about in the FNC versus Athletico game, the Valkyrie plays potentially giving your team insight into what's happening on the CCTV side, and maybe even going for a late rotate if you manage to see the attackers leaving an opportunity open for you to exploit.
Yeah, but that is if those Valkyrie cameras are not going to get discovered. But let's find that out, because Vast seems to be just about to start rolling in with the punches with his KS-79 lifeline, as he already makes a hole in the wall to the west and does spot the Wild Bandit Rippy playing in the cash room as well. He does go in. He will be using the grenade launcher to pop in another hole potentially very soon. Not before Castle will be able to close it off.
Not a lot of reinforcers invested into the cash room as well. So we could see Vast opening this up with his lifeline. However, Taboo, they've just defaulted right on out of there, and he used a castle barricade to seal up construction. Great job from Taboo to just onion peel this roam and force Class 2018 to take time and utility to get through.
Yeah, this is exactly one of the best ways to use Castle. Just waste as much utility as possible, because already, just like that, Zafir used up all of her breaching potential, now leaving God Legion technically to do all the breaching, which could prove to be quite a issue for Class of 2018.
Just whittle away at that utility. Also the timer as well. Half the round having elapsed now. No kills going out either side. Taboo will have the advantage going into the end of the round, as the onus is on Class 2018 to push in, and they have no smokes, which is typically one of the most effective ways to force yourself onto the site. However, these concussions and drones going to find out Crude inside of logistics. Interesting to see Class 2018 emphasizing that they need to push in from construction into logistic to push forward, and Taboo, this onion's being peeled even further back now.
Yeah, if Taboo, if Class of 2018 will be able to split the attention of Taboo right now into two sides, then they could have an advantage right now. But Jam is actually going in on a flank, and a very cheeky one, and I don't think Class of 2018 will actually expect this. 50 seconds left on the clock, and still not a single kill has been drawn just yet. The
no,
play
look
from
at this.
below could take effect right now, but nothing just yet.
This could be a great play from Jam. Vast does find one kill. Jam misses his shots. He managed to land one, but it's not enough. God Legion gets an entry. Joey as well. Class of 2018 going massive on this pig. The C4 from Rippy just not finding anything. Joey gets another one with the commando all up to Jam. His flank not successful. He can't even find one. Joey, no, redolent on that last peak. Amazing stuff from Class of 2018. What an execute.
What an execute indeed, as that was very much unexpected. This is the repetition of the Athletico Fnatic matchup.
Yeah, it really was. There was a round where Fnatic just won their attack. Strategically, they shouldn't really have won it, but they pushed in.
That wasn't Fnatic. That was Athletico.
Oh,
that was Athletico on Clubhouse as well.
Yeah.
When they managed to push in and get the 5th round into their pocket, when they waited till 30 seconds and then just went for that chaotic, very aggressive push. And that is exactly what Class of 2018 just replicated as well here against Taboo, scoring themselves a 5th point and turning this into a match point. So potentially this could be the final round of this map, number 2.
And potentially the final round of the round robin of this Pro League.
Indeed.
This is the last map of the Pro League before we head to playoffs. We've still got playoffs to go tomorrow night, and then we've got the APAC finals LAN later on, and then we've got the global finals LAN, which is going to be very exciting. That's when the Pro League officially ends, but this is the first phase, the round robin phase. It's nearly over. Shaq 6th picking away from that Frost in favor of the Valkyrie, which he's been preferring quite a lot. Taboo heading downstairs. They haven't won their downstairs defense first. So far, the only defensive round they've won was Cash. They lost Bedroom and now decided time to mix it up again. They can't go back to Cash yet, so downstairs is the next best thing.
Downstairs indeed, and it's one of the safer options. You can still play two different playstyles. You can still be a very aggressive roamer and player from above, or you can just play the old kind of Clubhouse and just hunker down, 5-man hold downstairs and just keep holding all the angles and prevent the attackers from either pushing the escape tunnel or dropping down from the hatches.
Rotates into blue. Also a camera looking between blue and church. I like this. I do find it wary though. The place that Crude was making that rotate into blue it worries me a little bit because with that new blue stairs, you can get an angle all the way safely from the top of the blue stairs right into that safe corner in the black corner inside of Church where so many players like to sit. So exposing that angle, not reinforcing that panel, and in fact opening it up, does seem very dangerous to me when the attackers likely have ACOGs to contest that angle with.
It seems that Joey might actually try to emphasize on that spot as well, as he just busted in through that window towards that new staircase. God Legion will be using his first exothermic charge to be able to blast through the bar hatch, as Class of 2018 will be now popping open their first hatch. Joey and Vast will be the first people to push in through the garage storage down into the blue tunnel, as Redland spots the rotating Jaeger at just the right moment. Oh, finds his head straight away. Jam will be down and out. Now a 4v5 situation with Maestro actually tagged up quite substantially as well. Shabs picks up a double kill into Strider and Shaq, but Crude responds onto Shabs. Crude takes out the God Legion as well. 2v3 situation as Ribi picks up a kill into Joey. Redland and trades him out as Crude takes out Redland. 1v1 situation. This is going to be the very last round of this matchup as Vast goes for the plan.
This is Captain versus Captain. Crude, Captain of Taboo, versus Vast, the Captain of Class of 2018. Crude's just doing anything that he can do with this laser camera, the evil eye.
Oh my god.
Even finally it does go down, but Crude has done some damage to Vast. One bullet at any range will take down Vast. It's getting very, very close. Crude with an ACOG going to try and pick this long angle, pick the battle. Pre-fires from Vast almost find Crude's head. Not much time remaining. Crude has to find this kill, and without even aiming down sights, Vast cleans up this game. And that's the end of the round robin section of the Pro League. GG, Class of 2018 take the W.
GG, well played indeed, and the Class of 2018 will be taking a much cleaner win for themselves on the Clubhouse, as a very unfortunate loss for Taboo in both of their maps against Class of 2018.
A lot of heartbreak for Taboo today, unfortunately not being able to play with their full lineup, but nonetheless a well-deserved win for the freshman Class of 2018. Good luck in playoffs coming out from Crude. A lot of respect, man.
Oh, yeah.
Crude's my mate, so, you know, I respect him anyway, but I respect people that say good luck in playoffs. And, well, I think freshman Class 2018 are going to need it going up against Athletico.
Oh, yes.
That said, freshman Class 2018 did beat VSDS in the Paris qualifier online section that we did talk about earlier.
Yeah.
Anything's on the cards. And in fact, in that qualifier, it was SYF, now Class of 2018, did beat VSDS, and then Athletico beat the SYF Class of 2018 roster. So, still up in the air. I think this is going to be a bit of a grudge match tomorrow night. I can't wait for it. What a series we've had tonight. 4 matches, all really impressive. The best that we've seen in the Pro League so far.
Oh yeah, definitely. And the most kind of jaw-clenching kind of matchups. Like, these were the closest ones. These was probably the most important ones for those 4 teams, and the big deciders, because VSDS, they were very comfortable. They already locked themselves in the top 4. They were all good. For Athletico and Fnatic, though, Fnatic needed that seed 1 for the good start in tomorrow's matches,
Yeah.
and same applied for the 4th spot. Taboo needed that to go into the playoffs, same as Class of 2018. They needed to keep that spot. If they wanted to go further, if they wanted to qualify, maybe even for APAC LAN, if the cards play out their way.
Yeah, so that's a really good point. Athletico and FNC, they were really fighting today for the chance to play against Class of 2018 instead of Darksided. Now, Athletico and FNC have both reasonably recently beaten Class of 2018.
Yeah.
So it seems sensible that they would want to face that opponent, whereas Darksided, looking through Atletico's eyes, Athletico won 1 and lost 1 against Darksided in their Pro League matches this season. So Athletico going near Darksided for a LAN spot, that's got to be dangerous. They would not want that.
Oh yeah, they would definitely not want that. And just Darksided in general have been performing quite well. They've been evolving more and more further and further, sometimes swapping over the roster, sometimes just being able to develop new strats and being able to score the right frags. And they've proved them to themselves and to all of us that they can beat the #1 team currently within the ANZ, being Athletico. So they are a very challenging opponent and a very hard opponent for Athletico to verse. So it is going to be, you could say, a relief for Athletico to not needing to verse Darksided just yet.
No. In fact, it'll be them facing Class of 2018, which should be an exciting match. It's a grudge match. In fact, all the matches tomorrow are going to be grudge matches. So on the one hand, we've got Athletico versus Class of 2018, a grudge match. The last time there was a spot to go to a LAN event, it was the Paris qualifier LAN again against the Asian teams, and it was Athletico or Class of 2018, and Athletico came out on top. And now SYF, pardon me, Class of 2018, I got ex-SYF, Class of 2018, they want revenge for that. They want to go to this next LAN. Never having been to a LAN event before, these guys have got to be stoked up for the opportunity. On the flip side, the other match we have in the playoffs to decide who gets to go to LAN, it's going to be Darksided versus Fnatic, the two teams who went to the last APAC LAN event. Only one team can go this time.
Only one team indeed. And
two teams enter, one team
This
leaves.
should be very interesting to witness, because all of those 4 teams deserve to be where they are at right now. They've grinded their way through the Pro League. Athletico specifically, like, they showed so much just force, so much potential, so much just so much strength in being able to just get and consistently play at the first spot on the first seed within the Pro League ladder.
And that's what we were talking about earlier. It was our boss Kameen. I think he was saying Athletico have maintained first position in the Pro League for the entire Pro League. That's pretty impressive. And it's the first time Athletico have really come out right on top in ANZ for a very long time.
Oh yeah.
So it was Corvidae, now known as Darksided, who stole the limelight for the longest time. Then Taboo had their brief spell during Season 6. And then right after Season 6, it was all Mindfreak, now Fnatic.
Yeah.
And Athletico managing to solidify themselves first spot in the Pro League, that's massive for them.
That could be big for them.
Yeah.
And if they manage to continue this trend of like being on the top, and if they secure tomorrow their spot for APAC LAN, this is going to be even bigger for them.
I feel like they're massive favorites going to the APAC LAN. Tomorrow, Class of 2018 versus Athletico, massive grudge match. Athletico are the favored team. Class of 2018 are the underdogs with nothing to lose. Their first chance to go to a LAN event, and they can taste it, and they want it to happen, and they've had ups and downs in the past, and they just want to prove themselves properly and go to a LAN event. And on the flip side, the other match, Darksided and Fnatic, I can't believe that one of these teams will not go to LAN.
Yeah, that whole trend is like gonna get really stopped, and this will be a heartbreak for either of the teams, especially for Fnatic after them showing a great performance within ANZ, a great performance within APAC, and then to get knocked out by Darksided at seed 3 would be quite a heartbreak for them.
Absolutely. So there's the standings for this Pro League. As we can see, Class 2018 solidified themselves in 4th place. Impressive stuff from them. You know, overall, the fact that they managed to double Taboo's final score, 11-22, that just really, it's quite impressive, showing the disparity. I mean, down the bottom, we've got only a few points on the board, and then in 5th place, Taboo just capping double digits, and then the rest is just miles above that.
Yeah. Yeah, and we can see how much of a difference all those top 4 teams have made, and to be honest, I'm just excited. I'm thoroughly excited.
Tomorrow is going to be such a big night. And these are the matches we've got tomorrow. Athletico, first seed in the playoffs for ANZ Pro League, and Class of 2018, 4th seed from the ANZ Pro League versus 2nd and 3rd seeds, Fnatic and VS Darksided.
Whoa. This should be big.
Whoa.
This
I'm
should be
so
very much
pumped
big.
for that. My goodness. I can't believe it. And guess what, guys? We're going to get to see best of 3 matches. Best of 3s, real best of 3s, not double best of 1s or anything like that. Real best of 3s with real overtime with a real winner at the end of it.
So the big wins, big plays, expect tomorrow. I just can't express even how excited I am, because this is going to be big for each one of those teams.
Yeah. Time for all those teams to have a rest now, maybe chill out, maybe have a bit of a victory dance in their room at home, and then go talking to the coaches, do some hard counter-strutting, be back ready for tomorrow, as you guys should be, for the ANZ playoffs in the Pro League to decide who gets to go to the APAC LAN Finals for Season 8 in Tokyo, Japan. Make sure you guys are there. We'll see you tomorrow night.
See you later.
Magnet last year, and now it's all up to Magnet, the Maverick, and the captain.
Get out of the sight of that Hibana. Can you explain to me, Dev, what is happening? Rizrat has finally picked up a kill, but straight away
One goes down, it's all up to Starlix, 1 versus 2 for the last player. This is going to be a stick, as we can see. Neophyter delaying time, but Magnet...
1v2 situation. Ethan picks a kill, but a whole lot of flashbacks through there. Starlix just goes for the run and gets the kill.
Tease. Todd trying to push up, Ethan tries to push up, and there you go. Try to find Ethan. Dirther in a 1 versus...
As Starlix is going on a flank. There's the decon by Derby, and he manages nearly to get...
Oh no, Todd, look up!
But he does manage to find aces. And
oh yes!
Oh.
Rizraz. A run out from Derby, doesn't even find one. Wow, that was... Oh no!
Oh no, the push by Rippy and Jam will be... They will be losing the 2 soft breaches. Strata, meanwhile, manages to trade out fast and got Legion.
Those batteries. Oh my god! That no, Jam just gets away with his life, but for how much longer? Not very much. As Jam, quite the opposite. But Strider, he doesn't see the player beneath him, but he gets the flick onto Shaq.
Crumpler will be having these. Whips out his bailiff.
Oh my god!
He manages to find a
2 more to go, and Vargas cleans him up. Whitby down. That's the sledge. One of the primary fraggers off the board. Shabs.
Oh
no, Shabs taking where Jam has remaining. Is it a stick or is it a diffuse? Jam, strong position. But God Legion may find the drop on him.
Takes out God Legion as well. 2v3
oh my god!
And then Rippy picks up a kill to Joey. Redolent.
Stylish on the outside, savage on the inside. Legion by Lenovo.